Alright, so my live stream should be started for some reason. Like I should X out of some of these. Let's for some reason this has no sound, so I thought I would end that live stream like right there in case the whole thing gets blocked, because that was actually pretty funny what I okay, so this is gonna be the full version. I really hope there's sound on this.
Find them.
Okay, I'm not watching 15 seconds when I could just do this. Yeah, they just refreshed the page and
we were expecting 1,000 people.
Let's go. We're getting this whole thing, so yeah, I sort of gave an introduction to that already. Not really. It's like, okay, let's just get into this.
We were expecting 1,000 people. We have 3,000 people in this room.
Let's go.
So thank you, and the good news
they
for
all
you
lost
is what we
Ben
decided
Shapiro.
to do, because you're so fantastic, is that we have a comedy hour that was supposed to be a little bit later on, and instead of it being later, we're going to do it exactly when these guys are finished. We're going to do it in here. We have an incredible lineup,
That's
a comedy
fucking
lineup
amazing.
that we're going to do. So stay in your seats when this
that.
is over. We're going to go right into that. Now, the other thing I wanted to tell you was, the first year that we did this, we had about a couple hundred people coming with a couple of weeks left. But then we got this guy, Cenk.
Okay. Yeah, that's like so cool, and like who cares?
Thank you for making this a big...
Are you ready
I never even saw that other guy.
for debate night at Politicon 2017?
Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Here's the... Let's go. Alright.
All right. Well, let's bring them out, the people you've been waiting for. First, editor-in-chief of the Daily Wire and host of the Ben Shapiro Show, Ben Shapiro.
Let's fucking go. I love that guy. Alright, can I have the volume like higher?
All right.
USA.
All right. And founder and host of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur.
It's fucking hilarious. Like, he's just getting booed, by the way. If that, let's just, yeah, I should probably cancel that. I'm gonna re-upload it. So right now, a live stream. Let's click on that so I can like it. So right now, a live stream. Let's dude, I don't know why. At first I was getting like a new sub pretty much every day. Now I'm not really having that anymore. Let's just get him, see him booed again. Because to be fair, this guy legit spends his entire days on Twitter, legit just contributing to the cancer, just fucking toxic, just posting toxic garbage that is only going to keep us divided. Like, none of his tweets are gonna bring us together. So that, I don't know, clearly he's more for like, he's not for actually doing good things, just like I don't know, virtue signaling. Like, that's literally all his Twitter is, just divisive, toxic virtue signaling. So let's see that again. Dude, I want to blow up firecrackers right now, but like, my mother is like awake, so.
All right.
Let's go.
All right. And founder and host of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur.
Let's fucking go. It's hilarious. I think the guy's smart. He makes good points, but on Twitter he definitely doesn't do anything good. Let's just say that. Dude, should I just smoke fucking weed? Probably, actually. Wait, where did? Oh, here it is.
If you guys can be a little more excited, that'd be great.
Let's fucking go. Wait just a second. Be right back. By the way, I have fucking excellent news. After like 2 years or something, I have gone unbanned from the Ask Yourself Discord server. So how did I get unbanned? Basically, I created a second account. Now, my main account is of course still banned, but I don't know, when I got banned from the Ask Yourself Discord server, I just created a second account and tried to log on into that, and it was just automatically banned, so I was guessing he IP banned me. Like, yeah, if I try to make any account, like, I don't know, over here, like, I was thinking at some point, yeah, I might try later, like, making an account, like, at my school, like, from my computer, just anonymously, and just, like, but then I was like, fuck, I'ma just try over here right now, because I'm bored, and, yeah, I made an account here, and I'm not fucking banned, so, yeah, if I could possibly have some debates in there. I only ever had one debate, and it was someone in there. I had the position that all drugs should be legalized, and no drug dealer should be convicted of anything. You should be allowed to sell whatever drugs you can. And I actually took I don't know if I have that debate stored somewhere. I was like 17, actually. It was a great debate. I took the position drug dealers actually are good people. They are helping people. Why would someone go to drugs? Like, yeah, dude, I'm not gonna have that whole fucking dialogue on here. I'm fucking streaming this debate. But, yeah, like, on that, I had the position, yeah, like, people know what drugs are gonna do to them. Like, everybody, there's enough fear-mongering about drugs. We know that it will ruin our lives. That isn't a new thing. So people are going to take that. Like, they are probably fucking suicidal. Their lives are already going downhill. And that'll give them a chance. So, like, maybe it'll fuck them up. But it's better than suicide. And drug dealers are just giving them that opportunity. Because you can't just go get help. I've tried it. I got kidnapped. Like, yeah, they don't actually try to help people who say they're suicidal. They do the opposite. And even if you don't say you're suicidal, I've never been suicidal. I've been, like, I said some stuff that they took it out of context to try and say, oh, well, he's depressed, he's probably, yeah, let's try to lock him up and stuff. So that's how they try to help you with that, so I would say drugs sometimes are the last resort thing that one person might go to, and drug dealers, they're just giving people this opportunity not to commit suicide and to have a second option that might not be the best, but definitely getting help isn't going to be the best, since the people who, like, say at your school, yeah, what they will do to you is worse. They will try completely taking your life away, and they will try pushing you to fucking suicide, if anything. So, yeah, that was my position, and also my body, my choice. Like, yeah, my position was these drug dealers, they're actually helping these people. And we actually we debated for, like, over an hour, like, at least fucking 2 hours, and we sort of came to an understanding that, like, unless, like, these drugs, like, if there's a way that we can manufacture things like meth to be, like, to not cause addiction, if there's a way we could take away that addiction thing, that addiction aspect, yeah, like, we should just, like, give that other option instead of, just meth, but otherwise, like, whatever. And apparently then he came back to me and said, yeah, but by the way, the bigger, up you would get would make the drug more addictive, like how efficient it is, so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we sort of came to terms on that. And then the next thing, pretty hilariously, I just had a very controversial, very in the minority, very fringe, extreme type opinion. I just put out my debate offer, and I said, love is love, no matter who you are. If it goes both ways, consent is the only thing that matters in a relationship. And, yeah, I was actually, like, yeah, 16, 17 at the time. I was still a kid, and I've always had this position because I am attracted to older girls. I've always thought at 13, yeah, I'm attracted to some 22-year-olds. If say if they were attracted to me back and there was consent. Like, yeah, just like love is love. For like gay people or straight people, the only thing that would constitute that is wrong would be abuse. So yeah, that was my position. I got banned from the Ask Yourself Discord server for that, for saying yeah, consent is what matters between like people. Obviously not 6-year-olds, because they can't be fucking attracted to adults fucking anyway. But I don't know, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. Why do we set this boundary specifically on 18-year-olds and say, oh well, if you're like, if there's some relationship between people, like, society doesn't approve of that. Yeah, like, that's disgusting. We don't want that in our society. You love each other, you're better together. Well, we don't want to see you that way. Like, no, you're just, yeah, I'd argue that that's the same type of shit that homophobic people would do, and yeah, I got banned, but now I might be able to get back into making debates, which is fucking hilarious. That'd be awesome. I would love to live stream some debates on the Ask Yourself Discord server. But yeah, that's some great fucking news.
All right, well, we're here to debate the future of the political parties. And let me just say quickly one thing about the format. I'm going to pose questions to both of our speakers here. We'll have a response. We can have a re-response. We can go back and forth a few times. When we've gone far enough, then I will step in. I might ask a follow-up question, or I might switch the topic. So, are we ready to go, guys?
Oh, fucking yeah, bro. Fucking yeah, bro.
All right, well, let's start
with... That's
with
the one time I'm doing that.
one of the topics in the news today, and that's healthcare. And I'm going to start with Ben. Are you proud or disappointed in establishment?
By the way, my position on healthcare would be, it just evades property rights. But firstly, it definitely does work. Other countries have it. I don't know why Cenk Uygur didn't like really press on this issue. Oh, yeah, it does work. Look at France, the libtard country. How are they doing? That's not a third world country. They have healthcare. How are they doing? I don't know. Let's go see. What about other not third world countries that have healthcare? That works. So that definitely works. Now, I would say as much as healthcare, free healthcare, that is stolen taxpayer money, and well, you can't really grant a human right if you don't if you aren't going to have the means to grant that human right. And I'd argue if you don't have the money to afford healthcare, well, granting this universal healthcare for all should be a universal human right. I would absolutely agree with that. You should never have to just lose your fucking life, be in just life-ruining debt because you fell ill one day. Especially when other countries have other countries don't have that problem. They're doing fine. We could have that. We could make it so that, yeah, this person who I know, this teacher I know who got cancer, actually ended up dying of cancer. They didn't even, the doctors didn't even really care too much. They didn't accept him at first because he didn't have enough money to go into the VIP shit. And, yeah, they just waited a long time before even starting with chemotherapy, just for you're not an elite type reasons. And eventually, that family had to sell their house to be able to afford this cancer treatment that didn't work. And, yeah, eventually, the people, yeah, they lost their dad. A person lost her husband. And, yeah, that could have been prevented. I think that, absolutely, I agree that's a universal human right. But the argument that I still think is valid now, overall, I would say I'm pro-healthcare, at least leaning. I'm not sure, I haven't made up my stance on that, but I would definitely be leaning in favor of healthcare, as much as I'm just strictly against free college. Healthcare for all is a different issue, saying, yeah, people, this does go against the fundamental principles of meritocracy, which free college is literally the opposite of meritocracy. We already have free college in this country, by the way, if you aren't aware. We have college for all, you just need to earn it. That's called a meritocracy. You need to actually get all A's and get a scholarship, and it will be paid for you. Look up TOPS if you don't know what I'm talking about. We already have free college, but healthcare for all. Yeah. If you get cancer, you could owe like 100 grand. Like, where does anybody, especially middle class people, where do they pull that money? Just out of their ass? Do they just have that? No. So, yeah, I definitely think. But the problem with that is, I would add on to that. I think eternal life should be a human right. I don't want to ever have to think about the fact that, yeah, everything I am, all of my existence, yeah, all that will be gone eventually. Like, there is still a movement that is so huge, despite the Bible being the most self-contradictory fucking thing you might ever find fucking in most places online. Yeah, people will still pander to that religion thing because they are so terrified of the concept of not having eternal life after death, because life just isn't fair. You don't get to have eternal life. It sucks. I think that should be a human right. I think you should have the human right never to lose a family member. Uh, I think getting to know, yeah, these people who mean the world to me, I will never have to lose them. I think that should be a fundamental human right. Thing is, we can say, yeah, that's a fundamental human right. What's the point of saying that? Because we don't have the means to actually enforce this human right. Well, I would argue that for healthcare for all, we also don't have the means because we don't have the money. We can't afford it because this money isn't ours. It's not ours to fucking spend. It is somebody else's. Now, I've already explained in a video that I will post soon, like, how I would plan to go around that. I think there should be an optional taxpayer money system where, like, if you don't pay your taxes, though, like, you will just pretty much be segregated out of society. You won't be allowed to use public services to really give an incentive. And especially the rich, do you think they want to be segregated? Probably not. So that gives them an even bigger incentive, and I think it should be like crowdfunded stuff. And like, if you miss a month, let's say, of paying taxes, that's a warning. And if you, maybe there'd be a cooldown, like a 2-year cooldown. If after, I don't know, 2 years, like, you've paid your taxes fully and like you've reimbursed that taxpayer money that you owed, either that cooldown or within the next month you've like reimbursed it. Like, yeah, you would just for a whole month until the next month where you wouldn't pay your taxpayer money, like, you wouldn't get to use public services. And we could make a card that, like, you scan that to be able to use these fucking services, and make sure to have like your fingerprint, and have your fingerprint registered and do that. We already registered fingerprints. We could just add that to public systems. And we could, even if people still don't have enough incentives to fund that, we could even add like make the government try to find the big corporations to tell them, hey, if you pay that amount of money, we really need it in such and such category. Yeah, like, we'll give you a big shout out. It'll really help your company. We'll make sure that you get all the promotion you could get from it. We'll make sure to make this be in your best self-interest. And the biggest portion of this, the biggest appeal to that is, I think in this crowdfunding, taxes should be split up, and just everything that taxpayer money might be spent to, might go towards. People should get to choose exactly how much money, like all the categories, all the list of taxpayer money, where it goes, should be put down, and people should get to choose where they want to put their money, get to donate more if they want, maybe even give perks, or like Elon Musk was trying to go with the Twitter Blue thing, except that was an absolutely retarded idea. Have actually good ideas, good incentives to want people to pay more taxes into certain things. Maybe give even bigger incentives for issues that actually matter more, that like, we vote to say these issues matter more. So maybe vote for laws that put these into categories. Say, like, I know, things that our infrastructure will definitely crumble if this isn't funded enough. issues that would tremendously benefit human lives, such as ending the homelessness crisis, maybe like just have the Democratic Party and the Republican Party vote for standards for things that like you might get even bigger perks if you donate bigger amounts to these things. But yeah, have a tax breakdown of where you're gonna be spending all of our taxpayer money, and get us to get to choose whether or not we want to do that. Because just for being born in a society, you don't owe that society shit. The law shouldn't force you to be a moral person. It should just stop you from committing abuse. So like, if you want to be a bad person, you should be allowed to do that. If you want to say, well, I hate the world, I don't owe it anything just because I live in it. If you say, have a bar, I make this analogy all the time. If you're at a park, and like, you have a ball that you're not even playing with, and a kid comes up to you and asks you to play with it, and you know they're gonna give it back. Let's just say that for the sake of argument, you're not even playing with it. Well, guess what? If you choose to say to that kid, no, this is my ball, mine, don't share. Well, what should that kid do? Maybe they should go to your parents because you're probably also a kid, since you're playing with a ball in the park, and since you're saying mine, I don't share. And the parents should go and teach their kids moral, give them the moral lesson, and tell them, no, you share, that's wrong. What are you doing? No, we're social people. Let's act more socially here. That's just how parents should raise their kids. Now, yeah, like, say if you want to pay your workers a shitty salary, uh, well, they can fucking leave if they want to. So you're not committing abuse onto anybody. You're not forcing anyone to undergo your negative influences. So that's a neutral action. Like, morally speaking, it might be wrong, but like, it's not like, yeah, if these companies, their business is contributing to global warming, and like it's contributing to the climate disaster, it's like, yeah, people don't just get to sign a contract to say, yeah, I don't want to be affected, and I don't want my kids to be affected by this climate crisis that you're contributing to. Like, yeah, if the Democratic Party wants to pass rules saying, yeah, these corporations, they can't pollute to a certain degree, like they have to reduce their carbon emissions because we're all gonna suffer from that. Yeah, I think that's an absolutely capitalist, what's it called? Yeah, it's a capitalist consistent view that I definitely hold that, but yeah, you can't tell people where they should or shouldn't put their money. That's theft. You shouldn't force people to be good people, give their money. No, because we have property rights here. That's what distinguishes us from communism. It's like, yeah, the social aspect of, well, what we should do is give, like, use the people's fucking money for the best interest of the whole country. And sure, that maximizes well-being, but that that is fundamentally incompatible with people's human rights, which it breaks. You have to do that, and it's like we have to make a sense of priorities. Now, socialism is a balance for what is reasonable between the two. I would say that theft is never reasonable, but I guess their definition of reasonable would be, well, if us stealing set amount of money from you, like, you're gonna be able to live by that. Like, your quality of life isn't going to be just destroyed by this. It's only gonna be a minor inconvenience, like at best, at worst, like, yeah, major inconvenience, but still an inconvenience, and that's just the price of living in society. I guess you have to help everyone, right? Because you have to be a good person. Like, that'd be the premise behind socialism. They don't want people to give the entirety of their wealth to just like maximizing the global the yeah, maximizing welfare overall, just maximizing well-being. So I think socialism, it would be reasonable if this money was crowd-funded, if it wasn't stolen from us.
GOP figures like John McCain, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins for their vote on healthcare.
So, I'm wildly disappointed with the entire party. The fact is that we were promised a full repeal of Obamacare. They did not even attempt to pursue a full repeal of Obamacare.
I think, and another thing about healthcare, I think it should be optional. I think you should get to choose, do I want to pay into this? Do I want my taxpayer money to go into this? Well, say me, I'd be fine with giving my fair share, whatever that may be, if it's reasonable, if it's not gonna destroy my standard of living, to making sure that other people, to contributing to making sure other people, say homeless people, they got a cancer. Well, they could be cured. We're not just gonna let them die. Leave no one behind. I like that as a moral, question. Like, from a moral, standpoint, I definitely agree with this. I'm still the only one watching, fucking of course, but, by the way, I should get to, like, my live chat or something, like, put that up. That's my live chat for you, anyway. Like, yeah, I think healthcare for all should be optional.
And the fact of the matter is that there's a significant gap inside the Republican Party about...
By the way, let me make sure that, my thing, click on that so I can... I really hope there won't be a, like, copyright strike or anything, because I don't know, I'm really wondering why the hell they didn't, like, they no longer have audio on this. Views 0. What? That is so sad. Anyway, let me just, fuck it. Let me get back onto this. Yeah, I really don't know why my channel is no longer really getting promoted. So, like, I'm not getting views. That's the least we could fucking say. You know what, maybe, what I should do... Let me go ahead and promote this live stream. A bit all over the place. I know, we have some... I sort of grouped these into some folders. Yeah, alright, let's just... Dude, this is gonna be a big waste of my streaming to add warnings. What? Warning for ads? Like, you're not allowed to advertise for it. The fuck? Dude, I hate how it always just brings me back to the highest channel. Like, bitch, that's not what I'm trying to fucking do. The fuck? Dude, it fucking always brings me back up to the highest channel. And these advertising servers have so many fucking channels. Like, it's just so cancerous. I get to post in the roles of this? Okay. That's pretty epic. Big butts. Great shit, dude. Okay. Oh, Kurzgesagt. That's actually, Dude, I love how you like, over there, like, it's Kurzgesagt. Like, one of these biggest, like, I actually really respect them, but you're allowed to post your YouTube videos in this, and like, I fucking love the shit out of that. Okay, so that's the end of... But I think I have some other, little thing for all the advertising servers. Like, I had another group somewhere else. Oh, I know definitely there's, they removed that. Can you post YouTube videos in this, or are you gonna be muted if you do that? Normally, there's showcase, yeah. Okay, dude, there was definitely some other, like, big fucking thing of servers. PvP, and I know you can advertise on that. Fuck, dude, I hope that isn't genuinely what I was hoping to advertise on. Dude, I keep forgetting what the hell all this is. Yeah, this is gonna be, this is gonna be fucking cancerous. I'm probably not gonna get any views from this, actually. Well... Fuck, dude, what do you know? if that can get me any views. Maybe I should, like, make a Discord server and, like, yeah, tag people. Like, make a new Discord server specifically for my live streams. I should really do that. Anyway, let me get back into this.
This should even happen or not. There are people who believe that the Obamacare regulations are an affirmative good. There was an attempt to basically leave all the Obamacare regulations in place and just remove the funding mechanism, which would have led to the exacerbation of the death spiral. The truth about healthcare is this. There are three qualities of healthcare that you can have. You can have affordability, you can have universality, or you can have quality. And you can have two of those three things, but not all three. Right? You can have universality, affordability, or quality. Two of those three things you can have. And one of the things that's happened with Obamacare is that you've gotten closer to universality, but you haven't gotten any closer to either affordability or quality.
Okay, well, actually, let's just take universality and quality. If we have that, it doesn't really matter if it's affordable, if it's universal, right? I mean, because Cenk Uygur could just take the route from there. Oh, well, you know what? I'm a communist. You probably saw that coming. You probably knew that. But, yeah, I'm a communist. So, you know what? I'm for maximizing welfare regardless of the property rights that are infringed on, like, necessarily in the process. Like, I just care about maximizing welfare. So, if it's not affordable, but it's universal, well, who's gonna be paying for it? The rich? I don't care if they can't pay. They're rich. I'm surprised he didn't go on that tangent.
And the Republican Party seems to be falling into the trap of basically just copying what the Democrats do, except being worse at it. What they actually need to do is relieve the regulatory burden that is driving up the cost of healthcare, and they need to stop acting as though insurance companies'
Smoke some
jobs
weed.
is actually just to reimburse people for their bad health. If you join up with...
Yeah, my weed's over there. Some of it. Yeah, let's get that. Dude, I legit don't know how to fucking roll and don't really... I'm not 21, so I can't really buy that shit. Dude, I just have people, like, fucking buy for me, like, one of these, you know, like, they normally have tobacco in them. Like, you just remove the tobacco. And then, like, they're made out of wood, so unlike the plastics, like, it'll take a long time for them to, like, wear out and get burnt all the way down. So, like, just get your friends to buy you, like, a few of those, and, like, they'll last you for a long-ass time. Like, of course, a blunt is way fucking better quality, but I don't know, that's just how I fucking smoke my weed. Anyway, we're getting off topic.
With an insurance company, and your health sucks to begin with, you're going to pay more because it's an insurance company, not a charity. That doesn't mean that we can't have...
And there's also the argument that could be made that, like, people are choosing to be in bad health. If they just went vegan, maybe maybe they wouldn't really need healthcare. Like, if I just stopped smoking weed, like, yeah, maybe I wouldn't need healthcare.
Now, that doesn't mean that we can't have some form of backup for people who have pre-existing conditions. I would hope that the social fabric would help fill that in. This is why I'm a big believer in charity and churches and synagogues filling that gap. But what we can't do is suggest, as the Bernie Sanders left
Wait,
does,
dude, I was sort of zoned down and I smoked my shit. Wait, what the fuck did he just say?
to begin with,
Like, the church and stuff, that's what we should strive towards. Did he say something along those lines?
we're going to pay more because it's an insurance company, not a charity. That doesn't mean that we can't have...
Insurance companies, though, this falls apart when you start to imply the concept of insurance companies being obligations. If you're obligated to pay into an insurance, that money is by definition theft. And if that insurance takes your money and in return, in case like in the situation of a hypothetical which might never happen to you, and again, that, like, the whole concept of meritocracy, if you are a better driver, bigger chances are you might never need an insurance. You wouldn't be the retard who drunk drive. You're like, no, I would never do that. Like, you pay attention, you make sure. Some drivers, they never get into accidents, and at least none of them are ever their fault, so they wouldn't need their insurance either way. Like, they wouldn't be paying for it. And, yeah, like, at that point, and I think definitely, like, what if there's a hidden run and the other people just run away? Then, like, yeah, maybe then the government should pay for it, but, like, yeah, and insurance, that's not a legitimate company when your customers are not free customers. You are forcing them to be your customers. Like, you're not allowed to ride a car without insurance. That is theft. And some people, they could afford the damages. They shouldn't have to be insured. So the basics of insurance being forced on people is theft. So I don't know why he's that, because yeah, when they go from being a company which tries to appeal to its customers in terms of good um good products, in terms of good fucking uh good services or goods being offered that appeal to the customers to make them want to buy your thing more, when you already know that, like, oh well, the people who are gonna be paying it, like, they already have to be here, so our customers aren't really free to be our customers or not. If we don't offer good service, they sort of have to be like either our customers or our competition's customers, and just, I don't know, like, make a monopoly on that at that point. Just either way, it's a company based off of theft, and once your whole premise is you don't get to be a free customer, we're just making you pay for this, and we aren't even giving you anything in return, we're just giving you a hypothetical return. That company, like, that makes the definition go from insurance being a company to insurance being a scam. So yeah, I am not in favor of these insurance companies. I think they are scammers. I don't think that they are companies.
Now, that doesn't mean that we can't have some form of backup for people who have pre-existing conditions. I would hope that the social fabric would help fill that in. This is why I'm a big believer in charity and churches and synagogues filling that gap. But
yeah, let's make taxes crowdfunded.
What we can't do is suggest...
Let's allow the people to choose where they are going to put their taxpayer money into.
As the Bernie Sanders left does, that healthcare is an inalienable...
And, like, yeah, if people don't, like, if they skip past a specific issue that really needs your fucking crowdfunding, but it's just not getting enough attention, that should be the political leaders' jobs. Instead of having political candidates, their jobs be to fucking, like, to fucking speak on your behalf and deliver promises to speak on your behalf. Let the actual people who represented themselves better than anyone who's supposed to represent them on average, let's let the people fucking decide on what they want, instead of having somebody else get to promise to represent them, and then get to have that promise be whatever the fuck they want to make out of it. Yeah, let's give the people more power, and let's allow them to choose how they do their taxes. Not at all, they don't pay any taxes. Oh well, they'll just be segregated out of society. We won't allow them to use public services, especially for the rich. I think that's sort of a major problem. All that stuff. I think that's just better that, and he's in favor of insurance companies.
Right, and
like,
therefore you can put a gun to my wife's head, she's a doctor, and you can force her to provide care at any cost you want to pay.
Yeah, like, that's just fundamentally incompatibility of, like, socialism with fundamental human rights, such as liberty.
You can't do that and hope to increase the supply of healthcare. Health insurance is not healthcare. They're not the same thing. And anybody who tells you differently is lying or trying to sell you.
That's a good point, actually. I'm
Will from Zager LLC.
Also being high, that completely flew past my head. Like, when I first watched that, I didn't even...
If you use Steam...
Actually good. Yeah, shut the fuck up, anyway. Dude, I forgot that this guy was also in the debate. I'm so fucking gone. This is a great stream so far, boys. Let's keep this up.
Cenk, your take on the healthcare vote.
Great. Before I do that, first of all, welcome to the Thunderdome.
Let's hear him speak.
Guys, wait till he does something. I mean,
In all seriousness, the reason that I kid around about that is that I really want to make sure that Ben's opinions are heard and my opinions are heard, and that there's an exchange of ideas.
By the way, let me see if I'm get. Yeah, I should definitely really make a fucking channel that like some dedicated to that. Should I like in my fucking Discord? I know I don't really promote my political shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just put that. Let's see if I actually get any fucking people joining in. Yeah, this is literally my Minecraft channel Discord, but yeah, I guess we're gonna try to get some new fucking people. I'm desperate. I'm at 31. I feel like my content's improving. I'm starting to speak less like a retard. I'm getting used to the fucking feel. I'm you know, doing this fucking shit where I just go on and just repeat myself, go in a circle. I'm doing that less. I'm being more efficient in speaking and not being fucking retarded LMAO. Okay, we all ready. Let's go. Yo, what's good? Bro, that is my boy. That is someone who has never fucking left me no matter what happened to me. And I fucking love for that, bro. Yeah. Bro, I'm having a great fucking life. Dude, I should really... Normally I take 4, Ritalin, which is my prescription pills, a day. And, like, I took 2 this time, and I did so much better. Today I was more productive than fucking any day, which, like... Yeah, I still have depression. I'm getting over it now, I feel. But, like... Yeah, I still need my ADHD pills to be able to be productive, otherwise I'm sort of a zombie, especially when I wake up, like, in the clouds and shit. Like, I don't know, like, you know how to describe depression? You know when you feel drunk, and, like, you're just about to pass out drunk? Yeah, like, I am more cognitively disabled from depression when, like, when I wake up normally on a typical day while I'm not doing super well, like, that's how I will do unless I have my prescription pills, like, until then. Usually that's how badly I'll be doing because of that. Like, it really does impact you very fucking badly. But, yeah, I'm definitely getting over that, so after years, like, definitely glad. Not like the system will have fucking helped a lot. Yeah, I will have literally been kidnapped, after somebody will have reported that I was, like, sort of drunk and venting my feelings that, yeah, I don't know, I'm not doing well and I don't think things are gonna get better. And, yeah, guess what? There I was not on kidnapped, the, like, cops showed up to my house, the ambulance showed up, they told me, yeah, we're gonna take you, if you don't want that, we're just gonna, like, we're stronger than you, we can take you to the ground and bring us in the ambulance if we'd like. So you gonna come or we gonna fucking do that, buddy? So yeah, I came and over there I saw them literally beat schizophrenic people to the ground because they were just too mentally disordered and it was irritating the staff. So they just do that pretty much for the fun of it. Basically, to describe that place, I legit have like over 50 things on a list. They are all about as bad as what I just said, but yeah, like, the whole premise is, the whole thing is that these places do not try to better your health, but guess what? I was kidnapped and forcefully brought over there, and after that, they brought us, what's it called, some payment. We needed, like, we owed them money for having been kidnapped. As if that's gonna help people's fucking mental disabilities. So yeah, I think like, if you're going to claim that type of stuff, yeah, it's theft, and on top of that, it's kidnapping. Like, yeah, we should absolutely get the military into oceans, these kidnapping facilities, and have them forcefully, just like during the Holocaust, like get them out of there. They have kidnapped people and they're treating them horribly. And then they're gonna make them pay for it. Like, this is beyond inhumane. It's like, yeah, get the military over there to forcefully free these people. Like, I would say, but yeah, there are definitely problems with the healthcare system as it is right now, but like that type of stuff, we should mention that, how yeah, if you have problems in high school, like mental issues, society does not try to treat that. It tries to sugarcoat you into telling you, oh yeah, we'll help you. Yeah, I'm glad that you came to us. We're the perfect people. We're gonna help you. Then they'll try to literally destroy your life in the worst ways imaginable, just to really send a message. Yeah, piss off. You better pretend to be doing really well from now on, or we're gonna destroy your life. Like, that is typically what you will get from trying to reach out for help. So I think that is a huge corruption in the system. That also is a big thing that marginalizes homeless people. Why do you think they dropped out of society? Was it necessarily a choice? But either way, I'm going on a huge tangent. Let's get back to the debate. Oh yeah, he's answering.
And believe it or not, there are some things that we do agree on, and what we won't be discussing those tonight. So on the issue of healthcare, let's get going. So the Democratic Party is incredibly proud that
That's actually a very big issue, like a very important issue. I'm glad they
they defeated a bill that had 17% approval rating. It's a low bar, and I'm glad they held. The Republicans have a comical position, which is that why didn't the Democrats help us?
That's pretty fair. People don't accurately represent. That's why I'm in favor of the popular vote. That's why, like, I found that hilarious when, like, Tucker Carlson was actually vouching a bit for McCarthy to be the speaker, and people were criticizing him. No, that's not who we want. Like, they might be voting for it, but that's not how we feel. Like, we feel completely differently. They aren't representing their party. And it's like, what are you like gonna be for the popular vote now? Like, how does this work? Anyway,
Defeat Obamacare. Well, that's kind of because that was their idea, and why in God's green earth would they help you defeat their own plan? Now, is Obamacare enough? Not nearly. And there are a number of issues that we had as progressives with it, including lack of price controls. You left it in the hands of private insurance, and of course, them being corporations, which Ben kind of alluded to.
Yeah, let me see, dude. I need to, like, that could be one of the best ways I could have of now, let me look at my current live stream. I'm 4809. Yeah, I would like to make more clips. Take more clips and make shorter videos. Like that, maybe I could actually get somewhere, because clearly I'm no longer growing.
They're going to want to make money, and so that is very, very normal. And so I don't think that was the right way to approach it, and it was originally a Heritage Foundation plan to begin with. So I believe that the right approach, and the one that Democrats should pursue next, although they probably won't, is Medicare for all.
I think that's very fair, especially given, like, their position, like, the fundamental fucking principles behind the Democratic Party. That would only be fair.
So real quick, let me explain why. Medicare polls at 77% and actually accomplishes the three things that Ben talked about. It's universal coverage, it is affordable, and actually gives you good insurance. That's why it polls at 77%. And Medicare for all now polling at 60%. Federally funded health insurance for everybody polling at 61%. So I tell to my Democratic friends, you might want to...
Yes, it's what the people want. But then, if the people want to steal from the... Yeah, ever thought of the fact that homeless, they might start looking down upon the middle class when they see the middle class just one after the other, just, like, they are in a car, you know they have money, but they're just not even gonna give you that money, they're just gonna ignore you. Ever thought that the third class, the homeless people, they might start looking down upon you when you do that. I don't know, maybe also prostitutes. How does the middle class treat them? Pretty poorly, I'd say. Yeah, like, all fucking that shit. What if these people, they were like, well, you know what? We don't consider you that fucking highly. Just like the average middle class thinks, oh yeah, these corporations, they're so greedy, like, yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to be greedy. They shouldn't legally be allowed to be greedy. Because we don't like them, and fuck them. We think they're immoral. Well, the homeless probably think that we're fucking immoral for constantly ignoring them when they actually need our help and we could help them. Should we be forced to give a homeless person $5 every time that, like, I don't know, you just got out of McDonald's, you buy yourself a meal. You might be hungry, but you know you're not hungry in the same way that person's hungry. That person's hungry in the, I didn't eat, like, in the past 3 days. I might starve eventually. Like, this is legit horrible for my health. If you could give me this meal, this would be a huge difference. Was, yeah, you're just gonna be hungry. The worst, just buy another McDonald's. How much is that gonna cost you? Like, that is the trade-off. Like, just like healthcare for all, yeah, it's minorly inconveniencing these big corporations. Well, it's majorly inconveniencing like the rest of the middle class to not minorly inconvenience these corporations. Well, let's flip the bar. Since the middle class, just like everybody, loves to just try to look up and claim that they're the victim because, like, why wouldn't that fucking work? Who doesn't love doing that, right? How about you look down instead of look up and see who you might be leaving in the rubble? How about you fucking do that? By the way, again, I think that's dude, I should take fucking timestamps. Where exactly is this? Yeah, 52:25. Yeah. Dude, I have some stuff. I think 48:48, that was like the other timestamp. I'll just, like, clips that I might turn into videos. Think I should, why would I be reacting to my own live stream? That's fucking retarded. Yeah, maybe if I did these shorter clips, I think maybe that could get me more fucking traction. But
Something that's popular for a change.
who knows?
So, and finally, like on the idea that, hey, listen, everybody can't get health care. Well, this is not like furniture, which sometimes you allude to, Ben. You could have good furniture, bad furniture. I've had it all, right? That's optional. If you don't have good health care, you die.
Yeah, how the fuck does healthcare and furniture relate? Like, in any fucking respect?
And
yeah, I'd like to hear the argument for that. That sounds interesting.
And so I view it as not something that capitalism should deal with, and I believe in capitalism, and I think they make great sneakers, but something that...
Sneakers?
What is the real story of January 6th? Many people have asked that question. Some people have described...
Yeah, to be fair, they should release all the footage. I think Tucker Carlson's right. Like, if you have nothing to hide, it's just like the same people censoring misinformation. Like, oh, well, if they're just clowns, why are you taking them so seriously? Like, are you having some to hide? Yeah, just free your own name since you have nothing to hide. Like, fucking prove it. Is it that hard? Go ahead and release the footage. I completely agree with that. Even though I'm sure, even people like Tucker Carlson denounced January 6th. They will say, yeah, we're being logically consistent. This was like the Black Lives Matter thing. If we consider that to be riots, we're considering this to be a riot, and, like, yeah, people like Tucker Carlson are against that, but, yeah, transparency is key, because transparency and honesty sort of have, like, what's it called, a causational fucking relationship, so, yeah, I think maybe we should think about that. Dude, I'm gonna have so many fucking clips that I could milk into fucking content that, like, people might fucking watch and not just demand to have their cancer removed from them for. What the hell is this? So, 55, yeah, let's just, I'm just gonna get a lot of timestamps, and I'm gonna see if I want to make these into videos, because that way I might actually be able to get up in the algorithms and get some free shitposts that I can mass produce that way.
What happened on that day is an insurrection. But is that really right? Our reporters at the Epoch Times spend the whole year investigating. The results are
Wait, does my hair look like cancer? Now I need to know, because seen so many streams. Okay, let's yeah, whatever.
Report. In it, you will find exclusive interviews and analysis, as well as reporting based on new police body cam footage and internal FBI documents. This magazine provides the most
Dude, this ad is pretty old. I don't think it's really newly released anymore. But anyway.
Something that is about equality of opportunity. And you cannot have equality of opportunity if you're dead. So Medicare for all.
Okay. Fair.
Okay. Go ahead. You know.
Yeah, I get that principle appealing to meritocracy. That's very fair. Like, there is a healthcare argument for that. And it's really the lesser of two evils. There are really arguments that are fair arguments. So you could use to say, yeah, denying people healthcare for all, that's actually denying them a liberty that we grant them as, like, a fundamental principle within the American dream, the American fucking promise. Like, give them meritocracy. And this is incompatible with meritocracy. And it's really a matter of whether you prioritize that, which is the premise behind socialism, try to maximize well-being at the at the detriment of fundamental human rights, or like property rights to your taxpayer money. It's really whether you prioritize the priorities of socialism, which is like, I don't care about your property rights, I'm gonna take away whatever property I may think that you don't really need, and I'm going to give it to maximize the greater good because those are my priorities. Now, Republicans, capitalists, they would say, no, property rights are more fucking important. You can't just take people's properties and just give it to like, that's not money you have. You might have good intentions, but Robin Hood was a thief. Like, is that, yeah, we'll just steal people's taxpayer money. Now, earlier in the stream, I've already explained, like, I'll link to this stream. I'm probably gonna make another clip out of this, but, yeah, you could definitely make arguments in favor of healthcare for all, but it's really a matter of whether you are fundamentally supporting, like, socialism versus capitalism. And yeah, the next thing would be fucking hell. Yeah, now communism will just offer, yeah, we'll just spend all, like, we'll take away all property rights. We'll just completely push that to the maximum. We'll take away all property rights and go full in with the ideology. We prioritize maximizing good, maximizing the well-being of everybody in our country over over property rights. You don't have any rights to your shit. Like, the government owns everything. Everybody owns everything equally. And yeah, obviously people wouldn't want that type of stuff. That doesn't appeal to your average person. But something that might appeal to your average person is socialism, which is what people might like, socialists would argue that socialism, I guess, is balance, is like a reasonable balance between communism and capitalism. Was, no, you don't take away all of people's property rights, in favor of maximizing the greater good. You just take away the reasonable amount. Like, you just make them pay their fair share, whatever that is, and we define their fair shares, like, basically what would only minorly inconvenience them, as much as just paying taxes would inconvenience your average person. Like, it's not going to destroy or like majorly affect your standard of living, but like, it's not going to drain your quality of life. It's not gonna make you go from rich to poor. It's something that like, you could, given that you want to be a good person and you want to maximize well-being, it would be a reasonable fucking like trade-off to make, and it wouldn't really hurt you that much. It would really just majorly inconvenience you, while not doing so would majorly minorly, I meant, and while not taking this trade-off would majorly inconvenience all the people who would otherwise benefit from it. Now, I would argue that there is no reasonable amount of theft. You can't take anybody's property rights away from them and call that reasonable. Like, you just don't have this money. Now, like, from there, what's it called, dude? Yeah, like, fuck. I'm so high right now. Like, dude. Fucking hell. Either way, I don't think you should be forced to be a good person. That's overall my conclusion with this. I don't think you should be forced to be a good person if you don't want to contribute to society. Like, teaching you morals, forcing you to be a good person isn't what the law is there for. The law is there strictly to prevent you from committing abuse, which would be forcing a negative influence upon somebody else. If someone signs a contract with you, for example, and that's a shitty contract, you didn't make them sign that contract. If you want to pay someone shitty wage, they didn't have to accept that. Like, they accepted that, so blame fucking them. But yeah, that's overall my position on healthcare. I would definitely agree that it would be tremendously good for the average person, but yeah, if people don't want to contribute into it, it's really where you split on the socialism, because communism is sort of an extreme that's been just thrown out. I guess the average person might consider socialism to be reasonable if they thought about it, but yeah, it's really that boundary. By the way, I'll just this is gonna be cancer. I'm just so fucking high. I'm just sitting here like wait. Fucking hell. Yeah, let's just continue watching this fucking debate anyway.
So a couple of notes in response to the Medicare for All shtick. So this is Bernie Sanders shtick, obviously. The problem with Medicare for All is that when people say that it's
and yeah, by the way, the government's job, again, I said this, but like, the government's job, make sure you don't commit abuse, and the fucking job that to whom it is to make sure you're a good person. That is your parents' job. They should fucking teach you to be a moral person.
This is unaffordable to the person who has Medicare. It is not
that's
affordable
just
to
not
the
the government's job.
In fact, it is so unaffordable to the country that the state of California was a nut job leftist state.
How about France, dude? How are they doing?
Just refused to even pass Medicare for All because it would have immediately doubled the debt.
Yeah, I guess California is like over here, so it's more relevant, but
As far as the idea that Medicare, that medical care is a right, but it's not actually a good or a service, This is a way to make things less plentiful. If you declare things rights, but you don't actually incentivize the creation of those things, you don't get more of them. So the South African Constitution has right in there that healthcare is a right, that housing is a right. The fact is that you don't have good housing or healthcare in South Africa because just declaring things rights does not make them appear. What makes more things appear is a market-based system that creates more doctors, that creates more medical care, that creates more incentive for people to join up. So my wife is a doctor. That means she has to go through 1,000 years of medical training, and we have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to make her a doctor. The idea that you're going to have the government come in and then dictate the sort of care that she should provide to each particular patient, and then dictate how much she should be paid for that care, is going to lead to a decrease in the number of people who are going into the medical industry, which decreases the level of care overall. This is why I say that it is better to treat things as goods than as rights, because declaring something right just means that you have the right to steal it from me. But declaring something a good means that you get a market process that leads to lower prices and better care over time.
That's right. Taxpayer money is theft. Look up the definition of theft. I've probably already looked it up in the stream. Not gonna do that, or we're just gonna be trading here. I'm only 10 minutes in, but yeah, if you disagree with the idea that the taxes are theft, you are disagreeing with the definition. So yeah, if you're gonna make that case, you're gonna have to change the English vocabulary, because, I don't know, English disagrees with you. I also disagree with you because I agree with the definitions of English. That's sort of the language I speak. But yeah, if you want to redefine language, but don't pretend that in the language we currently speak, taxes do not fall under the definition of theft. They do. Like, that isn't my opinion. Since hey, I'm just gonna fucking yeah, I was doing the thumbnail. Theft definition. Theft is the taking of another person's personal property. You can't really tax someone if the taxes aren't theirs, if they're not the ones paying it. So taxes are somebody else's personal property. They can't really pay it if it's not theirs, with the intent of depriving that person of use of their property. Well, if you have taxpayer money stolen from you, like, they aren't really gonna give it back, are they, if they're going to spend it? And it's clearly not like they're stocking it somewhere, because the national debt isn't gone. So yeah, depriving that person of use of their property, well, if it was stolen from them, they aren't really gonna get to fucking use it now, are they? So yeah, if you disagree with the statement, taxes are theft, you are disagreeing with the English language. Good fucking luck arguing against that. And that is, by the way, dude, I need to stop doing this. Like, this is... Okay. Dude, I'm trying to just farm shitposts right here, because my channel's dying, dude. Feel bad for me. Please. Otherwise, I'll say N-word.
Big problem we've had before Obamacare is that it was already treated quasi as a right. You had it heavily regulated on the state level. It is continually heavily regulated. That there's a completely unregulated market is absolute nonsense. The reason that you have employer-based health insurance in the first place was as a response to wage and price controls placed in the aftermath of World War II, and employers began giving health insurance as an actual good, right? They gave it as an actual incentive to their employees. If you had an actual individual-based health insurance market, you bought it just like you bought your car insurance, you would see more and better health.
I don't know fuck all about history. I was sleeping in that class. I knew it was useless. And it is. Like, you shouldn't need to even make arguments based on, here's what happened in the past. Like, if you go on your intuition, like, oh, well, guess, like, again, this is an extreme take, an extreme example, but this is extreme as an argument. Yeah, fucking, did we need to learn that Jews were gassed to know that it's bad and that we shouldn't do that? No. And, like, based on our intuitions, we can sort of predict what will happen based on an issue, especially if it already happened. We can just, like, explain the causal mechanism. Like, going back to history, a lot of the time, like, the context will be different in whatever historical event you're trying to reference. So, yeah, you could just cherry pick that. Just give the causal reasons. Don't make your arguments based on history. History is useless. It's what happened in the past. We shouldn't be teaching that as a course. Like, that's, like, literally, yeah, the definition of useless. Do you live in the past and do you live elsewhere? No. Okay, well, it's not relevant to you. Dude. I will literally fucking farm shitposts. I'm so high. I will get like 20 fucking videos to upload that I will edit today because it's not fucking hard to take lives.
Healthcare for everyone.
Yep. All right. So, Ben, I don't want to steal health insurance from you. I want you to be healthy. That's why I want Medicare for all.
You just want to take my money and my wife's services.
So,
that's not really a point,
Republicans frame
alright.
taxes as stealing. That's preposterous.
Like, we all get that that's the premise behind free healthcare. Like, people aren't trying to implement that to give everyone shitty healthcare. Like, we know that's what you want.
So, if we don't have taxes, well, we can't do all the things that we want to do as a community. Now, there are some things that we just...
Is that our money to choose whether we want to have, like, all these things that we can do with other people's money? Oh, well, we can't have that anymore. Oh, well, that's pretty convenient, because I would sort of really love to steal, like, 1% of... But what is a lottery? Like, fucking $1.2 billion, something like these days? Oh yeah, just give me 1 fucking million. I'm sure whoever wins won't even notice. Like, it'll benefit me more than it'll benefit the fucking full-fledged retard probably who will have contributed to the lottery. So that says some stuff about them. Yeah, it'll, like, I do want that money. Dude, I want that money more than fucking you need that money. I mean, socialism, that's not communism, it's just reasonable. Well, I think that's a reasonable request. I want that money. I didn't know it worked like that. You could just take people's money because, like, well, like, we can't do all these things, and we sort of want to do these things with that money, and it's like, it's not ours, but who fucking cares, dude? Who fucking cares? Yeah, that's an epic take right here. Dude, I am going to farm shitposts. Like, I will fucking see, like, all these takes. I will see what I, like, keep, what I reject, maybe even.
Talked about that we don't want to do as a community, we want to do as individuals. In fact, the things that we want to do as individuals are much greater. That's why we're a mixed economy, but largely capitalist. And I agree with that. And I run a small business myself, getting larger every day. So, but there are some things that the government should do. They should do the military, cops, roads, bridges, and yes, education and healthcare. That's because, you know, conservatives seem a little confused.
Yeah, maybe
about
a bit more than that. How about homeless people getting housed, dude?
Paul Ryan had a whole press conference about this. Ben a little bit alluded to it there. They're like, oh my God, it turns out the healthy subsidize the sick.
The war in Ukraine forced my family to flee. My sister, mother, and grandmother left their...
Yeah, fuck people.
Yeah,
we know the war's bad.
Insurance! That's how it works! It's like the people with that are not getting into accidents are subsidizing the accidents. Yes, that's car insurance.
Yeah, that's theft. I know. That's how... Like, if you force that upon people, that's theft. I know. Like, who fucking knew, dude? That's sort of been his argument. Like, I don't know if you heard him. Did he not say that? Am I just high? Maybe, I don't know. But, like, yeah, you missed the fucking point, dude. Let's fucking go.
That's how insurance works.
How fucking,
and yes,
yeah,
taxes
dude.
work in that we all decide we're going to do X, but we're
Yeah, they do work. Actually, they don't work because they're meant to, at least in our society, benefit the people. Like, yeah, taxes are supposed to go towards the greater... What do the people want their taxpayer money to go towards and fix? Well, there's enough people who would want their taxpayer money to like, say, end homelessness for if the tax system worked and this money being stolen from people actually went towards what the greater fucking collective community wants it to go towards, yeah, maybe we wouldn't have the homelessness crisis. So, no, it doesn't even work, actually. I was about to give you credit where credit's due, but yeah, then I remembered, there's actually no credit here. Ben Shapiro destroyed Cenk Uygur here, so...
We're not going to do what?
By the way, that... Dude, I need to stop doing this at this point, because, like, this is going to get really cancerous if I start doing that. Like, my live stream already sort of is, but...
It is fair for
I'm all
society
over
to
the
say
place.
that, yes, we are going to do healthcare for everybody. Everybody. We're not going to leave 20 million people uninsured. We're not going to leave 30 million people uninsured. That's not what we do in a civilized society.
Yeah, well, if insurances were optional, I would completely agree with you. I think that is a great system, and then try to convince people to buy into that system. Make it optional. That's the only thing. Then it's not theft. Then any counter-argument is absolute bullshit. You can't say anything about that anymore. Like, make it optional. Just make it fucking optional. Then you're resolving this whole fucking theft, dilemma. Just make it fucking optional. That's the only thing that we ask as Republicans, is don't steal people's money.
And from time to time, they, you know, and they attack against Medicare. They say, oh, it's an entitlement. Yeah, we paid for it.
Yeah, you're damn right. Yeah,
that's... Our whole lives. You're goddamn right we're entitled to it. Because we paid for it. We paid for it.
And yeah, that's very fucking true. If you're going to say, yeah, we're paying, and like if people choose to do that, I think it should be a choice. But yeah, you should get to choose to pay into this. Have government incentives to sort of pressure us into doing so, such as you don't have, as I mentioned, you don't have access to public services if you don't contribute to it. Yeah, like segregate those who don't pay their taxes, pretty much. Yeah, the rich, do they want to be segregated? No. Yeah, have that fucking incentive. And I'm not gonna go back over all that. But, yeah, then I do agree. You're damn right. We're entitled to it. We paid for that.
And so when you take out the...
Like, great point. Like, that's what the average person wants their taxpayer money to go towards. So that should be addressed.
Of the
other countries have it, and it works. I'm surprised you didn't point that out.
Companies that put their profits in there, that put their marketing in there, that put their lobbyist money in there, that means more savings for Americans.
Yeah, America is so fucking corrupt. Like, I realized that over the past, like, few months. Like, how... Like, between money into politics and the fact that, again, countries like France, this is gonna be a rhetoric point that comes back. Maybe I believe what they're doing is immoral, but, like, yeah, I actually disagree with money being into politics. I believe the system, say, in the libtard country might be better. Only small dollar donations, and it's less corrupt. It's like, Trump said, drain the swamp. How about the next fucking person... How about the left actually bring someone other than Joe Biden, who's not going to be a corporate Democrat, who's actually going to represent them and be serious, and not just be what the right would refer to as woke, some retard, and actually be a consistent socialist. Go ahead and run on that type of stuff. Go ahead and give your people what they would want to be paying for in their taxpayer money. Represent them. And when Donald Trump says drain the swamp, well, run on actually following up on his promise and explain how you're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna put money out of politics, all of this crazy fucking lunatic military spending. Yeah, we're gonna cut that. The Pentagon is not only is our taxpayer money being stolen, but like, it is being wasted on useless shit that like, these people are so unserious that they aren't even willing to account for the money that they use after it's been fucking stolen. That's how little respect these people have for the average middle class, and that is a point that Republicans keep fucking pushing. How about the next Republican or Democrat just run on the fucking idea we're going to take money out of politics and we're going to fucking, like, cut the, fucking military budget lunacy that, some people, like, obviously I'd prefer that be a Republican, because I think Republicans just have other better ideas, such as prioritizing property rights, over, just maximizing the greater good at the expense of people's property rights. I don't think any amount of theft is reasonable, but yeah, that could... Fuck, dude, I might honestly just, keep it doing this. I'm already at it. Like, dude, I'm gonna have so many cookie cutter, like, just videos to just post.
So finally, you know, the idea that it can't be done is preposterous, since every other...
Preposterous. That is a 4-syllable word. I'm fucking shooting myself, dude. Jesus Christ. What the fuck does that mean?
...in developed country does some version of single payer. It obviously can be done, and it is done at lower rates and better coverage.
So let me...
By the way, I should maybe, like, start recording as well, because I just made it so that, yeah, my thing automatically... I don't know if that might, like, freeze my stuff, though. It automatically records onto my hard drive, so I don't even have to remove the stuff to, like, when my PC space gets clogged up anymore. So that's pretty good.
Add something to this question, and you can respond to it if you want to, but Cenk referenced Paul Ryan. When the Republicans took control of Congress, Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House, famously said, "We need to switch from being an opposition party to being a proposition party."
Yeah, that is, my entire thing that I would say into politics. And, well, I'd say the reason I got into politics was actually because the opposite was done. It was turned, the political landfill was turned into a shit show of entertainment. Donald Trump participated, and CNN actually completely followed up with it by being like, you know what, this guy's actually giving us entertainment. We just learned, he just let us realize what clickbait is. We could just make shitposts. Instead of actually putting effort into our content, we could just clickbait the same guy, because talking about the same topic over and over again requires less effort, and apparently it's more clickbaity. Oh, well, the whole market that had been on YouTube, that, like, average middle-class people want brain-dead fucking... Like, who actually realize how society works, how your average person works, who realize that stuff, that's better. CNN finally caught on. Who would have known? And, yeah, with Trump taking office, they made everybody realize that, yeah, they're more interested in shitposting. They just realized that was a thing. Like, how great. Like, they never watched YouTube. But now they sort of had to, because Trump, like... What do? We're not used to that shit. We're just establishment Democrats. Like, we're just classical fucking... Like, we're not into that new shit. We're not into looking at diverse paths. We stick to our script. But, like, we have to get a new script. Oh, well, we'll do that. Like, we just get one script to just repeat. And from there, like, we just switch from trying to be, like, a standards channel, a channel that is standards, to just shitposting, maximizing profit. They're corporate Democrats. They just switched to maximizing profits. Who cares about morals? We've never cared. George Floyd, well, you know what? Well, since we're shitposting, and Donald Trump has been a thing, we're sort of used to that now. Well, let's use that as ammunition for the next race war. Well, we found a clip of George Floyd. Who knows? This is a pretty big country. Some people are racist in it. Well, who knows? You could also on the right side have, like, oh, well, let's find a clip of a trans person being a rapist. Like, does that prove any more, like, that trans people are rapists than George Floyd would prove anything about police officers and how racist they are and how they are an issue? No. So, yeah, that whole fucking thing with, like, it's all just fucking fearmongering.
So what's your evaluation?
And yeah, we need to be more proposition, and we need to get away from that. I mean, it'd be for the greater good. Obviously, I would not benefit from that, because as the political landscape is now, it's way more entertaining. There's a lot more stuff that's gonna be more clickbaity to talk about. And honestly, I've never cared about politics until now that I sort of looked into these videos, because it doesn't really affect my life. I've never cared. I was like, dude, I have my own problems to take care of, like, this political shit. I don't really care. It's just others can look at that. And, like, I don't know. And, yeah, like, now that I'm getting more into it, it's a bad landfill. It's wrong for it to be that way, but it's definitely more fucking entertaining. And CNN made a really bad mistake. They really didn't know what they were getting into, because, like, the Republican Party was actually starting to go, like, a major amount of them, just fully opposition, fully, like, you see Tucker Carlson's rhetoric, yeah, he just assumes that the Democratic Party, it's really just this thing based on, like, people who are reminiscent of communism or some shit, just who want to be completely ideological instead of practical, who just want to find some meaning in their life and just go on, we'll be rebels, we'll just go into this sad stuff that doesn't really work, and then it's just a sugarcoat made by the elites to try and fuck over the middle class and brainwash them. So that's basically the narrative of the far right. And CNN, when they did this race war thing with George Floyd, they were like, well, that's pretty clickbaity, let's do that. Let's actually paint all police officers as racist, and let's make white supremacy a mainstream topic again, when it had fallen in terms of relevancy, basically down to flat earth. Yeah, let's talk about it and pretend as if it's still a thing, as if someone like me who lives in Louisiana might actually ever have fucking seen a racist person other than, like, fucking online. Like, let's just pretend that's the case, because that'll get views. And yeah, it did, but it sort of made the average Republican lose interest in all fucking trusted authorities. And those go in a lot of ways. The media used to be a trusted authority figure. CNN, all that used to be reputable sources. And with Trump's uprise, they just went fully into just the clown shit, adapting to the political terrain with their corporate Democrat interests. They've always been corporate Democrats, which is by default disingenuous position. Either you're going to be a capitalist like me, or you're going to be in favor of socialism or communism, which is just an extreme. No one's really for that. Socialism, which is just quote-unquote reasonable if you think that there's a reasonable amount of money you can steal from people in the form of taxpayer money. Like, I think that's a reasonable stance to have, even though I disagree with it. And that's the premise behind socialism. At least be a socialist, don't be a corporate Democrat. That's literally you saying on stage different things than what you vote for. When we look at policymakers, Joe Biden, these corporate Democrats, well, the policies that they, like, in Congress will vote for will tend to be mostly right-leaning. So you're not consistent with your ideologies. And when CNN just really showed their true colors as corporate Democrats to the world, well, Republicans sort of found out, yeah, this used to be trusted authority figure is sort of garbage. They shouldn't be trusted because they're full of shit. And on that realization, there was sort of this whole mob mentality that goes with, well, you know what, the one authority figure has been lying to us, who else has been lying to us? And from there, they'll go on with, well, say vaccines. And it's the same thing. CNN started that. The Daily Wire and Fox News continued it with, like, the trans debate. Well, yeah, this thing of black people, like, I mean, police officers, white police officers, they're just racist, terrible people. And it's like, okay, well, let's check that on the statistics instead of the anecdotes that you just referenced for shock value. Because those are just more fucking clickbaity than statistics. Well, yeah, let's compare that. Oh, black police officers are twice as likely to shoot black people as opposed to white police officers. I don't know. How about Fox News and the Daily Wire? What do they spread? Oh, trans people. What types of crimes are they more likely to commit? oh, trans people, how about rape? Okay, let's see. Drag queen events versus churches. Since drag queen events are very, are their sort of home space for these trans people, apparently. Well, that's a common analogy that I see made. Churches versus drag queen events. Which have a higher rate of sexual assault? Let's get into the facts instead of the feelings and the personal anecdotes. Let's get to substance. Well, on that fucking matter, again, you're wrong. Apparently churches, which I don't, I have no, that boggles my fucking mind how, like, imagine deciding to rape, like, out of any place, in a church. That's insane. Like, I can't get over that, but it's facts. Like, you can't really disagree with statistics that are, like, actually true. So, how about immigration? Well, what's the argument against immigration? One of these big arguments is, oh, immigrants are gonna just collapse society. They're gonna take so much more into the system than they, put out into the system. They're gonna take it so much more out of the system than they're gonna put in. What comes with, oh, they commit all this crime, like what, theft or something. Actually, it turns out not only do immigrants, legal and non-illegal, they put more into, say, social security. They put more into the system than they take out, so that's wrong. And on top of that, both illegal and legal immigrants are less likely, half as likely to commit crimes as opposed to native-born American citizens. And if you think about it, again, on an intuitive standpoint, that makes sense. Because, what do you know, if you're an immigrant, why would you leave your home, your birthplace? So many Americans are really attached to that. Well, other people in other cultures might also be attached to that. Thing is, if they left where they were born and everything they had for America, maybe they have an incentive to want to stay here, and especially if they're legal. And if they get caught, they might have to, not only lose all the stuff that they want to have over here that appeals to them, that they aren't really granted as a natural right, and so, they have more of an incentive not to steal. They have more punishment to be scared of, but they also have, an appeal to not wanting to go back to wherever they fucking came from. If they hated it so much that they were willing to leave it behind, and leave everything behind to go to America. So, yeah, what's the media's pushing? Oh, well, all these groups, they just commit all this crime. These groups that are literally just random groups that make up some portion of the population, and a significant percentage when you consider that the large scale that is America. So 1%, say if trans people make up even 0.1%, that's a significant enough portion of the population for them to be, actually be valuable, be fucking substantive. That's a meaningful amount of the population. That's way more meaningful than, say, white supremacists or flat earthers. What percentage do they make? Fucking nothing. They are just irrelevant. They're just outliers. But, yeah, these people, you can't really go on the premise that, oh, yeah, this entire group is just, just ill-intended, just fucking badly meaning people who just want to take away your rights, take away, yeah, they just want to hurt you, basically. Well, the average person, that's why Republicans have such a problem with claims of America's systemically racist, because it's false, and because it would suggest about Americans that they are just apathetic assholes who are racist. And Americans aren't that way, and I would extend that to people. People are not that way. People mean well in general, and we should apply that. The average person isn't racist, so whether we're slandering America here, I think it's just, yeah, when you're saying that about the average person, and the average person, they care about their community, and it's important to them, they respect it, and like they'd be willing to defend it. Some of them might sign up to the military, to die for their fucking country if they need to. Yeah, when the society that they might be willing to fight for is fucking saying, oh yeah, like your average person, they're actually racist. Oh yeah, like these people who are here to defend your average person, the cops, oh yeah, let's just slander them as racists too. Like, yeah, all these people were here to actually try to help your society on average, because most people mean well, and them being subscribed to a specific group doesn't mean anything about their intentions. And most people's intentions, most people mean well, so whether or not they'd be from a specific group, like police officers are just a subset of the population. They're just people, average people who happen to need a job and who happen to find the job police officers. On average, that's true. And yeah, like when people say, oh yeah, what yeah, this group, trans people, they commit rape, and immigrants, they commit fucking, I don't know, other crimes like theft, and police officers, they commit racism, and the shit fucking goes on. Yeah, when you have all of these trusted news medias that say objectively false information, as I've just pointed out, yeah, the public starts losing their shit and starts thinking, who else is lying to us? And there are a lot of trusted sources which will be severely misinformed, just like their viewers, and who will push complete garbage, and such as vaccine misinformation. Oh well, who else has lied to us? We'll answer that for you. And then stuff like the vaccines, which, like, that's the same thing. You're more afraid of, like you're fear-mongering about vaccine side effects, and the specific ones you're fear-mongering over, a lot of them apparently are more common as a side effect of COVID than they are as a side effect of the vaccine. And to that you might say, well, if you aren't vaccinated, you don't necessarily get COVID. So to compare the side effects of some that you are, like, not hypothetically, but like concretely getting if you take the vaccine versus the side effects of some you're hypothetically getting, well, let's make this statistical. The chances of you suffering from these side effects, especially if you suffer from them from COVID, they'll be way less mild. And I would say, the facts that would dispute that, the odds of you getting, like, let's just pretend, for the sake of argument, that, the side effects, from the vaccine versus from COVID, they are equal in how bad they'll be, basically. You're not more likely to die from them. Let's just say that. Like, that type of stuff. They're set equal. Well, you're more likely, given that you don't take the vaccine, you are more likely to either get COVID, like, given that you do not take the vaccine, you're more likely to both get COVID and get these side effects than you would be given that you take the vaccine, to either get these side effects, either get COVID from the vaccine and still have those side effects, because then the side effects will be a lot milder on top of that. So on these most objective stances, like, the idea that we should, now that's the next thing we shouldn't trust. That's the next people who are lying to us. The people who are telling us face masks are beneficial and work against COVID. Yeah, you have statistics now. Well, I don't care about them anymore. Like, that is the snowball effect that CNN triggered when they were like, you know what, we've sort of always been corporate Democrats, and we're sort of slow. It took us a while to realize clickbait was a thing, and Donald Trump sort of gave us that opportunity. So we'll pretend we hate him, but, like, we'll sort of enjoy the new enlightenment of how we could more fairly, more accurately express our political viewpoint, corporate Democrat, how that more accurately expresses. No, like, I'm just having a fake opinion to basically be a populist, more or less. But a fake, like a non-well-meaning populist.
Then of their efforts in that direction to unite the party and move legislation forward.
I mean, we all have eyes. They suck at it. I mean, and Paul Ryan is not exactly my go-to guy when it comes to political acumen and genius. So I'd more want to respond to some of the contentions that Cenk was making about Medicare for all and single-payer health care. A couple of things. One, when you say we pay for it, that's not technically true. The idea that everybody who's paying into Medicaid paid for it and now they get out what they paid in is obviously not true. It is a redistributive program, and to pretend otherwise is just silly. The people who are paying the payroll taxes are not the people who are taking out through Medicaid, obviously.
Can I just address that super quick? So if we're talking about Medicare, right? Not Medicaid.
Right.
So in Medicare, so you're both correct and incorrect. So it's not like I put in $20 and I get $20 back. That part is true.
Right.
But we all pay into Medicare together, and then we all get it when we are
Can I
sick.
ask you,
That
so can I
which
ask
is
you a
insurance.
question? I have two questions, really serious questions. One, what is your ideal tax rate? Because it's going to cost a lot of money for a lot of this stuff. And two, what is your ideal level of medical care? Because the fact is that we can spend millions of dollars on people at end-of-life care. We can spend millions of dollars.
By the way, like, he's talking about affordability, and that's a very good point. Like, what are you willing to go to for this? What, like, how are you proposing this? What exactly is your proposal here? What are your terms so we could talk about it? And I think an interesting thing that I would like to add to this, I've heard this a lot, that's an interesting point, which is as much as healthcare might cost a lot, one way that it actually brings back, like, pays back into the economy and comes back in, yeah, that is redistributive. Absolutely, that's the whole premise behind socialism, redistributing wealth. Because who cares about property rights? Who cares that, well, oh, well, you, as a rich person, your entire life savings, you save them up to benefit your kid. Yeah, let's actually, well, the other kid who's not loved by rich parents, they deserve it just as much as your kid. Let's just put that money into the fucking their pockets. Even though you saved up your entire life for your kids. That'd be the type of premise behind, like, his thing. But, yeah, it absolutely is a redistributive thing. But, thing is, since people get to live longer, thanks to, like, they'll get to not go bankrupt anytime they catch a deadly disease that might just permanently handicap them and cripple them financially. That'll pay back into the economy if that type of stuff doesn't happen. So I think that's a great point. Cenk Uygur never... I don't know if he even addressed that. I don't think so, but that's something I would add to that.
On surgeries and preventative care. I mean, healthcare is an expensive business, even under a single-payer system, which is why generally you end up with rationing. So, what is your ideal level of healthcare that is provided to everyone, and what sort of tax rate are you proposing to subsidize that?
Yeah. So those are very, very fair questions. So let's talk about taxes for a second. So conservatives agree or say all the time that the golden era of America was the 1950s and 1960s. Well, there's a lot of truth to that. Our economy was booming at the time, and we became the #1 economy in the world at that time.
By the way, let me guess, I still have 0 viewers, but I'll still... 2 people watching. One of them's probably me, but that's a lot of minutes, dude. Anyway, let me get back to fucking this right here.
The tax rate for the highest bracket fluctuated between 70 and 91%. So that is when we were at our best. Now, I want to be clear. I'm also a businessman, and boy, that seems high. It does, okay? And one of the reasons my family were Republicans when I was growing up was because before Reagan came in, the highest marginal tax rate was 70%. So now we are nowhere near that. We have reduced taxes to bare bones, and we have shifted the taxes onto the middle class and away from the rich and corporations. So there is a much better balance to be had, and if you...
Either way, it's theft, but yeah, the whole premise behind taxes would be, like, socialism. That's the, like, most prevalent idea that would go in favor of taxes. It's really socialism versus capitalism, and yeah, it would logically follow from socialism that make them equally pay the official.
Well, you're going to have $800 in taxes that are new. I say, wow, that hurts. But you're going to save $1,000 in premiums. Deal. That is a deal I will take every time because I can do math.
Okay.
So that is the beginning of your answer to taxes. And then you said how much care. Well, so that is something that all the countries that do single payer or a version of single payer struggle with. And they have learned a lot of lessons. And if we stop saying, America's #1, we might actually just, first of all, on this issue, we're number 37. And if we looked at what Japan is doing so well, keeping costs down to half of ours and less, we might actually learn something from Japan, Switzerland, and other countries. And by the way, when we say Medicare for all, Medicare Advantage exists. So you can actually add private insurance on top of that. And I find that perfectly great. I have no problems with that at all. So that is the government making sure you don't die and actually lowering rates for you. And then if you want more insurance, no problem.
So all this sounds great, except for the fact that Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security eat up 66% of the federal budget every single year. The idea that all of these socialized medicine countries have it so much better than we do, particularly in terms of cancer care, is a joke. We are still #1 in terms of 5-year cancer survival rate here in the United States.
Sounds like a...
And when you talk about top marginal tax rates in the 1950s, there are a couple things that are worth noting. One, that was top individual marginal tax rates, not necessarily the business tax rate. We now have some of the highest...
No, my anecdotes would definitely not fall with that. One person I really knew, like I was sort of close to, like, he ended up dying of cancer. His family had to sell their house on top of lose him as the family member that he was. Like, his chemotherapy wasn't started until, like, over a week after it should have. Because he wasn't an elite. And, like, yeah, there was just not enough... Like, he didn't have enough money to get fucking transferred over to a different hospital fast enough.
Corporate tax rate.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much of that's true, but that definitely intuitively sounds like a great argument.
Together in the industrialized world. And if you would prefer for us to destroy half of the world before we become the only country that didn't have its industrial capacity destroyed, which is what happened in the 1940s, leading to us being the only productive country on planet Earth, essentially, for the next 2 decades, I'm not with you there. I'm not really in favor of having a giant world war that destroys all industrial capacity across the West, so that we're the only people who actually have the capacity to produce anything and just markets that we can provide to.
Right. So, first of all, it is fair to say that, of course,
Dude,
the 1950s and 60s were different. We just come out of the war. So, but...
Yeah, that sort of points out how, using history all the time, like, yeah, going back to history. Well, history is going to have different contexts. And so, explain the causal reasons as to why, like, if history made it that way, explain why it would have made it that way. And explain why this is still relevant today, because sometimes context matters, and that's what you'll see in history. You can cherry pick any fucking thing. So, yeah, history is definitely not the best fucking replacement for critical thinking, which that's the whole premise behind teaching it in high school over critical thinking for. And the worst thing about school, they are so retarded with their system, they don't even teach any of the substantive things, such as what happened, when we learned about Hitler and all, like, the people would keep saying while we would watch Holocaust movies, like, in American history class, like, oh yeah, they were so stupid to, like, vote for this guy, and the teacher would be like, yeah, I know, right? Like, it's like, is that really what happened? Were they just all fucking retarded? Or, let's talk about that. How did these people end up voting for Hitler? If we're gonna try to learn from other people's mistakes, well, we're not gonna make the same mistake. Hitler isn't gonna come back. The conspiracy theorists who, like, fucking conspired on, he actually didn't die. Well, he'd be dead fucking now, so he's not gonna come back. So, the next thing isn't going to be the last thing. It's going to have its differences. And what do we learn in history class? Well, we learn the dates, the names of the events, the names of, like, the stuff that happened, what it was called, what it happened, the fucking dates, the names of the people who were involved. All that stuff. We never focus on the substance. That's all the stuff that we need to learn. Like, what was the name of Christopher Columbus's ship? Like, none of this is actually gonna help you be able to know what mistakes we made exactly, other than, oh, they must have been dumb, just follow our intuitions and just assume we're better than them, because that's what everybody does, just assume they're being fucking oppressed. It's like the middle class is doing with, oh, the higher class aren't giving us more stolen money. So we're the oppressed people, but like homeless people, yeah, we're not gonna give them money. The average middle class person ignores a homeless guy that they see while they're getting McDonald's. They're getting themselves food, not that homeless person food. So, yeah, I would argue, like, the average middle class person must look as entitled and brattish to the average homeless person after they've been out in the street being ignored by the average middle class for a while. Yeah, they might start having some contempt for the middle class, looking up, as we all fucking do here, but, yeah, maybe we're not necessarily all the victims. Anyway, what the fuck was I was on a tangent and I felt like I didn't finish it, but...
You have to consider all the different factors. So one was that factor, and the other...
Oh yeah, I think the baseline, what I was going off of is, yeah, with history, right, that was the whole topic. Yeah, like, the stuff isn't going to be... All these things that we learn in history, we don't learn any of why it happened. We don't learn the mistakes we made, and, like, the lesson there is to pull from that. That's not what history class is. So, it doesn't even replace critical thinking in the matter, oh, well, what were the mistakes we made then? So that we can learn the substance of them, and how to, like, be able to identify these same types of themes happening today. Like, no, we just learn the stuff that is specific to back in the time. So, yeah, clearly, yeah, school doesn't do a good job at educating people. That's the least we could say.
So when Republicans or conservatives say, well, high taxes by definition will lead to slower growth, well, we know because of our experience in the 1950s and 60s that isn't true. Now, you can say there are other factors.
Yeah, that's what we get for forcing people to waste an hour a day learning history and that type of shit. You should know that public schools also force people to waste an hour of their time learning English, because I guess once you reach fucking middle school, you might still not be fluent in your own fucking language. Like, you might still not know how to speak your own fucking language after middle school. Who knows, dude? Fucking retarded. And it's not like you spend this time increasing your vocabulary with learning how to, like, I don't know, make better... no, you just fucking... Oh, well, read fiction novels. How about that? How's that going to help you in your life, buddy? Oh, well, yeah, great answer, dude.
But you can't say that the highest marginal tax rate being 70 or even 90% slows down growth, because it didn't. And it wasn't in Japan and Switzerland. It was right here. And
are they claiming that happened under Reagan? Because Reagan was a Republican, so... like, that'd literally be, like, as fundamentally, like... like, that'd be, like, the biggest fundamental contradiction of his actions to his philosophy, like, ever. And Reagan was actually one of the most popular fucking Republicans, even by the standards of Republicans today, who stick to the principle, a lot of them, that theft is wrong.
And so, and by the way, as a guy who grew up Republican, I was surprised by that too. I was surprised that Finland's system of non-competition in schools worked, but it does. So we have to be open to facts and understand. So, and on the issue of where we're good and not good.
Ja, CNN sa det. fucked that up for everybody, didn't they? By just being the first authority figure who comes out as truly corporate Democrat, LMAO.
In healthcare, sure, there are different areas
Talking about fake point of view.
where we excel. But Ben, honestly, you're cherry picking there at one particular area that we're good. Overall, we're number 37. That is not a good result.
Well, you have
so
to break
if we're
down
not
what that
dying
means.
from cancer, we're dying from other things. It's empirical. we are not as healthy. And finally, this idea that corporations are paying the highest tax rate is both, again,
yeah, I could definitely see, like, for example, like, the lowest of society, not that they represent the average person here, but, like, firstly, the homeless, the least likely people to be able to afford healthcare. Yeah, I could definitely see them, like, just given the lifestyle conditions that they're in, like, probably having something else catch up to them before, like, probably having something else fucking, like, take them down before cancer is time to catch up to them. Like, I could see this not applying to some people, but, like, cancer is still, like, I think the number 2, like, biggest fucking cause of, like, death after heart disease, and that's why people will say that we should switch to plant-based diet, by the way, but...
True and untrue. The part that it's true is, hey, there's a rate of 30...
Yeah, and by the way, saturated fats and cholesterol play a causal role in heart disease. And, like, there's a whole different... It's a way longer digression into cancer, but it's basically the same thing when you get into the facts, so... Yeah, that's a whole separate issue, though. I'm not gonna get into all that.
35%. The part that's not true is they don't actually pay that. There is giant loopholes. And they've got $2 trillion sitting offshore, and they won't bring it in. And the reality is that if you look at the taxes from the 1950s...
Yeah, why would they? And it's not even like their taxpayer money is being used in, like, genuine ways. Like, how much Pentagon money is missing? How much money did we give to the military that they weren't even fucked to give Americans the basic respect as people who are supposed to protect them, to even account for where they're spending their money? Like, these people are such lunatics that, like, they just didn't even bother to account for the money that they stole from their fellow Americans who they're supposed to protect. Oh, well, you're protecting them from foreign threats, which aren't really happening, from these hypothetical threats. Well, we aren't actually at war, so when you're talking about concretely, not in the abstract, we aren't at war, so no hypotheticals, reality speaking. Yeah, we're giving this money to a hypothetical foreign threat that isn't happening, while people are dying on the ground from not having healthcare, and homeless people, that bottom of society, which taxes are supposed to, like, the whole premise behind this socialism over capitalism argument that would favor taxes, which is what we currently have in this country. Yeah, it's to redistribute the wealth and allow these people to get somewhere. Well, yeah, homeless people, they don't even have a shelter. They're just left out in the streets when we could afford housing them. It'd in fact cost less to just house them than it would to keep putting, like, all the anti-homeless infrastructure. You'll see, like, spikes and stuff to prevent homeless people from sleeping there. Like, yeah, the Humanist Report made a great point about that earlier. So, yeah, the military budget is a fucking joke. It is a hypothetical threat, while things like healthcare, that is a concrete threat that you can measure the deaths. You can measure them, and you can even compare their rate to different countries, say the libtard country France, which I have some personal experience with. What is the libtard country's death rates from, like, not having healthcare versus having healthcare? What about other non-third world countries which have universal healthcare, which neither Ben Shapiro nor Cenk Uygur will have brought up for some unbeknownst reason? No one really knows. Like, either way.
corporations used to pay about a third of our taxes, about 33% of the taxes overall. So they did their fair share, and that is fair. I don't want them paying all of it, but I want them paying a reasonable amount. Now, the share that corporations pay of taxes is down to 10%. You see what they did there? They did wealth redistribution. They took your wealth and redistributed it to them.
That's why maybe we shouldn't have taxes, so that people who are thieves, since they're agreeing to taxes, can't just use that in disingenuous ways, such as just, like, getting the people who are meant to protect you and therefore respect you before anything, just be so fucking irresponsible that they don't even account for where they're fucking spending their money for some hypothetical threat. Like, yeah, this whole thing is a fucking joke. And yeah, when you allow people to steal, these thieves probably won't be very genuine, and they might try to cause these loopholes, because when you have a theft-based system, it's already not a very moral system by definition. Yeah, people are gonna try to take advantage of that, and an already immoral system will be prone to being taken advantage of in immoral ways. How about doing what I already explained? Let's reference a video. I'm probably gonna make clips of all that. Either way.
Okay.
Ben, I'll let you respond to that.
Yeah, one more quick point, and then
Sure.
I'll be done with this, because we can do healthcare for 8 hours here. But two things. One, I'd like to know which tax deduction, when people say tax loopholes, a tax loophole is just a tax deduction that's available to everyone, and some people take advantage of it and some people don't. I can't take advantage of certain corporate tax deductions because my business isn't in those businesses, for example. I'm sort of with you in the sense that I'm not in favor of tax deductions. I'm in favor of a lower tax rate and get rid of a lot of the tax deductions, because I think that it's ridiculous that we have people gaming the system. That said, I'd like to know which tax deductions you'd like to do away with, and I'd like to know also, when you say that corporations pay 10% of the taxes, right, and individuals pay the other 90%, okay, so that means the taxes are still getting paid to a higher rate than we ever have in our history in terms of tax revenue to the government. The amount of tax revenue to the government right now is trillions of dollars every year. And final point here. You elided this question by saying we can learn stuff from Japan.
Have you had a social media post censored, deleted, or fact-checked by a big tech platform? Tell us on our national survey on big tech.
Okay, dude,
the
that's
standard
sort
of
of
care
cool.
is the entire question when it comes to single-payer health care. That is the entire thing. If people
Wait,
felt
I
like
sort of missed what he said there. Wait.
You elided this question by saying we can learn stuff from Japan. The standard of care is the entire question when it comes to single-payer health care. That is the entire thing. If people felt like they were going to get the same access to care in a single-payer healthcare system as they did in a system where they can pay their own way, then we would have no controversy here. But the fact is that rationing is mandated as soon as you start having the government run the healthcare system and decide what level of care people get. So I don't want anyone deciding what level of care that I can get. I don't want anyone else to. They don't care about me. They don't know my child's name. They don't know my name. All they know is how much I cost.
I think the bigger capitalist counterpoint is more towards it's our fucking money. We get to choose where we put it. So unless the system's optional, it's theft. And I do not stand for my property rights being confiscated from me, because I believe in liberty. And that's what this country was sort of founded upon. Yeah, that's a more popular, I guess, argument.
I mean, Ezekiel Emanuel's at least honest about this. Ezekiel Emanuel comes out and says, listen, I want to die at 70, right? I want to die at 80. That's fine with me. I'd rather die at that. Well, that's good for him. But if I don't want to die at 80, I don't want my father to die at 80, it's not his damn business.
Fuck yeah, dude. If I pop another firecracker, my mother might bitch at me.
So when you say tax revenue is at its highest point, now you know that that's misleading, because everything economically is at its highest point, meaning that we have a lot more people in the country than we did in the 1950s and 60s, so hence we are collecting more overall taxes. But the reality is, as a percentage, it is clearly down. The top bracket now is around 39%. It used to be at 91%. That's inarguable, right?
But our economy is significantly larger than it was then, and part of that is because of reductions in taxes over previous decades.
Well, we...
That's fair.
We tried supply.
I remember I saw a clip of Cenk Uygur like talking like an aftermath. He was talking after afterthoughts on the Tucker Carlson debate, and he was bringing up, oh yeah, Tucker Carlson was actually very fair, but like these people like Ben Shapiro were just talking point. Like he wasn't a real person; he was like a robot. Like. I think Ben Shapiro did a very fair job. Like, he's just so repulsed by capitalism because, oh, it's the rich being their snob. Like, they aren't real people. They just have fake fucking points of views because they don't care about you. And then, like, Tucker Carlson made a, well, more populist approach, some people might say, because he's for what's in the greater good of America. And he wants to make everybody's life better, and he believes that capitalism is the best way to go about this. I don't necessarily think that is true, but like overall, I definitely think Tucker Carlson's a very reasonable person with a lot of like good points to his name. But yeah, I definitely loved the Tucker Carlson versus Cenk Uygur debate. I'm gonna react to that too, but like I definitely think like this was Ben Shapiro did fair in this. Like Cenk Uygur apparently afterwards he tried to downgrade Ben Shapiro's. Like he was just talking points like a machine. He wasn't a real person. It's like no, he did a good job. Like, I'm looking at this. He did a good fucking job, dude. Like, hands down.
Side economics. Hey, Kansas, how's that working out for you? So, there's this myth that...
It's working out for you. Your business is doing great.
Okay, yeah. Well, we just had 8 years of Obama.
This is so sad.
So the tax rate is clearly lower for the richest people in the country. It is clearly lower for corporations, in effect. It is, and so to say that it's a record collection is misleading. So in terms of the healthcare and how that relates to the government, oh, by the way, on one more thing on taxes, you said, name me a tax loophole. Mm-hmm. So yes, there are plenty of those. For example,
by the way, Tucker Carlson implicitly approves of this now. He says nicotine frees your mind, so... I'm just setting free. I can't watch a Ben Shapiro's edition because for some reason, I don't know if this is a glitch on my computer. My computer does tend to have autism patterns, I see, and it's fucking, like, activity, whatever the fuck that means, what I just said. But what I said is true, however, so, dude, I feel like I need to shut the fuck up, but no, I'm live streaming that. No, this is good. I just forgot what the fuck I was saying. Dude, like, I'm doing that less and less, but when I get high, it's like, yeah, bro, Ben Shapiro definitely... Oh, yeah, I paused to talk about that. Yeah, Tucker Carlson, approves of this. I'm freeing my mind, okay? I'm watching... Can't watch it on Ben Shapiro's channel, but I'm watching his debate, dude. Hell yeah.
High dividend offshore, they do like double Dutch and the Irish sandwich or the...
Imagine, like, actually protecting your own property rights despite the government trying to take that away from you. Like, that's just so fucked up, dude. LMAO. Am I right, boys? Okay, let me make sure my webcam looks... Yeah, it was probably, like, way back. I'm trying to make sure I'm not, like... all the way back, and I'm sort of like, my head is like in the frame, you know? Alright.
The reverse, and I would end that. I would say, hey, you know what? If we've got a 35% rate, here's the new rule. You're going to pay 35%, okay? And you're not allowed to hide your money. I don't care if it's in the Cayman Islands. We're going to make that illegal, Mitt Romney. We're going to make it illegal, okay?
Alright, dude.
So then every once in a while they do a tax holiday. Well, that must be nice. You remember when you got a tax holiday?
Oh, so apparently Mitt Romney is like a... Oh, he cares about his property rights? Is that what you're saying? He's a Republican? What do you know, dude? We're gonna make it illegal for you to own property. Yeah, that's gonna turn a left-leaning Republican in your favor. Yeah, attack people who are like leaning towards your side. Good fucking job, dude. That's really like playing your fucking boss right, making the good strategic moves. Just attack the people who are leaning towards you and say, yeah, we're gonna remove your property rights, bitch. I'm talking to you, bitch. Yeah, you who, yeah, we're gonna aggress you because you're sorta, like, leaning for us. You're not one of us. Just remember that. Yeah, we know he's not one of you. He's a Republican. That's why he believes in his property rights.
Fire. Why? It's not you. It's your shirt. But it's Casual Friday. Well, you've taken it too far. Look at
Those
Gibson.
are good at.
He's wearing a true classic tee. It fits him tight in all the right places, but leaves the perfect amount of room in the front. God, I hate that guy. He looks so damn good in that
Sorta
shirt. He basically can
cringe,
do whatever the hell he
of
wants around
course.
here.
If we ignore the cringe, like, good fucking, like, good setup.
Boss, you're a goddamn stud. Thanks, boss.
Yeah, this is pretty cringe. But it's good. I like it.
No, that's
Good
only
at.
for corporations who bribe politicians. So they brought that rate down from 35% to 5%. And they said they were going to create more jobs. Color me surprised when it turns out they didn't. They offshore taxes. They took that 30% extra, put it in their pocket, gave it to their executives, and created no new jobs. Because that's how it works if you just trust corporations to do the right thing. Corporations are not evil. They just want to maximize profit. That is what they're built for.
Yeah, that's fair. But some corporation, business, like, these places, they aren't just entities. Like, I saw in the Tucker Carlson debate, and surprisingly, Tucker Carlson said he sort of agrees with that. I completely disagree with that. He said corporations aren't people. They shouldn't have rights. They don't deserve rights. They aren't people. Well, they have an owner. Say, if you were gonna sue the corporation, who would be liable to pay said money? Who do you think? Like, if there's a corporation, where do you think that profit is going? Is this some bot doing that? No, like, these are people who run these businesses. Like, Elon Musk's fucking, like, thing that he's warning us about, like, technology just overtaking us, that hasn't happened yet. Like, these are still people running these, and they can have good intentions. They might be corrupt by their power and wealth, and the fact that they were probably born into it, because, yeah, wealth redistribution, unless you have that, like, we currently don't have it, because America's not that old, and we had segregation not too long ago, so wealth needs to be redistributed to be able to make it fair and not have marginalized groups, and make this more of a meritocracy. But thing is, that just takes time, and any method other than theft wouldn't allow that, and I would argue we have a meritocracy right now. If you, on average, middle-class person, you're going to school, you have every opportunity. You get offered computers, you get offered free tutoring if you need it, free, like, anything that teachers usually allow you to turn in homework late, they will explain stuff to you, at least where I live. Like, I don't know, that, like, you always get an opportunity if you really, really want to succeed and to get I's. The teachers will allow you to, like, make up, like, most of the time. So, like, most people, there aren't just not a lot of incentives to actually take advantage of these opportunities that everybody is sort of given in public schools. Because I have gone to public school my whole life. I know what public school is. And I know that that's how the system currently works in America. I've been here since I was 6. And, yeah, I know you get these opportunities, and the problem is that within the poverty culture, there tends to be might makes right, like, at home. And, like, yeah, when you have a society that is going to fund capitalism, and there is wealth that hasn't already been redistributed, and you don't already have the best meritocracy to go off of, because, like, recent events that are going to necessarily have these bad consequences, such as segregation not too long ago. Like, the fact that we are stopping, like, any of these things that would prevent meritocracy now, like, without actually taking additional measures, such as things that would necessarily come into conflict with property rights, such as forcefully redistributing wealth throughout a population. Some people might not want to, like, they might think, yeah, I don't owe society anything for being born in it. That's a very good point. So either way.
Please don't be naive and be like, no, but the corporation.
But yeah, like, some of them can have good intentions, the corporations.
Corporations will look out for our interests. No, they look out for their bottom line.
Well, I mean,
and finally,
that's what they're incentivized to do if they're selfish. But again, most human beings are not selfish. Like, they aren't fundamentally like, they'll be to some extent, but they care about others too. We're social beings. That's how we came to make our society. One person didn't make it. We made it together. That's how we have. That's how we have flourished. That's what we're used to. We're used to being social animals. It's in our fucking human like characteristics. That's how humans tend to be. We tend to be empathetic. We tend to want the best for everyone around us. And sometimes the rich people, they can't really empathize with those around them because they're sort of in their bubble. That could be what happens. But yeah, with social media being a more prevalent thing, if these people start interacting more on social media, they can actually start seeing these people's struggles, and that's why spreading awareness, trying to reach these people through awareness. And if you're trying to change these people's minds, after all, they have power. They're the ones bribing politicians, right? Maybe don't address them under, hey, we want to steal your money. You know that money that's already being stolen from you when you don't need any of that? We're literally being parasites to you. Like, that is the correct framing. But instead of just admitting that framing, since we're asking for a favor, maybe we shouldn't take the moral high ground and try to, like, reduce our opponents and just throw ourselves on the moral high ground. Maybe that's not a great way to make a request. Let's just frame it as a demand, and we're entitled to this money that you own. We parasites are entitled to this because we think so. We think that your property, we deserve it more than you. So give it to us. If you are going to frame the average middle class person as having these types of messages to send them, yeah, they're gonna despise you. No shit. If homeless people started, like, the average middle class person, like, going up to them and saying, bitch, we demand that you give me $5 because I deserve it more than you. Especially in the Republican Party, there'd be a lot more fear-mongering over homeless people, but even the middle class would start despising them. Instead of just ignoring them and pretending like they just aren't there, which is what the corporations are doing. They aren't, like, other than, like, contributing to climate change, which you can't sign a contract to not be affected by the climate catastrophe that's going on, which, by the way, is a scientifically proven fact. You can measure those through objective standards, just like the fact that the Earth isn't flat. Let's go on.
Last quick thing, sure. Medicare Advantage. You keep saying rationing healthcare, but Medicare gives you the bare minimum, and people seem to be very, very happy about it, given how well it polls.
I think maybe at one point in the debate, he mentioned, like, some other fucking country having a system like that, and it working. The fact that it works in other countries. And it's like, dude, France, which is a very great example, a country was really allied with, we've been for a long time, the Libtard country, yeah, like, Republicans don't tend to criticize France, which, like, maybe they should, but, like, France is not a third world country, and, like, in France, yeah, like, we have all these systems, healthcare for all, free healthcare, like all of that stuff, we have that, and it works. Why isn't Cenk Uygur bringing up all this? Like, I don't get it.
But you can do Medicare Advantage and get more. I want you to be able to do that. If you're incredibly rich and you want every kind of treatment, I don't want to deny that to you. Get Medicare Advantage.
So Ben, let me just ask, and you can respond to that too.
The problem is when you pay a higher tax rate throughout the course of your life to pay for all of the Medicare that you are talking about, you don't have enough money to pay for Medicare Advantage in many cases. And as far as this idea that, you know, corporations they don't have any of your interests at heart. You are a corporation. TYT's it's a corporation. You have 80 employees. I assume that...
Wait, I was on a zone down and fucking high. Let me go back.
And people seem to be very, very happy about it, given how it polls. But you can get Medicare Advantage and get more.
Yeah, to see what his first point
to
was.
be able to do that. If you're incredibly rich and you want every kind of treatment, I don't want to deny that to you. Get Medicare Advantage.
So Ben, let me just ask, and you can respond to that too.
The problem is when you pay a higher tax rate throughout the course of your life to pay for all of the Medicare that you are talking about, you don't have enough money to pay for Medicare Advantage in many cases. And as far as this idea that, you know, corporations they don't have any of your interests at heart. You are a corporation. TYT's it's a corporation. You have...
Those are very good points. Very, very good points. Like, the concept of, like, the government typically gives you really shitty services when it's just, you don't get to pay for higher fucking services. When the whole thing is just, federalized. I don't know if that's the right word, but like nationalized. It's like, you don't get to pay for higher fucking things. I guess if you're rich enough, you might get to pay for a special hospital, make your own fucking hospital. If you please, I'm sure that might even be allowed. But like, dude, TYT is a corporation. Is he arguing now? Like, I love how that sort of forces him to, like, explain his position. Like, he's just so prejudiced, just so fucking bigoted against the rich. And, like, anybody, and like, that's inherently his position when it comes to protecting socialism so much and being so arrogant about it. It's like, yeah, they owe us this money. This money that was stolen from them, they owe us more. It's like, yeah, bitch, great. Like, that's exactly how you're gonna convince them to be nicer people and to stop being in their bubble. You would call them just being just horrible people. Well, the average middle class is in a bubble too, clearly, because they'll also like to pretend that they're the victims and that they don't have victims. Well, how about the homeless people who are the third class, who they like to pretend that they're the oppressed? When, yeah, there's actually a stage below you. It's not just the rich and the middle class. It's called middle class for a reason. Homeless people. How does the average middle class person treat and view, say, prostitutes? Do they treat them with dignity and respect as if they're people in general? No. Another member of the third class would be the homeless people. After all the fucking time that they will spend just having so many cars, people who can afford cars, clearly, probably have at least $5, like, just available there, that they probably also have a card with money on it. They don't need that $5. Clearly not as much as the homeless person might need it. Like, after spending so much time with so many people who obviously are entitled to cars and probably a house that they own, because otherwise they probably wouldn't be able to afford a car either because they wouldn't have a job. But, like, yeah, these fucking people, the middle class, just ignoring them and just letting them rot, basically. Never approaching them, never even trying to have a conversation with them, being curious about their life, their story. Like, people don't tend to do that. And it's like, yeah, the middle class seems to be in a bubble of apathy itself, too. Maybe that doesn't mean that the average middle class person is just a bad person. And, like, we should completely give up on the concept of trying to, like, convince them with moral arguments that don't involve just downgrading them and trying to appeal to them being just inherently immoral people for them being rich. Like, that is literally, like, such a common stereotype from socialists to the rich, when they don't realize that, like, the people they're speaking the most about, the middle class, which that's fair, that accurately represents the majority of like the fucking country's population, that's like a majority of the community, like that's a high bar ahead. That's already pretty fair. You're talking about the middle class, you're talking about like the bulk of America, that's a fair point. But the middle class, pointing out constantly their concerns, because it's like, oh well, look at the country's look at their concerns and how they're like all in favor of the rich, and let's look at what's it called? Yeah, let's fucking hell. Yeah, let's just put that against I forgot the word for that. Like, yeah, let's just parallel that to like the middle class's concerns and how well they're being met. Well, dipshit, the middle class is only the middle. You haven't reached the bottom. And claiming that you're the ultimate victim doesn't really work when you have homeless people who, well, you have a house. Do you think you could allow these homeless people to live somewhere in your house? Well, it'd be a minor inconvenience to you compared to the major inconvenience that staying out on the streets would cost to them versus again, to stay in your house. You would massively relatively, you would massively increase their well-being. And you could honestly do that to like 2 to 3 people per person who is middle class. Should these people be forced to do that? Well, apparently there's even an amendment against that, but like, no, specifically for military people. But like, yeah, like the middle class would be firmly against that. But whose best self-interest are we talking about here? Do we want to maximize well-being? Are we serious about that? Or the middle class going to take on their fucking part of the bargain and contribute to that? The average middle class person could live around having to house a homeless person, nothing but that, give them like showers to have. Well, that's a level of empathy you might want to consider doing that if you're a middle class person, especially if you have a big house. You could save someone's life versus being minor inconvenience. You could even maybe learn that person's story, get a new companion, get someone who you can empathize with, and maybe learn a few things from. Some people who are actually more fucking marginalized than you. Actually look at their perspective instead of whining and complaining about the fucking money that you feel entitled to that actually doesn't belong to you, though. Well, what about the money that belongs to you? And that, yeah, why don't you go and house some homeless person and ask them all about, well, why, I have a question for you. Why are you not an asshole? Why do you never feel entitled to, like, who knows? I just thought about this. Maybe it means that the lower you are, the more moral you are. And when you're all the way at the bottom, and society doesn't pay you any lip service, because, like, unless the Republicans are just extremely fear-mongering over you, like, the Republicans mostly, the Republicans in power want to, like, exterminate homelessness because they think it's a choice. So that's, like, a real, like, being in a bubble, like, even more than Democrats. Democrats, most of them, at least corporate Democrats, the Democrats who would hold power regularly, they'd just be for ignoring them and not, like, at least protecting them as citizens, protecting some of their rights. And, like, yeah, I think, what the fuck was I just talking about? Like, fuck, dude. Yeah, if you want to actually appeal to these people, yeah, how about you go and house one of these homeless people and ask them, dude, like, did no one paying you lip service and you being the third class and knowing you're the bottom, and not being the pretend bottom who's the middle class, who's pretending to be like the people who everyone should hear out, and who like whose concerns are really the important concerns versus those snob rich people. Like knowing that knowing that's not the attitude that is thrown at homeless people, knowing they're sort of looked at as this was sort of your choice, or yeah, you're sort of I don't know, you're probably just sort of a drunk or something. I don't know. I'm not gonna talk to you. That's sort of the type of glance that they get from the average middle class. Like, why do you not feel entitled to go up to your average middle class person and demand that they give you $5 because you deserve and need it more than they do? Like, why is it that the average middle class, they'll go up to Congress people and do that type of shit, but like, oh well, you homeless people, you won't be entitled to do that. You aren't going to make an enemy out of the middle class and make them fucking despise you. Like, you're just gonna take the bullshit. You're not gonna attack people for it. You're just trying to live your own life. In fact, like, when you try to just live your own life freely, do whatever you want to with your body because it's your body, your choice, and use drugs. Those of you who do that, their property rights are taken away, their right to own whatever they want because it's their fucking body, their choice, and they are enslaved, put in prison for not being slaves to the fucking government and doing whatever the government wants with their health. It's like, why do homeless people put up with that type of negativity and not just blame all their problems on the middle class just being inherently immoral? Like, when you beg your average middle class for money, why don't you go in and throw in there, by the way, I am entitled to this money. Like, you shouldn't have the opportunity to do this out of the generosity of your heart, which is the whole principle behind kindness. No, you should be forced to give me this money. In fact, you should give me more, I think. How about you give me more? Like, I might make the government, I might pressure them, make some videos, like find a phone, make some videos on YouTube, complaining about the middle class and saying they should be forced to give me money. Why aren't homeless people jerks? Why don't they do that? I don't know, like, do they have some wisdom from not having lip service paid to them and actually, like, not being super fucking egotistical, having to have their ego stay, like, in fucking place, not be out of proportions, out of reality? Like, could it be that they just have some fact-checking, they realize, yeah, they're the third, like, who fucking knows? Maybe if we started realizing, stop being a little bitch, you're not at the bottom, you're not the victim here, homeless people and prostitutes, those are the third class. If you're gonna look at the bottom, this is the bottom. The middle class, compared to them, they have it pretty much as rough compared to us as we might have it compared to the rich, who they don't have to worry about healthcare or, like, college putting them in debt or some shit if they didn't take meritocracy to its fullest advantages. They don't have to worry about that. Their quality of life and their standards of life are way fucking higher. Well, ours are compared to other people who are just around us and we ignore them. So maybe the middle class should shut the fuck up and stop taking this moral argument out against the higher class, the fucking snob rich people, and realize, yeah, you're sort of in a bubble too, dude. It's not these rich people versus you, the great hero guy who's so special. Like, these people being in their bubble, and, like, you just know what's going on and you're frustrated, and, like, you're just that great guy who's frustrated about, like, being wronged, and no, like, get out of your asshole. You have lower down to look on. Like, it is Cenk Uygur, like, he tends to be more of a populist, to be fair. He's like, if you want to know who took your wages, don't look down, look up. homeless people often considered in, like, on legal functions. Like, I mean, they are citizens, they are represented under the law. After all, the laws affect them just like any other citizens. Are they equally represented? I don't know, are they housed? Are they given anything, pretty much? No. Like, they have very basic stuff, and most people would argue, most middle class would argue that they should be given more, but they will never take that responsibility upon themselves because they think, yeah, it's these other people who have, like, all this money, who, like, they can afford, like, however much, and it's like, compared to homeless people, you have all this money, and you could afford to give them $5, that's fucking an infinite amount, so, yeah, how about you stop just playing the victim and being like, oh yeah, let's just play this blame game. No, if you're gonna take the moral point and say, yeah, property rights don't matter, well, you're to fucking blame because you're not at the bottom, bitch. Just get back, put it back into perspective, get back into reality. Like, you're not the hero here. You're just someone just virtue signaling. And, just virtue signaling about being a victim when they are actually just at another stage than the people they're complaining about. They're just in their own bubble that's just one fucking notch down. But they are, like, you're still not special for being at your notch because you're legit just in the middle. You make up the majority, so you're legit even less special. Like, stop thinking you're so special for being the middle class. No, your rights should not be more protected than these other people's rights. Everybody's rights should be protected, including rich people's, especially if we're gonna demand that society be basically funded by them and the whole world be parasites to them, then maybe they should get more of a say on the rest of us if we're gonna run a system that way. Like, that's just fair. Whatever you give into the system, the system might give back to you. If you put more into the system should give back more to you.
80 employees.
That's just fair. Well, that's a great fucking, yeah. And let's just, put that as a hot timestamp. That's a great fucking point I just made. I'm just going so off topic of the actual conversation. There's one person. Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably me. So I should get Wolvie for this political test.
I assume that you're not just a greedy asshole, and that you actually would like to help your employees from time to time. And you just talked about how under Obama, everything got better with your business. Well, under Obama, he didn't radically escalate taxes. Okay, there was not a radical escalation of taxes under President Obama. And finally, when you seem to be identifying a higher tax rate in the 1950s with higher level of growth. So if that's the case, why not just tax everybody at 100% and we can have massive growth from here to eternity?
Yeah, let's go with communism. And that's exactly the point. Like, what do you consider a fair share? Because then when you consider your wealth and compare that to homeless people, well, we can make an argument very fairly based on your fucking definition of fair share. Like, you're a socialist, like a balance between communism and capitalism. Like, yeah, maybe you should be forced to house at least one homeless person. If you have a house that's, like, average middle class type, like, sort of large enough, not just a, like, very small house. If you have a house that's decently, like, at least an extra room that you might use for stock, we have that. Yeah, should you be forced to do that? It would sort of logically follow. Like, why would, like, all of these, oh yeah, we're just gonna outcast the higher class, the rich people, yeah, the middle class isn't gonna empathize with them. Like, no, bitch, stay in your fucking place. You should beg for these people because they have everything and, it doesn't belong to you. And you shouldn't pretend to be entitled to it. Homeless people who might not have gone down to there by choice, and even if they would, it's not like people who like have been homeless for 10 years, they wouldn't have had 10 years to learn from that, and except that they don't really get a second chance now, do they? Because even if we had free college, once you still didn't even need to learn from your mistake, and you just fucking take your chance at free college while you still have the same philosophy, well, you fail just like the rest, and then you get the fucking eternal lesson that you never actually get to pull anything from. It's like, dude.
Because and let me just ask, since we're talking about taxes, do you think we'll see tax reform in the next few months here?
Okay, so let me try to address all that in your question as well. So just real quick, look, guys, I said it however many questions ago. Of course, you have to find the right balance on all of these issues, including taxes. So I never said there's no end to how much you can.
I'm just asking why, though.
Yeah. So this leads to wait a minute. This leads to big government versus small government. You're asking me what the ideal tax rate is, and then you did a straw man there for a second and said it should be 100%. I never said that.
No.
In fact, I said
no. You said the economy.
That's true, but the whole point is, like, you're just saying this reasonable amount. What is a reasonable amount of theft? How much should the middle class say? Because let's make this fair. We're not gonna have these standards for the higher class and not have them on the middle class when they are just in the middle. There's a third class. If we're gonna hold these standards for the higher class, how much do you have to give to homeless people? Because you could, on a personal level, have an impact on that. Just like these top-notch corporations, if they, like, the top 10 paid their fair share, apparently, like, so much fucking whatever, the government would probably spend it on bullshit, such as the military spending that they waste a lot of money on. So, like, again, the question is, like you're saying, a reasonable amount, and when you're doing that, you sort of have to get into the specifics, because the premise behind capitalism is no amount of theft is acceptable. And the premise behind communism is, well, we'll just prioritize well-being, maximizing well-being for the greater good, for the average person, for, like, throughout our community, versus property rights. You don't get any property rights. Everything you own is the government's to, like, take and redistribute to maximize well-being, like, just evenly. And it's like, then what if your shit gets stolen? Like, you would, like, clearly there are double standards between you, like, the rich class and the middle class's demands towards them, their arrogant fucking demands of, I am entitled to this money, now give it to me. When you don't see the homeless people doing that when they ask you for $5, or if you give it to them, be like, I want more, bitch. You should be forced to give me more. Yeah, they stay in their place, and they don't act entitled. They realize it's your money. If you do that, you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart, and, yeah, otherwise, the middle class would turn against them and despise them. Like, clearly there's a double standard between the arrogance and level of fucking, like, entitlement of the middle class towards the higher classes, as opposed to, so the question is, where is that, reasonable amount of theft? Because the premise behind capitalism is theft is wrong. Theft is wrong. I don't owe society shit for just being born in it. Just because other people deserve what I might be born with. Well, my parents will have maybe worked their whole life to make sure that I get the best fucking life I can get. And they have the right to get to spend their own money on their child, since they care more about their child than the average child. So just because the average child might deserve just as much as I might have deserved a rich fucking parent who cares about their child as much as they might, yeah, like, you can't steal. And the concept behind communism is, we're only, like, well-being. We don't care about your property rights. And that's just a caricature of, like, the ideology. So obviously that's, like, pointing out the communism and the fact that it's just absurd is well-poisoning. And socialism tries to make a fair thing. But thing is, capitalism, that has a premise. This is what we care about. We care about rights violations, property rights. Your right to wealth, you get to keep that because it's fucking yours, and we don't have any rights over it because we don't own you. Slavery has been overturned for a long time. You're not property anymore. You can't be property. So human beings can't be property. Their property can't be anybody else's property just because other people declare it that way. Like, clearly, capitalism is pure on that standpoint, and communism is pure on what we care about is maximizing well-being. We don't care about these property rights. So those are two separate extremes, and one has been completely stomped by the other because the other was more prevalent. And I think both have their merits, but like, I of course agree with capitalism, even though it is demonstrably bad for the average person in terms of, like, how it affects them. But thing is, like, that's just how things are. Like, if you value property rights more, you'll agree that, like, just because, yeah, the average person would benefit more from a system like that, just taking away fundamental rights, like, the outcomes don't justify the means necessarily. It's the biggest case of that. So that's the fundamental difference between capitalism and communism. But then socialism, you're just saying we're this reasonable balance. And the argument of capitalism would be there was no reasonable amount of theft. There was no balance. Like, which one are you for? And I think the socialist argument would probably be, well, we're for whatever would be considered, like, a minor inconvenience to, like, say, the higher class, while being a major inconvenience to, like, the lower classes if they were to miss out on this. And I think that can be reasonable, but, like, the thing is, clearly, since we have double standards between us and the homeless, for example, the middle class, the homeless, they aren't entitled, and we don't treat them as if they should be entitled. We clearly have double standards on this. Like, it's a very fair question to ask of these super middle class panderers. Like, what is this reasonable amount of theft that you're talking about? For someone who claims theft can be reasonable, like, I don't know, that, like, it shouldn't be a given that someone who claims theft is reasonable is just gonna have reasonable standards for what should be considered a reasonable amount of theft. So, yeah, good fucking question.
You said the economy grew faster when the top marginal tax rate was 91%. So I'm asking you, why shouldn't the top tax rate or all tax rates be 91%? You seem to be identifying a higher rate of growth with higher taxation. So I'm asking you, on principle, you keep talking about the glories of a mixed economy.
Yeah, like, how much? What is reasonable? Like, define socialism. Define your principle. Differentiate it from communism. Like, define it on that spectrum. Like, how much theft do you think is warranted to benefit the greater good? Like, you can make a case that some of these property rights, like, it'd be so extreme that, like, in some cases it is just it's just so ridiculous that you have to go for it. Like, yeah, imagine if there's one person who, like, just taxing them on 30% when we already have a society that works on that anyway, and we have public services that they fucking use. And it's like, yeah, we already have a system with taxes. If, like, them paying their fair share would, say, allow, like, we get the top 10 businesses and we make them pay their fair share, and that money, like, what socialism would define their fair share as being, that minor inconvenience for them, major inconvenience in reverse for those who would be benefiting from it, those whose the wealth redistribution is actually impacting, like a minority, that 80% over the rich 20%. Like, there is a case you can make for that, but you have to define your terms. Like, what if you could say that if these people could pay their fair share, everyone could have universal health care. No one would have, like, that would make it a better meritocracy. That would make meritocracy less like further from an idea and closer to actually an implementation by removing the flaw of, yeah, if you happen to be unlucky and say get cancer, that could literally financially ruin you. And the concept of meritocracy, if you get a fucking deadly illness that financially makes you go bankrupt, that could happen at any time, it wasn't really your fucking choice. Like, you didn't deserve that, did you? So, yeah, the fact that that can happen and it can make you go bankrupt when we could avoid that, like, in a system where we use taxes to make meritocracy better, to better our system and like the way we finance it, yeah, that should be consumed number one. If we're going to go by socialist standards, make sure I have healthcare for all, granted, and healthcare for all. That's a big fucking issue. It's a very popular issue. You want to appeal to the average person who you're supposed to represent. Start with healthcare for all. That's one of the biggest fucking demands. Of course, like I would be for healthcare for all being optional, but like, I think if you're going to be on the left and you really want to be principled with the left wing, like their stance on this capitalist versus communist spectrum debate, and which is really like communism is just gone. Yeah, fear mongering about communism is sort of like fear mongering about white supremacy or fucking all that shit. It's like, it's not a thing. Like, socialism is the new, like, it's capitalism versus socialism, and like you have to pick a fight. Like, the left should say, like, where do they stand on the spectrum? How much theft is reasonable? But yeah, the left, what I meant to say, yeah, I'm so fucking high. The left should definitely not only do that, but be pushing healthcare for all, be fucking consistent with the whole premise behind taxation, which is their party's fucking, like their party's biggest fucking fundamental principle.
So now tell me about the glories of capital. I've heard about the glories of high tax rates. I've heard about the glories of government-provided health care. Now tell me some of the glories of actual capitalism, which is the basis for all the things you're talking. Tell me why it's good.
Right. So now, look, when you, I use the example of the 91% and 70% to give you a sense of that. I was surprised, and you'd be surprised to find out that our economy was booming in those times. That's not to say that that is the right tax rate for us today. And so the exercise of finding the right tax rate is, guys, try to follow along, okay? It's called logic.
This is so fucking gay. Just so sad.
So,
like, the audience
seems
pretty stupid in this.
It would be preposterous to set the tax rate at 0. It would be preposterous to set it at 100%. So what we have to do as a society is figure out where we can maximize the most amount of good for the country.
Now you're getting
revenue for the government, but not too much away from us.
And that's a very fair question to retort to that. Closer to 50 or closer to 100. I mean, yeah, that's a very fair question. Where on the spectrum are you?
The reason why when taxes are higher, it winds up being better for the economy is because it recirculates the money. So if you give it to the rich, this is hilarious. If you're uneducated, please at least don't make it obvious.
Yeah, it's like being entitled doesn't really work when you're trying to win over the other side, does it? Like, I don't know, Cenk Uygur should reflect on that in his Twitter post sometime.
This is the most interesting conversation on taxes I've heard.
If you don't know the concept of recirculation of money, then go look it up. And so the way that it works is that when the middle class has more money, disposable income, they spend it. Why? Because they're not living in the lap of luxury. They're not saving it for their yacht. So they need to buy food for their family. They need education for their family. So they spend it, and it goes back into the economy. If you just give it in supply-side economics to the rich and hope that it trickles down on us eventually decades later, what they wind up doing with it is something that is logical. They save it.
This little device right here saved my wife's life last night. I'll tell you how.
Okay, dude, that's epic. What is it, a gun, and someone was trying to rape her?
In the economy. And that is why, when you have lower taxes,
like a taser.
Ironically, the economy does worse. Of course, it's a balancing act.
So, now you're making this.
It's a very fair counterpoint. I have to give that to Cenk Uygur. That was a good response.
Strong case for Keynesian economics, which is.
Did I just say response like a retard? Yeah, that was a good response by Cenk Uygur right there. I have to say this. And I disagree, of course, for capitalism, not for socialism, but I think that's at least very consistent with that viewpoint. I feel like maybe if the middle class started being less fucking snob and entitled and started realizing, hey, we're not even at the fucking bottom, by the way. Maybe we should stop being so fucking arrogant and entitled and realize, yeah, these people, they aren't being entitled when they see us. They don't tell us, bitch, give me $5. They beg for it. And when you give it to them, they say thank you. They don't say, bitch, give us more. That is their attitude. Maybe we should learn something from them. They seem to be less fucking, entitled and less, what's it called? Yeah, just, less obnoxious and all that. Yeah, more fucking, like, humble. Maybe learn a thing or two from them. And maybe you can start appealing to the rich. Like, if socialists did that more, maybe the rich would start paying their fucking fair share. Some of them would get into that and it'd become a trend. And, I know, because people are human beings. Most people are just good people. That's, like, a sort of a trait with humans, as I said earlier. Like, we tend to be good fucking people. We tend to be well-meaning. Like, we're all in a bubble. Whether we're middle-class people who are pretending to be at the bottom because playing the victim is everyone likes to do. Or whether you're the rich people probably doing the same thing, also ignoring the middle class, the bottom class, or you're the middle class just ignoring the bottom class and fucking virtue signaling about their fucking problems, and they're not being given these fucking things that they're entitled to. It's like, yeah, should we, maybe we should look down, I disagree with Cenk Uygur.
Obviously, the problem with Keynesian economics is that it doesn't even work in theory, because again, once you go to the logical extreme, which is remove all of the money from the rich people who are saving all their money and give it to all the poor people to buy hamburgers, that doesn't help the economy or spur the economy. What spurs the economy is a higher level...
Yeah, that was going to come. Yeah, just like when the higher class sort of looks down on the lower class, but like, he wasn't really looking down on the lower class. Like, he elaborates into this. Like, yeah, the rich people, they contribute a lot by, like, say, giving loans or something, like, funding different things. The average middle class, they don't really contribute to all that stuff other than in their taxpayer money. Like, the rich people, like, their money tends to go a lot to, like, things like creating new jobs, the jobs that already exist. Someone has these jobs, right? Like, I don't know, but I didn't really make the argument great there because I'm so fucking stoned. But, like, Ben's gonna make it. Like, he made a great point.
What spurs the economy is the
point.
creation of new products and services, and that is only going to be done by people who have expendable capital to actually invest in the new products and services that we all enjoy. This is what creates economic growth. It's also worth noting that this myth that spending is inherently better for an economy than saving, that's only true if you're talking about somebody's actually taking the cash and just shoving it into their mattress. Banks are in the business of lending. When they take the money in, they don't just stick it in Al Gore's fake lockbox. They actually lend the money back out to people to actually create new businesses and new products. You had an investor, right? When you started TYT, you were given $4 million by Buddy Romer to start TYT. That's great.
Such
That's
a
the
good
way business should work, right? But that money it didn't come from a bunch of poor people buying hamburgers. It came from a very, very wealthy guy who gave you money to create a business a lot of people want to patronize. If you want better products and better services, you need more investment in the products and services. The basic name, trickle-down economics.
That was such a good rebuttal. Like, Ben Shapiro destroyed Cenk Uygur. Like, Cenk Uygur was, like, acting like, oh, Ben Shapiro just a machine. Dude, you got destroyed. Like, he actually might have destroyed you more than fucking Tucker Carlson. Like, I think it was a fair trade-off. Like, Ben Shapiro is destroying you. Like, holy shit.
The basic name trickle-down economics is not something that any conservative even proposed. It's a leftist revision of what economics actually is, because you're not giving me the money. It was my money in the first place, created through voluntary transactions that I had with others. I've not stolen money from anyone, neither have you.
Yeah, I think also genuine, like, traditional conservatives, traditional capitalists, their viewpoints are more likely to be fucking genuine than corporate Democrats. Imagine a Democrat appealing to economics over fucking socialism. No, I'm just kidding. It's like definitely try to win the other side over by appealing to their fucking talking points and bringing up the fact that it's great, but like. Yeah, I'm just fucking around. Yeah,
and the idea that money has to be forcibly taken from you and handed to somebody at the bottom end of the economic spectrum to somehow jog the economy, that may jog McDonald's, but is not going to jog all of the creation of the products and services that make all of our lives much better today than they were 30 years ago in terms of the stuff we have access to.
That was amazing. Yeah, he's getting destroyed. And yeah, by the way, McDonald's, all these places, that's funny. Like, I worked at McDonald's for like almost a year, I'm pretty sure, and like they raised their wage from like $7.25, which I was still pretty much on for like the entire year, up to $10 like the next week, and like I never got the fucking benefit from that. That I took a fucking L, dude. Maybe I shouldn't have smoked weed and blew up a smoke bomb in the kitchen. I do still regret that. I regret getting caught more than anything. Okay, let's get back on topic.
Respond to that briefly, and then we'll switch topic.
Yeah. So I'll try to answer that as briefly as I can, and I'll go on to your questions. So when you talk about, hey, the banks they're not going to just keep the money, they're going to put it out and lend it to people, unless they decided to do their own investments, which is what they did because we repealed Glass-Steagall. So it's not as simple as, oh, I have money, so then I will now utilize it or I'll lend it out. So that is.
But Ben sort of gave concrete examples of them doing that, and how it helped the economy. Like he said, for example, McDonald's, they're providing the hamburgers. Like, if they're doing all that for the average person, they have more stuff to give. Maybe they should have more power because they have more things that they might propose to give. And if they want to give that, they should have more power for giving this.
It's way oversimplistic.
Because they're putting more into the system than the average person is. So, like, they just have more of a hopefully positive impact on the overall contribution than the average middle class. So saying they shouldn't, like, be entitled to more based on that when it's their money, they're giving more money in, maybe they should get more out. Yeah, in some way, to make it at least fair if you're gonna steal from them.
To say that, oh, well, they'll go buy hamburgers with it.
This
yes, he's probably gonna poison the well now. Okay.
game,
I'm waiting for that.
you're not ready for it.
I sort of forgot this.
Come on.
You were the one who said
So
food.
the middle class is struggling right now, and we've turned this into a Walmart economy where people are getting $7.25, and that
Walmart actually now pays a lot more, and I don't think this was a law, was it now? So, I wonder how he would explain all that. Because Walmart, I have a friend over there, who gets paid like 13, I think,
that
an hour.
if you're getting around $10, I think that's about $15,000 a year. So don't, like, that is serious pain and difficulties. So if you give those people...
Yeah, dude. And these poor real victims, I bet there's some people they could find, like, in their streets, for example. It's not hard to find. They're sort of in the only place they get to be. They don't even have their own privacy. They aren't hard to find. You could sort of go find them. They're out trying to get your attention when you're just ignoring them. Well, they're out all day. You could go find them. They have nothing else to do. They have no American dream ahead of them because, like, they failed the opportunity. And now the lesson that they're gonna get to pull from it is useless because they're not gonna get a second chance. And these people, I'm pretty sure that, what are their wages? Oh, $0? They don't have jobs? You're not really the bottom down victim of this fucking society now. Fucking are you, dude? Like, get real. Your middle class bullshit, they're the ultimate, like, hero super victims. Virtue signaling. How about, you force the average middle class to give $5 to a homeless person, like, at least once a day? How about you force them to start housing them if they have an extra room that they could dedicate to having a homeless person? Again, minor inconvenience for them, a major inconvenience for the homeless person to be out on the street versus the home. Same thing for healthcare. Major inconvenience for the average person not to have healthcare, and just, if they get cancer, well, where's meritocracy now? They are going to be financially bankrupt because of a condition that they had no control over. So meritocracy, yeah, versus it being just a minor inconvenience for the rich to pay into the system enough for healthcare, as we could see in other countries that aren't third world, such as the libtard country France that I'm from, and fucking hate, by the way. And all these places, they have healthcare and it fucking works. And do the rich people, like, I don't know, fucking, like, just bathing in their own spit because they don't have functioning water because they just have it that bad? No, their standards of living seem pretty good for rich people, probably. Like, it's definitely lower, but they aren't living in scum. Like, if we were asked to reduce our standards to homeless people's standards, to give equal fucking shares, to because the middle class will make up what the fair share is, because it's sort of the middle class's idea to have them be represented because they make the bulk of America, but they're still the middle class that make up the biggest percentage, but they'll try to frame it as we're in the 80% that are struggling, and the 20%. Well, guess what? If you get to voice that opinion, chances are, like me, you have a phone or a computer to say that opinion. Homeless people, what voice do they have? The First Amendment, how does that apply to them? Like, you want to push money out of politics? How about, let's put your liberal ideology to the test. Let's put this socialist well, if we're gonna say, yeah, your money isn't your speech, you don't get to use your money on speech and to influence, say, the public opinion to make up what the consensus is and how we should, what issues we should address, say, in your speech on social media. Well, these people shouldn't get to take it to their next level of speech and bribe the politicians on their, like, next tier of the first class. Well, homeless people, they don't even get to influence, like, have their opinion be put out there to be judged and possibly influence people, which would be the middle class's standard of being able to have their free speech. the homeless people don't even have that much influence on their fellow on their fellow Americans and don't have as much of a voice. Well, through First Amendment rights extensions, if we're gonna say, oh yeah, the middle class don't get to have the standards of getting to buy their politicians to say what policies they want or such. Again, France, the libtard country, they put money out of politics. It works for them. The country is less corrupt. And and they don't have a swamp to drain. Like, you can disagree with how France runs their country. I would, because I'm a capitalist and France is a socialist country. But yeah, how about you look down? How about you consider these homeless people? Here's thing. Do you bite the hook on this? Should we be forced to contribute our taxpayer money as the middle class who represent the most? How about we pay the most? How about we buy a homeless people a phone? I don't know, how about I think if we put the middle class, like, if we took everybody who lived in a residence and we forced all of them to get together to pay for, like, all the homeless people in their residences, like, phone and the, like, internet service, if we went together to pay for, like, all the homeless people, again, the middle class makes up the bulk. They can team up on this and take the dub for, like, make the team give the dub hit. Make them get together and pay for homeless people's phones. Just to equalize free speech. Give them the same standards of how we get to influence the government in our speech. We fucking have with our fucking standards and what we are entitled to, such as phones, the internet. So, yeah, would you bite the hook on that one if you're a socialist? I'm wondering.
Money. It's not like, I just want to go get a hamburger. No, they desperately need that money, and
the homeless more desperately need that money. In fact, they desperately need the middle class's money. You don't even see the homeless people going and being entitled dipshits, going up to people saying, hey, give me $5, I demand that. Hey, you're seeing that, I see that you gave me $5, but instead of saying thank you, I will demand that you give me $10, because you can afford that, I deserve it more than you. Well, the homeless people are more humble, they are less entitled, they are less arrogant, and therefore it's more compelling for us to, like, give them money. They are more charismatic on that scale. Like, the third class, the homeless, they are more charismatic towards, like, compared to the middle class, and the middle class is compared to the first class. They aren't entitled dipshits. They are gonna ask for money and thank you if you give them money, as opposed to, like, just be entitled dipshits who think they're the center of the world, where when they aren't special, they're in fact the middle class, which isn't special. That just means you're in the majority, and there's people below you and people above you. So you're literally not special by that definition. You're average. Average doesn't make you special just because, no, that's actually...
We'll spend it on back into the economy. So that's an economic fact. And so...
It's facts. Yeah, they're gonna put it, what? Who's gonna put... Dude, I'm so fucking high, dude. I need to shut the fuck up.
And Ben, for the 88th time, we have to find a balance.
Just check in case I might have one. Probably me.
Where you have provided an incentive for people to save and invest, and you have provided an incentive for people to be able to put money back into the economy and to be able to live. And it's not, and taxes is not stealing from you. So you're right, I run a business. So
taxes is not stealing from me. Well, seems like in English, over the, like, amount of fucking time that they had to teach you the English language, because apparently after middle school you might still not know how to speak your own language. That's why I guess we still teach English after middle school, and like an hour a day just to maximize wasted time. They didn't teach what the definition of theft is. So, again, I already have that open. It shouldn't be that hard. Let me make sure my webcam isn't, like... Yeah, let me take this off for a second. Okay, theft is the taking of another person's personal property. You can't really say that someone's committing tax evasion, if it's not, they don't owe anything if it's not their money. So, yeah, someone's wealth is someone's personal property. That is a fact. Otherwise, it can't actually be fucking required from them. It can't be demanded from them if they don't own it, with the intent of depriving that person of use of their property. If taxpayer money is being taken from them, they sort of aren't gonna be able to use it now, are they? So, yeah, say what you want about that, but like, if you're not gonna admit, like, yeah, we are arguing in favor of theft, but there are reasons why you might think it's reasonable to steal some amount of money. We're just asking for a reasonable amount. Just frame it right. Yeah, you are demanding to steal from people. Just saying taxes on theft, that's factually incorrect. You're arguing with a definition. Like, this isn't a very strong argument. Just you fucking saying it. Like, you're just fucking dead wrong. Like, look up the definition. Like, Jesus Christ, the fuck did they do in English class? Did they actually, okay. Did they actually not do their job? I don't know. Looks like in history class, they made sure to teach everybody what is relevant to people who live in the past, and a lot of the time also in other places. So, you know, not the people who are learning history. So, yeah, seems like they might be slightly fucking autistic. The people in charge, don't know.
In order for people, my employees, to get to
Maybe it's just bad communication and just a wire that, like, different people have different fucking grasps on different parts of the system. So, yeah, when it's individuals who aren't taking account of all of the parts of what their decisions make, like, they don't really see, like, yeah, what we're doing is moronic. But, like, I don't know, history is sort of different, because it's not a system that's just made by different branches that take care of different aspects and don't consider the whole part. And, like, just, yeah, no one who made the decisions on an individual level, like, looked at the whole fucking big picture and saw the obvious stuff. Like, it's just so split in the decision making of, like, different fucking things that all have just separate interests and don't consider the bigger picture. But, like, with history, who would have not seen, yeah, this is, we're literally not even teaching people, like, the whole premise is, yeah, in, like, history, it's to replace critical thinking, like, that we can know, like, we can learn from our mistakes instead of just, going on the basis of, yeah, we shouldn't need to know that the Holocaust happened to know that gassing Jews is bad. And, yeah, clearly in school, I remember when we watched these Holocaust documentaries, people would say in class, yeah, these people are so fucking retarded that they voted for a guy like Hitler. The teacher would just be like, oh, hell yeah, dude, I don't know, like, yeah, why would they? That's the whole point of history, right? So, this whole thing of replacing critical thinking with just fucking memorizing history and hoping that we make the same mistakes, it doesn't even work, because you're not even going to make the same mistakes, because all you're teaching is things that are specific to the time, which is the past, and to the places in which the things happened. Like, what are the things that we are forced to memorize in history class? Is it the lesson to pull from the mistakes, or what the mistakes were, so that we can learn from them? Like a generalized fashion so that we wouldn't have to see the next part of history as, oh, this isn't history repeating, like, so that we can get down to the bottom of what the key takeaway is. No, that's not what history is. You have to memorize, like, dates of stuff and the names of, like, what the thing was called. And, like, it's all about relating it to how it was back in the past, not learning anything from it. Just learning, oh yeah, this story, which might as well have been made up if you were to teach people a made-up story that would just, like, what do you have to memorize? Well, the dates and stuff. That would have just as much fucking productivity to your life. It would enrich you just as much to learn a fake story. Like, whether this is actually true or not, or represents reality, doesn't matter in its substantive actual use for any actual people in their reality. So, it's just, like, history is just as useful of a class as it would be to have a class to force kids to just watch porn. It makes just as much fucking sense. So, yeah, clearly they don't do a good fucking job at, with their education system. And yeah, if I was president, I would, make sure to remove these useless fucking courses. I would remove, like, the fucking extreme military budget. Yeah, these people who are supposed to, like, respect us first and foremost, they fight for us, but, like, the people in charge of that whole system, well, they care so much about your stolen taxpayer money that they won't even bother fucking keeping track of where they spend it. Like, trillions of taxpayer money missing from the Pentagon, as reported by Secular Talk. They respect your stolen taxpayer money so much and your self-interest so much that they can't be fucked to account for where their money, that the whole premise behind their system is to fund hypothetical situations, protect you from hypothetical situations, from hypothetical foreign attacks when we aren't currently at war. And the military is being so fucking entitled that they're taking that money and they aren't even telling us where the fuck they're putting it. Like, yeah, that's absolute buffoonery. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. As someone pointed out, if we're at a, like, if we're at a program for, say, child care or something, for, like, when you have young kids and they can't go to school yet, for, like, a babysitter, everyone would know where every penny of that would be going. Like, that's just true, right? So, yeah, those are definitely some things I would do if I was president. I would do a lot fucking more. I would actually end slavery by allowing you to have control over what you do with your own body, not being like, you know, actually owning yourself, not having your life and your body be the property of the government, and being able to hurt yourself if you like, such as committing drugs. I mean, consuming drugs. It might hurt you, but it's your fucking body, and your fucking your things, your property. Like, yeah, slavery is an old thing. Let's make it an actual old thing. Stop. Yeah, I would go to oceans and get the military over there. I would do a lot of fucking things, dude, but I can't be president because I was born elsewhere. There goes your meritocracy again. Like, yeah, there's a lot of fundamental incompatibilities with our laws and meritocracy. Like, we just sort of gotta try addressing them, and poisoning the well, as Cenk Uygur tends to do on Twitter, doesn't necessarily help. And there's Cenk Uygur's doing here, this entitled brat thing. Yeah, if you depend on the rich people's mercy because they're apparently paying off the government to, like, do that self-feeding cycle where they're just gonna look out for their own self-interest, because why would they look out for the interests of people who don't even respect them? Literally are taking your fucking your stolen money that is giving, like, paying for the majority of their shit. Like, you're contributing more than any of them fuckers might be to taxes. And like, yeah, you're gonna look out for your own self-interest because it'd be just, what's it called? Like, yeah, not psychotic, but like, yeah, like, it'd be cockish to, like, care about these people who clearly have so little respect for you that they feel so entitled to all this fucking money they are already contributing more to than any of them are individually. Like, yeah, if we actually started trying to appeal to them, so like homeless people, people wouldn't give them money if their response to getting money wasn't thank you, and it was actually give me more. And if you aren't gonna give me money, oh, I demand this $5. I'm entitled to it. Yeah, maybe they wouldn't receive that money.
What they have to do, they have to drive on roads. Okay, so it's not stealing from me.
I'm fucking killing myself.
That helps my business. They had to go to school. The fact that they went to public schools allows them to work for me. All these things are things that I benefit from. I didn't build that company by myself.
That's true, but who benefits from public school? The middle class. And the third class. Like, they benefit from public school. And they don't actually, because public school doesn't teach them anything. And nor do private school probably. They probably, on top of, like, the other uses, should just teach fucking Santa Claus and what his moral compass was, and I don't know, the Bible, the most contradictory document I've heard. I haven't read it, but I've seen quotes from the Bible, compilations of just contradictions, blatant contradictions. And I think my biggest one is the idea of an almighty, all fucking powerful, and all well-meaning God just going after people. I mean, an almighty God not having the power to make good in the world, to allow the Holocaust to happen. Where's your almighty God here, dude? And it's like, oh, well, there's a fate gone out for them. Well, say somebody who, used to be a bad person, and, like, by that definition, they, under religion, under Christianity, they would have gone to hell had they, say, one of these days just been run over by a car. As of being a bad person, they would have gone to hell. Well, some of these people will end up being unfortunate, and while they're bad people, being run over by cars. And some bad people will end up at some point, like, changing and becoming better people, and, like, changing entirely and shifting their life focus. And most Christians would argue these people, yeah, they've changed, they've cured themselves, and they're going to heaven. Well, what if they were run over by a car? Some people in their situations will have been, because it's a pretty big world. Some people who, like, will have died as bad people, that, like, had they been given more time, like, some percentage of them would have fucking become better, because that's just fucking logic. Like, yeah, how about these people? Like, how fair was it for them, right? Like, yeah, then they'll go burn in eternal hell because they weren't lucky, and maybe if they were lucky, they could have been better people and gone to heaven. It's like, I don't know, again, maybe God should fix that. Like, maybe God should fucking fix that.
Every single person that works there helped me to build that company. And that's what it means to work together.
Okay,
so to answer Steve's question finally, look, you know, what is this Congress going to do on tax reform? And Ben and I disagree on this too, because we just talked about it a second ago. And this is just political prognostication, but I
Dude, oh my fucking god, 5 syllables now. Dude, I don't
think that the
have
Republicans will definitely pass tax reform. And the reason I say that is because the Republican Party at this point is completely dependent on their donors. And by the way, don't get me wrong, the Democratic Party is also largely dependent on their donors. I think the Republicans are a tiny bit more corrupt. But so I think that their donors are going to demand those tax cuts. And if I am right, and we'll all see this, you know, because it's something that's going to happen later, not something
I guess that is something you could say, oh yeah, he's woke, that's why he's saying that. They're just more corrupt. I'm just even more left.
Happen. They will do everything. They will move mountains to make sure that those rich donors and corporations will get their tax cuts.
Okay, so this is an interesting case where I say to Cenk's prognostication from his mouth to God's ears, and he says about mine from my mouth to God's ears, because I don't think they're going to pass anything, because I think that there's a high-level incompetence inside the Republican caucus, and it's pretty fractious. But I do want to go back to a couple of points, because you actually hit on some major thematic points. You talked about roads and the fact that we need roads in order to get to work. This is a point Elizabeth Warren made, and obviously a point that President Obama made at the time. I don't think anyone argues that we don't need roads to get to work. The problem is that when you're talking about roads as a percentage of the budget, we are talking about...
I guess that is a good talking point, because we all need roads. Like, we all use them. But, yeah, Ben does make a good case.
Tiny percentage of the federal budget. And
yeah, that was that right there. Let me just replay it in case anyone missed that.
The fact that we need roads in order to get to work. This is a point Elizabeth Warren made, and obviously a point that President Obama made at the time. I don't think anyone argues that we don't need roads to get to work. The problem is that when you're talking about roads as a percentage of the budget, we are talking about a tiny percentage of the federal budget and of the state budget and even of the local budget. So the idea that you're justifying massive tax rates on corporations in order to pay for roads is just intellectually dishonest. It's a tiny the stuff that we agree on.
So I'm not the smartest guy in the
Shapiro
world.
is really like destroying Cenk Uygur.
But I made $49,000 in the last 30 days copying and pasting.
Like, that was so funny. Like, the projection, Cenk Uygur was bragging because, like, Tucker Carlson was really trying to be as open-minded as possible. He wasn't trying to destroy him. He was really trying to understand where Cenk Uygur was coming from. And to be honest, they both, to some extent, like, they have the best interest of the people over the corporations at heart. So I guess how, like, they would have a lot of agreements, so no one would really win the debate because they agreed fundamentally on, like, a lot of these principles. On the, like, that main principle, they actually agreed. But, like, it's just projection when, like, they sort of both just had the ideas, but it wasn't, neither point really crushed the other. Like, they just had a very fair, very balanced, actually very productive debate. Like, Ben Shapiro sort of crushed Cenk Uygur, actually. Like, Tucker Carlson was just trying, like, they were trying to understand where each other was coming from. Like, this is Ben Shapiro just absolutely destroying Cenk Uygur. And Cenk Uygur just went and said, like, in the, like, overview, like, the afterthoughts of the Tucker Carlson debate. Oh yeah, he wasn't like the fucking Ben Shapiro. This guy was just talking point. Yeah, he destroyed you, buddy. Like, get over it. You got shit on.
The government should spend on is a tiny percentage of spending, right? It's all the other stuff that we disagree on. As far as the idea that I'm somehow being, dismissive toward people who are buying hamburgers, I'm not. I'm saying the people who are poor need to buy hamburgers to feed their children. They don't have the money to invest in building an iPhone because when you're just trying to get by and you are living in a Walmart subsistence economy, you're using that money to buy the products and services you need to get by. That does not create new products and services that become cheaper over time through competition. You need somebody to make those investments. You said this about Glass-Steagall, for example. You said the banks, they might make their own investments.
Such a good point.
In what? They're not investing in themselves. I mean, they have to take that money and then they have to use it to invest in something else. Places like Apple, some that fail and some that succeed. This idea that banks are somehow evils is just not the case unless you are talking about them working in Congress. Here you and I agree, working in congruity with a Congress, with a legislature that is attempting to give them kickbacks. Both you and I agree on this. So, and finally, as far as the idea that Republicans pass tax cuts because they're beholden to their donors, okay, and Democrats pass tax increases because the unions give them hundreds of millions of dollars every year, and I don't see Democrats complain about this.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point.
So,
yeah, logical
you got me there. The unions
consistency.
give money to the Democrats. So, am I
Are you angry about that? I mean, does it upset you as much as, bankers giving money to Republicans?
No. The corporations give way more than the unions. So
it depends which corporations. That's not really true.
That's okay. Look it up. You can Google it. It's really easy. Do I object to taking out union money from politics? Hell no, I don't object. Take it all out. Take the union money out, take the corporate money out, take all the big money out. They're supposed to represent us and not the donors, no matter who the donors are.
That's true.
So, in terms of the question that you asked, Glass-Steagall, well, aren't they investing in things? No. I have a literal answer for you. Oftentimes what they do is financial derivatives. In fact, that's the majority of what they do. And financial derivatives is simply gambling. That's what crashed the 2008 economy. And what is so damaging about the removal of Glass-Steagall is now they could do their financial derivative gambling with...
Like, I completely agree with, take money out of politics. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Now, for socialists who would, put that, and, like, extend that to, say, the speech of, like, I would challenge them on that, genuinely. I wonder if anybody, maybe in the Ask Yourself discourse would, like, debate me on that. That's sort of a topic, even though I agree with taking money out of politics, I'd be curious as to how the average, like, person who'd feel entitled as a middle-class person to their speech not being drowned out by the speech of, just, donors whose speech are a megaphone compared to their speech. Well, homeless people, they get no speech, and, should we buy them iPhones, by the way? Like, I am not, comparing the ethics, I'm not making that as a counter-argument, but I'm just saying, like, the middle class keep talking about how they're, like, they're really at the bottom, because everyone loves to make the ultimate victim themselves. Who doesn't love to do that? That's not special of any class. And yeah, just pointing out that yeah, if you're middle class, you don't have only up to look. You don't have only yeah, well, like, who are the people who are, like, oppressing me? How about looking at the people who you might be oppressing? How about that? How about stop just making yourself the victim and look at the people who might be victims of you just not looking outside your window and carrying that. Yeah, clearly you have more privileges than these people. Maybe you have $5 to give them. Maybe they could benefit from that.
Depositor money. Boy, isn't that nice. They take your money and they gamble with it. And if they lose, well, that's a sad day for you. But if they win, they keep the profits. You know what that is? That's privatizing the gains and socializing the losses. So it's not that the banks are evil. Of course.
And that's a very good point. Like, yeah, that's the whole thing that goes behind, like that's the whole explanation behind how structural racism, like, that's sort of I forgot what the name of this fallacy is, but when Democrats try to strawman Republicans, says, oh, well, if you don't believe in structural racism and in just systemic racism, everyone in America is racist because just all Americans are just shitty people, as if people in general were just shitty people, and as if that wouldn't be the case of all people if it was the case of Americans. Like, that's the whole point behind why people are against that premise. Like, dude, yeah, that's, like, there is a culture that goes into poverty that sort of, like, breeds itself, like, into the generations. Might make right, for example. That is a mentality that breeds into that type of shit.
They're not evil. It's just that they're driven to make more money. Of course, that is the whole point of maximizing profit. So if
I like how at least he's being genuine in that he's not like, oh, they're just evil, like the left tends to put. Like, he tends to make that toxic type of divide on his Twitter feed, but, like, I like how at least he's recognizing that. Maybe because he's loose, but, like, I won't just assume that he has a bad fucking, bad faith. I won't assume a fake point of view. Like, I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. Yeah, corporations, they aren't evil. They just might want to maximize their profit, and they might live in a bubble, and I'd say even be possibly empathetic people, because these corporations, they're owned by individuals, they're owned by people who are human just like you and I, and who also just live in their bubble, just like you exclude homeless people from your bubble and paint yourself as the ultimate victim for being middle class. That's the average middle class talking point, how we're so oppressed. Look at us middle class. When you're just in the middle again. It's like,
if we say, hey, banks, you're allowed to go and buy politicians, although the Supreme Court would say, no, they're just talking to them.
Hey, I'm Kayla, and I'm one of the AI voices from Read
and yeah,
Answer.
that's the point. Like, talking is a...
I can be sad, and you'll think...
Like, yeah, that is not free speech. Like, you're not talking to them. Like, I completely agree with that, but,
just gave them billions of dollars. They're just having a conversation, right? Just because they gave them billions of dollars, they don't. Do they want something in return? Of course, they want something in return, and that's our money. So what they got, was
yeah, and like he's completely putting aside the fact that corporations, they are people. They aren't just entities. They are run by people, and these people can empathize. They can break out of their bubble, just like you might want to break people out of their fucking other bubbles that you think they're indoctrinated in. Well, these people are in a bubble, and they can be convinced, and trying to tell them, we're gonna steal your money because we feel entitled to it. If homeless people did that, they aren't even entitled to really getting to do that if they want anything, because it's not like they live by middle class standards, which, like, you can just fearmonger and get that satisfaction, which is gonna be at the detriment of, like, your actual self-interests, like, as a whole. But, like, who fucking cares? Like, we all just keep doing it as an individual. It's like others are doing it. They're getting a lot of clickbait and attention from it. That's getting the middle class perspective out there. It's like, this is what we believe. And it's like, we'll just keep living as middle class people who are just, like, just so mad at the higher class for ignoring us. Meanwhile, we'll ignore homeless people and not give them $5 when they, like, clearly are struggling more than us and are the next notch lower. So
asked by politicians to remove Glass-Steagall, and yes, Clinton and Gingrich, yes, both parties are guilty
I'm repeating
on that.
myself
But
a
now
lot.
the Democrats want to put it back and the Republicans don't. And they took our depositor money and they gambled with it. And if you thought that if you gambled, you get to keep all the profits, and if you lost, it didn't affect you at all, you would probably gamble a lot of money too. And you would take a lot of risk until you crash the economy, and that's exactly what happened.
So Ben, let me just add one piece of this question. You'll
Fair.
respond to it too. You've talked a lot about the corruption.
Yeah, Cenk Uygur is definitely gonna win in terms of money in politics. Like, that's just objectively against like what America stands for. Like, that's against what the system is supposed to be. So, like, Ben does have some good counterpoints, but, like, overall, it's like you can't really win that argument. Having money in politics when Cenk Uygur isn't even gonna, like, point that out, which sort of makes him lose. But, like, other countries, the libtard country France, that's not third world. It has money out of politics. It's less corrupt. They don't really have that much of a swamp to drain, do they? So, wait, let me go get some fucking water, because I'm thirsty. LMAO. Vaping too much.
In politics, and a core part of the Trump campaign was railing against the establishment, which he thought was corrupted, and a lot of the big donors were initially against him. So, which way is the Republican Party going?
Yeah, Trump is definitely not a great, accurate representation of how the Republican Party would want to be, because, yeah, Trump is very corrupt. Apparently, one of the big things, he took a lot of campaign money, campaign donations. He just took that right into his pocket and used that for like personal fucking use. He took a lot of money from Saudi Arabia, then just turned his backs on them while they committed a genocide in Yemen. He did that. So yeah, Trump joining the swamp. I think the next person, I'd hope for it to be a Republican, but I think it's way more likely to be a Democrat, unfortunately, should go ahead and, like, make his message be, I'll do that for him. I'll drain Donald Trump's swamp, and I'll drain Donald Trump in it because he's a fucking swamp member, and he's not an ex-swamp member, clearly. As y'all have all seen, well, I'm gonna drain money out of politics and drain that fucking swamp. What is the swamp? It's the corruption. It's what type of corruption? I don't know. Say money in politics. Does that sound like corruption to you? Paying politicians off, having presidents appeal to their donors. Like maybe you should make presidents appeal to their donors. But thing is, you can't really make that illegal. But like other countries have systems where it works. So. Like, point that out. Cenk, what the fuck are you doing? You have one winning argument. You could finally pull this off. Make yourself less embarrassed here. Not completely lose the debate. You have a winning argument. Other than healthcare. Like, you have a winning argument. And you could potentially, like, he had a decent argument with healthcare. But, like, I don't know. It's sort of one side versus the other. Ben sort of took the leverage, but hey, you have a winning argument. Why don't you go for it? Like you could very well point out these other places where it works, and they aren't third world countries. Like Ben Shapiro pointed out another country that was third world. So bad example of where they tried they have a right to healthcare. Well, France is the libtard country. We all know it. Do they have functioning functioning healthcare system? Well, a lot of people, a lot of French teachers, like people who come from countries like Belgium and France. It's sort of well known in the French immersion community, like where my mother teaches. Yeah, like if you ever get a major disease such as cancer, you just take a plane flight back to your home country to be treated because you just can't afford, because the middle class can't afford American healthcare. They fucking can't. It makes them go financially bankrupt in a second. And here goes your fucking meritocracy right there. Well, you didn't deserve or choose to have this disease, but it made you go financially bankrupt. So like people from countries like France where there is free healthcare and that aren't third world, usually they know like if they have a major disease, they'll go back to that home country. So that's actually a thing. Like I know it because like my mother's a French teacher. Like we know that type of stuff. Like yeah, Cenk could have gone for that argument anyway. Like I'm going back to it. I'm sort of just going back in a circle.
Go on this. Is it Trumpism and the grassroots movement or the establishment?
Well, I mean, when it comes to money in politics, I think that breakdown doesn't really hold. I mean, the fact is that President Trump, during the campaign, talked routinely about how he engaged in putting money into politics. So, I mean, this is a game that a lot of people are playing. It's kind of a weird question. But as far as the idea that all money should be out of politics, here's the problem. Okay, we both have corporations, and we expound upon politics every single day. And we motivate thousands of people, right, every day on both sides of the aisle. That is effectively an in-kind contribution. Now, you campaigned with Bernie Sanders. Did you do it because you expected? That's fine. Did you do that because you supported?
Like, Bernie Sanders is a populist, by the way. He goes for the most popular stuff because he wants to represent accurately. Like, he's a true socialist. That's why people fucking love him, by the way. So, Bernie Sanders is, like, the biggest populist you'll find. And maybe you start realizing maybe populism isn't that bad. See how many people are cheering for him? Because, well, it's not people's best interests that are necessarily the best. I mean, the average person is in favor of theft, aka taxes, because it benefits them. But like, yeah, maybe it's not that bad as a political
Bernie Sanders,
strategy.
or did you do that because you expected some gimme for TYT in return? I assume you did it because you supported Bernie Sanders, right?
Yes.
So, okay, so the point that I am making is to attribute to everyone else bad intent when it comes to political spending and politics, but to yourself it's totally fine. And when it comes to other media entities that give in-kind
At least Bernie Sanders doesn't have a fake point of view.
contributions on a regular basis through their coverage, this is when the New York Times, which is biased to the left, spends
Dude,
an inordinate
I was sort of zoned out. Let me watch this again.
to other media entities that give in-kind contributions on a regular basis through their coverage.
Dude, wait.
YT in return. I assume you did it because you supported Bernie Sanders, right?
Yes.
So, okay, so the point that I am making is to attribute to everyone else bad intent when it comes to political spending and politics, but to yourself it's totally fine. And when it comes to other media entities that give in-kind contributions on a regular basis through their coverage, this is when the New York Times, which is biased to the left, spends an inordinate amount of time and money reporting on Mitt Romney's idiotic stories about how he was in high school and cutting a gay kid's hair in 1932. If you're saying to me that that is less impactful on the political sphere than a corporation, which is a group giving money to a political candidate for purposes of supporting that candidate, I fail to see how you can say for yourself that you are innocent in this, but everyone else is guilty. I don't believe that everyone's guilty or everybody is innocent, or if you can find the actual cases of guilt where there's a quid pro quo, then we agree. That's prosecutable, right?
Yeah.
So,
Hey parents, kids
That's-
like us
I
have a
think it's-
problem, and it's one that you can help
Oh,
solve.
hell yeah, dude. I don't care.
other point.
I
When you
don't
talk
care, because I'm sort of an asshole. And I don't have a lot of money. I'd rather give it to, say, homeless people. You
talked
know?
about the 2008 economy, you talked about Glass-Steagall and how this led
Other
to the crash.
people
The real
give
reason
that.
the crash happened had far less to do with Glass-Steagall. I opposed the bailouts, by the way. It had far less to do with Glass-Steagall than it had to do with the fact that the federal government was actively promulgating the notion that corporations should give subprime mortgages to people who are not qualified as
Dude, imagine if this was a targeted ad because they heard what I was saying and they wanted to challenge me. That'd be hilarious. Like, dude, there are just so many ads that fucking do that. Like, you could just give to a homeless person. That's just better fucking way. Because, like, you don't know where these ads are placing their fucking money. A lot of the time, like, they are profit organizations. And it's like, just give your money to homeless people, dude.
as people
Let's
who
do that.
took out loans. This meant that, as you say,
Like, that way you could even benefit from it, make a new friend.
corporations are not
Win-win.
inherently conservative, they're not inherently free market, they're inherently profit-driven. So if they felt that they could give a bunch of subprime mortgages and this would inflate the real estate prices, and if things went wrong, they just foreclose on the nearest house, and the market just keeps going up and up and up, and they can just, as you say, turn these into derivatives and sell them on the open market by pretending that these are all good loans because they have government backing, then of course you're going to get an inflated, overheated real estate market. But the question there is not the workings of the free market, it's the combination that you like in a mixed economy that I hate. Okay, I hate mixed economies in the sense that I don't believe that capitalism and socialism should be mixed, that corporatism is the solution. Okay, what you're
That is true.
talking about is corporatism. You're talking about Glass-Steagall, which freed the
You made
getting
such a
Glass-Steagall,
good
it freed the
point. I'm
corporations.
surprised being so high, I was able to follow with that. Like, yeah, he addressed Cenk Uygur's argument, like, perfectly. That is really what you're arguing. He didn't, like, misframe that or mischaracterize that. He's, like, really going in depth into why that's
Invest in a
wrong.
free market manner, but also they gave a bailout to all of these corporations by essentially incentivizing them to give a bunch of bad loans, knowing that if things went bad, then all the losses would be socialized. The problem there is not the free market. The problem there is a government that is acting as a backstop for bad decisions in the free market by profit-driven corporations.
Yeah, and Cenk Uygur basically just said, yeah, Ben Shapiro was just like a robot. Dude, he destroyed you. Like, look at this. Like, what do you call this?
Oh, and I love that. There was a lot to respond to there. So let me
Yeah,
tell you
I
one time.
fucking bet.
So first off, I love the idea that the government...
Dude, I'm so glad that I'm so fucking high that I forgot, like, having watched this, I forgot what they were saying. Because I was honestly fucking high then, too. And I'm, like, getting to react to this live. And, like, have new fucking reaction. Epic.
made the banks into subprime mortgages.
This is so interesting.
The government twists the banks' arm when
they
they made
provided them
billions upon
incentive.
billions of dollars. Oh, man. Oh, don't make me make another billion. Don't make me make another million. No, they did those. If they thought they were going to lose money off of it, they would have fiduciary responsibility not to do it.
I agree.
Okay, it was. They were not forced to make billions of dollars. They were not forced to then have us bail them out. Right. They did all of that because there's legalized bribery in America.
Right, because the government was giving them money.
So now let me address that. You say, well, what's the difference between your speech and their speech? Mine is actually speech, and theirs is money. So there's a giant difference.
But you spend money on your speech.
First off, so
that's
they
a good
say,
point.
no, Supreme Court says, no, money is speech now. No, money is property. It's not
Wait,
speech.
no. You already made that point, and he made a counter argument, and you just remade your point. What in the fuck, dude? Are you like high?
If
like
money was speech, well, then if you go
that
to
sounds like the type of thing I would do. Like right now. Oh fuck! I just did a dumb. My bad.
Oh no!
Is that what the M button does? That's funny. I just realized that M actually mutes.
Okay, money is not.
Wait. Yeah, I love how that's about to be flipped back on him in a second. That's one thing I do remember. That was a highlight.
It's not speech. And so if money was
fucking
speech,
go.
well, then if you go to a hooker and you say, "Oh no, officer, I was just talking to her." Okay, money is not speech. So, for example, to give you a sense of it, to compare me saying I like Bernie Sanders and you saying whoever you like is the equivalent of this is obviously nonsensical. I believe it's not. So, in a recent five-year period,
I believe it's obvious doesn't really cut it. Like, he made a good counter argument, and it's like, yeah, you should maybe I don't know. Like, I'm sort of high. I'm of course against money in politics. Like, he actually like his debate with Tucker Carlson, like that's actually why I sort of realized this problem with money in politics, and I realized that's a big issue. And then I realized, and I talked to my mother about that, and she was like, yeah, by the way, in France, that she keeps mentioning over there. And it's like, yeah, over in France, that's how the system works, and it works, by the way. Healthcare works. What do you know, in a first world country, they have healthcare, and it works. It's like...
they both, in donations and in lobbying, spent $5.8 billion, okay? So that is not the same thing as me saying, hey, I like what Bernie's saying about college and Medicare. And when they did, why do you think they did? It was not because, hey, they genuinely like Bernie or Trump or Hillary. Because in return for that $5.8 billion, they got $4.4 trillion in government subsidies. So, which leads...
Good point. Yeah, they aren't really artistic with the... They aren't, I don't know, like that climate change girl. They're like the climate change girl with the adults fucking, like, egging her on with the global warming thing. Like, that argument isn't really gonna work for them, I guess. I don't know, I'm sort of high. I think that's sort of the argument he made. I'm sorry if I'm strawmanning him there, but, like, it sounds like what I remembered getting from it, and it sounds like he's responding to that, so... Yeah, I think Ben might have sort of shot himself in the foot with that. Like, he was really going on a good spree.
Which leads to, I actually think, the biggest point here, the difference between big government and small government. So, a lot of times conservatives say, oh, you guys like big government. That's not true. So, let me explain.
I finally got with
you got a plumbing job. What would you like, big pipes or small pipes? I don't know. What's the job we have? It depends. It's the same thing with the government. Okay, what size government would you like?
That's a phenomenal point. Like, I just understood, like, that's like, I was so fucking high when I watched that debate. I just realized, like, I didn't get that, and now rehearing it, it's like, yeah, that's the point he was making. And that's a great point, like, yeah, he'll digress into that, and I agree with that.
I don't know, what's the job we have? So to say big government or small government doesn't make any sense. So, for example, do I want a big government that invades Iraq? Hell no, I don't. No way. And Ben?
But then would you want to put that money in that they wasted in taking lives instead of saving lives? You don't want to put it into saving lives, I don't know, solving the homelessness crisis. That's not the example you'll put with. That's way cheaper. If you wanna do free college, how about you fucking do that first? How about you contribute to saving lives? To build your motto instead of like it's ridiculous. He didn't even point that out. Save lives instead of take lives. And let's put that money into saving lives. Oh no, we're just gonna put it into removing a meritocracy system that already works with college, which, by the way, if you didn't know, America already has free college. I've said it earlier, I'll say it again. America already has free college, except that in the current system you have to earn it. And how do you earn it? Well, look up TOPS. It is a scholarship that all Americans get to have. Apparently, it applies to all 50 fucking states. If you have eyes, you'll have the government pay all of it. I mean, you'll have TOPS pay all of it, I'm sorry. And apparently, even if you have B's, like, then that'll pay a portion of it. I remember when I was like, bro, I got a C to, like, my friend. And I was like, dude, what the fuck do you think, like, this might cover? I got 1 C on this. And he was like, oh, probably fucking $17.61, dude. Fucking... like, yeah, it probably won't cover you if you're not top of the top. But again, with a system of meritocracy, and like, if you want to do some like free college, how about you appeal to conservatives in their second chance idea? Instead of not even giving these people a chance to learn from their mistakes by seeing the mistakes for what they are, by having to see, oh, well, I didn't try hard enough in school. Well, now I'm gonna maybe live out on the streets for 5 years. And then make it so that every 5 years after, like, you have, like, if you graduated from high school, but, like, your GPA wasn't high enough for you to get accepted into college. That's why some people can't go to college. It's like, if your GPA wasn't high enough for you to get accepted, or say if you didn't have high enough grades for your scholarships to be covered, well, let's say every 5 years, and like after 4 to 5 years of you having graduated from high school, every 4 to 5 years, you'll have 1 year of free college being paid to you. Make the increments whatever you'd like. Like, this is adjustable, by the way. I'm just going with what sounds reasonable to me, like, off the top of my head. But, like, something like that. Give people 5 years. Every 5 years, they get a new chance. They get 5 years to think about it if they didn't use their chance to the best of their ability. And we should also, like, provide stuff to make sure that they get to use that to the best of their ability. But, like, have a free year of college brought every 5 years. That way they get a chance to raise their GPA and get to have free college again. Get another shot at meritocracy. Because what's really the point of getting to pull a lesson from something if you don't get a second chance? So, yeah, I love how Cenk Uygur, he'll be arguing against the Iraq war here, but then, like, what he would propose to put that money thing into perspective, his analysis would be, yeah, we should use that money to remove meritocracy and replace it with communism, replace it with literally the very basic idea that's just right out there with free college of what's hated about communism. Yeah, let's have you, like, you either get to earn college as you already get to on the current system and make it to college and have earned it and have profited based on meritocracy as you should, and have the rest, like, well, they either do that or they don't care enough. Like, instead of possibly, I don't know, giving them a second chance to redeem themselves and get better, like, learn their lesson, because first time isn't a fucking charm, and you can make mistakes aren't allowed. Let's flex the system in that way. Oh no, let's just make it so that, well, you could either try, or you could equally just, like, not give a shit. And, like, you could either earn your college tuition, or you could just fucking not, and, like, let other people fucking, I mean, either you could earn it, or, like, you could not give a shit, because at this point, it's like, yeah, we don't really need meritocracy anymore. Why would we even try to get good grades? It's just free. Fucking anyway. Who cares, right? So, yeah, he's gonna make that comparison to free college, and yeah, I think that sort of stabs him in the foot a bit, right? Like, as much as I'll be, very leaning towards healthcare for all, like, if it was optional, immediately I would prescribe to it. Immediately I would say this is a fucking human right that should be applied if it's optional, and it is a must-have if we're going to accept for it to be optional. Now, if there's gonna be the only argument I might have heard against this is, oh, apparently, like, not enough people would pay into it then for it to be worthy on a national. But, yeah, okay, well, fuck, dude, then what do you know? If you're not gonna have it optional, like, I don't know why I said that. I would say, since we're already using taxpayer money on way more dumb shit, and we're just wasting it, at least this would objectively not be a waste. So, compared to our current standards, I would prefer healthcare for all to what we have. Like, what I would prefer, I would definitely prefer a system that includes healthcare for all. But, like, my absolute, like, what I would, like, demand would be a system where theft is entirely removed, and hopefully healthcare for all could still be provided. As I've, like, explained earlier, I'm not gonna go back into that, because...
You were vociferously for the Iraq War, so in that sense, you loved big government. Couldn't get enough of it.
Weird.
And I could go on and on and on. Republicans say, no.
Yeah, big military spending for a hypothetical threat that isn't currently happening. So, it's in the theoretical, in the ideological of, oh, everybody's gonna try to attack us, like, just fear-mongering. What do you know? Everybody has, like, no one has an incentive to attack the United States. So, we spend, like, so much more, just by such a margin, while so much bigger than any other country, like, by so much, with so much more on our military spending than the second most fucking, money spending in military-wise, country. Like, we outdo everyone by a landslide. It's ridiculous. It's just absurd. It's just lunacy, right? And, yeah, I think healthcare would be a much better place to put that money. Not ending meritocracy and replacing it with communism. I think the system we currently have is pretty good. We could make that improvement that I just mentioned, or we could, instead of save lives, save lives. Look at the homeless, who aren't being arrogant assholes demanding fucking money from the classes above them, who are entitled to that money, and damn well should be, because it's theirs. They aren't demanding $5 from the average middle class, so they're more humble, they're less arrogant. We already should respect them more for that. It's like, yeah, maybe we should look down and not look up, even if we're the fucking middle class, because you're damn right we're in the middle, not in the fucking bottom. So, that fucking victim game.
We don't like big government.
So
but
pathetic.
We'd like to be inside your uterus.
Someone's screaming like, Allahu Akbar! Hell yeah.
So just admit it. It's no problem. Just say it. Say I love big government. It's okay. So you're talking about when you like...
Yeah, I think he... Like, on this front, I agree with him so much. Like, I never really, I don't know, I remember on the political quiz that I, this is so dead, this is sad, but, yeah, that was yesterday's stream. 2 watching, that didn't sound true. Yeah, like, in that, I got asked, do you like big government or small government? And it's like, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure I answered completely besides the question, because I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. I don't really remember. I'm fucking high. But, like, he makes a great point. Like, do you want small government or big government? Well, Depends on what, like, yeah, great point. Like, making that generalization is fucking insane.
When you're rich and you want tax cuts, oh no, I don't want big government, I want small government. But when it's convenient for you and you'd like oil subsidies and you'd like wars and you'd like to meddle in people's private lives, then you love big government.
Yeah, trans people, even adults now, some people are like pushing like up to the age of 26, by the way, is some good shit. Like up to the age of 26 you can't transition now. That's apparently a new thing in some, like Ohio or some, like one of these states. Yeah, they're getting into people's business. Oh, how about, are you pro-choice or pro-life? I don't know, seems like you're getting into people's private lives, dude.
I need to respond to some of that.
It seems like you have morals
so first of all, I'd like to point out that Cenk's big government, small government dichotomy was
like, it seems like you put morals into law as well.
Proposed by you, not by me. I talk about the proper scope of the government's involvement in particular areas the same way that you do, and we may disagree on all of that. My point is that overall, if you're talking about the level of government spending, it needs to go down, and you believe that it really needs to go up. Okay, so it's disingenuous.
It depends. Not on war, does it?
No, but overall...
Not on the war on drugs. Not on so many of those wasteful programs. It depends, but let me...
Overall, you want the federal budget increased. Overall, I would like the federal budget decreased. To pretend that this is not true is to lie.
I mean, yes.
Okay, and when you suggest that there is no difference between, you know, we just have different visions of what the government should cover, these things cost different things. Okay, the war in Iraq was very expensive. You know what's more expensive? Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. All of these are vastly more expensive than the war in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We paid into it.
Yeah.
Now, as far as this, again, going back to this idea that, again, I don't like this big government dichotomy any more than you do, in the sense that you say, well, it's for the government to get...
Like, you're damn right, you did pay into it, so... On that premise, if your money has been stolen from you, you're damn right you should be entitled to things like healthcare on that basis.
Get inside people's wombs. And I say that it is the government's job to preserve life, liberty, and property, and one of those things is life. To protect you from someone else taking it.
Yes, so, seems like he's getting into this personal choice. Yo. Let me see, when did it happen? 5 years ago. By the way, let me just get the comment I had responding to that. Yeah. Cenk didn't make the point, let's save lives, not take lives. Didn't you just, yeah, didn't he say 20 minutes ago that life is the most important thing? 3 things. Yeah, there's free healthcare. There's free healthcare take or save American lives versus does that war take or save American lives since specifically American lives are so special. Yeah, that's a great point. Like, Ben Shapiro is against healthcare while he would be for the war in Iraq when, like, the one he's for would take versus save American lives, and the one he's against would save versus take American lives. And right here he's going on a tangent to going, well, one thing I protect over anything is life, including non-sentient life, the potential for life, which, by the way, when someone chooses to swallow instead of take it up, or whatever the fuck you'd call it, on YouTube to not be deplatformed, it's like, that's sort of the same thing as aborting a fetus. Like, a fetus, do you remember anything from before you were born? Yeah, like, you are not that person. Like, that person wasn't sentient. It's sort of like, yeah, the potential might have started, like, 30 years ago, 30 years before your conception, you had the potential to be conceived. So, this potential argument, and it's like, yeah, life is important, first and foremost. Yeah, dude, how about your position for me on healthcare? How about that? I mean, why, like, Cenk Uygur, like, even though obviously I disagree with Cenk Uygur, I could have railed Ben Shapiro on some of these points, and I'm sure he would have had better counterpoints to me because he's obviously way smarter than me. Like, infinitely fucking smarter than me. I'm retarded. Obviously, at least I'm smart enough to admit that I am and to know that about myself. But, like, yeah, Ben Shapiro is smart and he knows he's smart. And, like, yeah, but I would have pointed all these things out. And why isn't Cenk Uygur pointing all that out? It's like, these are just fucking points that, like, you're just missing. And Cenk Uygur is losing this debate, as you've seen this entire time. He has only lost and lost and lost. Like, he's had some alright points, like, on healthcare, money and politics. I don't even think he really put the nail in the coffin, which is, on both of these issues, there are non-third world countries that have these, and it fucking works. France doesn't have a swamp to drain, and it doesn't have a problem of, oh yeah, we actually, like, we offer the, like, the human right of healthcare as a, like, legal statement that sort of exists, but, like, none of you bitches are actually getting treated, huh? Like, no, France doesn't work that way. That's why French immersion teachers who, like, work with my mother, like, there's that whole community, they know that, like, if one of them gets sick, they tend to know, like, at least with that insurance, because the average middle-class person can't afford, American healthcare. It's just not affordable by middle-class standards. It, like, they have one fucking, they have one casualty of, like, they're just unlucky, they get a deadly disease, and there goes your meritocracy. They go financially bankrupt, and they might have to sell their house to be able to pay for something that's just insanely unaffordable for middle class. That's like the price of buying a house. It's like, most people, like my grandmother, who was like, she was, like, before she retired, which was pretty early, actually, like, around the age of, like, in her 50s, early 50s, I heard, but, like, yeah, she was, like, she was, what's it called, a principal at the, like, yeah, she was the head of one of the schools. That was her job, so she was, like, you know, pretty decently, bourgeois type. And, like, she always lived that way. She always had nice things and stuff. Like, she lived as a, like, definitely snob type person. And, like, yeah, like, what it might cost, like, healthcare, American healthcare, it's like, she might have donated, she might have had to, like, pass on to, her children, which were, well, my mother and her sister, my aunt, like, yeah, it might be enough to cover, both of them getting a deadly disease, or say one of their children getting a deadly disease, and them having to be cured, one-time thing. It's like, where's our meritocracy? Like, the wealth redistribution, clearly, it doesn't work as well for everybody under this healthcare. Like, this is a good point. Like, he's just not bringing this up, and it's like, under different countries, this works.
To protect you from someone else taking it. Now, when it comes to the idea that all money in politics is bad, again, I ask...
By the way, I'm sorry, let me get back. This was the most replayed, Jesus. Maybe I should... I don't know, I tend to go on 10. Let me try not to re-commentate on everything. What in the fuck? Christ. Like, imagine if my video got taken down for having this ad in it. I'm gonna test. I'm gonna see if it happens. I can't believe this would be allowed as a YouTube ad. Like, look at the stuff that they're taking down for violence. Like, if you followed, like, Keemstar and all that type of shit, like, Leafy is here. That's the people I followed. Like, Leafy is here, Grady Underay. They covered a lot, like, what would get taken down. But, yeah, but this is, this apparently comes from YouTube. This is a YouTube ad. I mean, I have no problem with it. I think if you're on the internet, you should not be a pussy or get the fuck off the internet. Because the internet isn't meant for kids. Isn't meant for 5-year-olds. They shouldn't be on their phone. They should be doing what I was doing, except not being autistic, which was, what I was doing was digging outside with a fucking spoon to try to get to Australia, because I had realized, wait, hold on a second, the earth is round, so, like, maybe I could get to fucking Australia. They shouldn't be doing it for that reason. They should just be doing it to fucking find fossils, which is the reason I started fucking digging, okay? Which is less autistic. That's what they should be fucking doing. Not fucking getting triggered on social media, because they're just little faggots. Like all the fucking kids are. And by the way, no, that's not homophobic. Just like saying bitch isn't, you don't hate women if you say bitch. Like, just pointing that out. Like, kids are just absolute brats, and they shouldn't take away the rights of everybody else who just wants to use the internet freely and have rights. Like, that's also dude, I just love how I go on random tangents in my live streams. I just go fucking all over the place, and it's fucking epic, dude. By the way, I might even have viewers too. Well, I'm having people. That's pretty cool. When did this? They tend to say that they don't want to pay for healthcare for other people. Cenk probably didn't make that point because Ben would make the "but you're pro-abortion" point. Wait, like, being pro-abortion, actually, that's, I don't know, Cenk could just retort by saying, well, you're in favor of reducing government intervention in your personal lives. Isn't that personal intervention in your, like, government intervention in your personal life? Isn't that a thing? Isn't that something you're fundamentally against? And, well, you say you're pro-choice, I mean, you say you're pro-life, you say that's one of these main 3 things, well, yeah, why aren't you in favor of healthcare? Like, that's just a point to throw at Ben Shapiro to challenge his point. Like, that's sort of what I'm trying to say. Zombie game. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I love how, fuck, dude, I just lost a viewer. By the way, who knows if I gained a sub? That'd be great. Probably not. Nah, that's sad. Either way. Dude, I hope I keep sorta gaining some... Yeah, it's still... Yeah, I think the volume is, like, actually down on that. Alright.
A lot of times conservatives say, oh, you guys like big government. That's not true. So let me explain. If I ask you, hey, you got a plumbing job, what would you like, big pipes or small pipes? I don't know.
It's a great
It's the job we have. It depends. It's the same thing with the government. Okay, what size government would you like? I don't know. What's the job we have? So to say...
Wait, didn't I just realized, didn't I say that I would try not to fucking start renting again? And isn't that exactly what I started doing? Because I completely forgot I had gone back in time, because I had, like, missed something they said. And, like, it was... Yeah, I forgot I need to shut the fuck up. Like, there's a one-time exemption where, like, I do need to listen to my advice.
Big government or small government doesn't make any sense. So, for example, do I want a big government that invades Iraq? Hell no, I don't. No way. And then you were vociferously for the Iraq war, so in that sense, you love loved big government. Couldn't get enough of it. And I could go on and on and on. Republicans say, no, we don't like big government, but we'd like to be inside.
Like, Ben Shapiro wasn't just talking. Like, he addressed everything that you said, like, to the letter. He didn't talk around it. And even at some point, he perfectly, like, he represented every point of your argument. He repeated your argument without strawmanning it in any way. Like, very accurately restated your argument. And then made a complete fucking counter argument that completely debunked it. It's like, this guy is not just talking around you, just talking point that correlates to that. Like, no, he's directly responding to you and giving accurate, real fucking counter arguments that are legitimate. Like, you're getting fucking destroyed on a lot of, like, your arguments have some merit, of course, and like, but dude, like, yeah, you should try taking people more genuinely. Maybe they do have something to what they're saying. Like, you absolutely got more destroyed than you think.
Your uterus.
Let's just see that again.
For example, do I want a big government that invades Iraq? Hell no, I don't. No way. And Ben, you were vociferously for the Iraq War, so in that sense, you loved the big government. Couldn't get enough of it. And I could go on and on and on. Republicans say, no, we don't like big government, but we'd like to be inside your uterus.
I just like the look of disgust he has in the audience, just in his face.
So just
like,
admit it.
That was so gay.
It's no problem.
Just oh my
say
god.
It. Say I love big government. It's okay. So you're talking about when you like when you're rich and you want tax cuts. Oh no, I don't want big government. I want small government. But when it's convenient for you and you like oil subsidies and you like wars and you like to meddle in people's private lives, then you love big government.
Actually, that's a great point.
I need to respond to some of that.
Yeah, definitely.
How about when it comes to transgender people, tell people, oh no, as a parent you don't get to make that choice, we make that choice. Huh, yeah, that's a good one, Ted.
So first of all, I'd like to point out that Cenk's big government, small government dichotomy was proposed by you, not by me. I talk about the proper scope of the government's involvement in particular areas the same way that you do, and we may disagree on all of that. My point is that overall, if you're talking about the level of government spending, it needs to go down, and you believe that it really needs to go up. Okay, so it's disingenuous.
It
depends.
not on war.
Overall,
not on the war on drugs. Not on so many of those wasteful programs. It depends. But let me.
Overall, you want the federal budget increased. Overall, I would like the federal budget decreased. To pretend that this is not true is to lie. Okay, and when you suggest that there is no difference between, we just have different visions of what the government should cover, these things cost different things. Okay, the war in Iraq was very expensive. You know what's more expensive? Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. All of these are vastly more expensive than the war in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's a good point. We did pay into it. And that's what socialism is supposed to cover. Like, the people's best interests. So, fucking do what it's supposed to. The people, did they support the war in Iraq?
Again, going back to this idea,
like, I don't know.
Back to this idea that
they definitely supported healthcare for all.
The government dichotomy any more than you do, in the sense that you say, well, it's big government for the government to get inside people's wombs.
Yeah.
And I say that it is the government's job to preserve life, liberty, and property, and one of those things is life.
How about healthcare for all, dude? How about healthcare for all that you just said earlier? Well, how about we get out of the Iraq war, because, like, I don't know anything about it. I'm just, like, fucking historically illiterate, because in high school, guess what? We don't cover the recent past or the current events. So I didn't learn anything about that in high school, and I never really cared. So all I know about the Iraq war is that it happened under, I believe, Trump, possibly Obama, most likely Trump. Like, I'm gonna go with Trump. And apparently, some people think it was bad. And, like, I'm generally anti-war. I don't know anything about that. But, like, I definitely think some wars might... like, the military spending should definitely be decreased overall. Because, currently, what war are we in, for example? I don't know of any. Like, enlighten me if you know of any, please. I would like to know. And then I would like to know the specifics because that's current information that's actually relevant. What are the details of that war? Please don't say at war with Russia. No, we aren't. Maybe we should be, but we aren't. So that's not the case. So give us the war we have that isn't hypothetical. And give us the concrete fucking spending on the military that isn't going to a hypothetical threat. Well, I can give concrete numbers to people who are dying of not having health care. There are people. That's in fact why French immersion teachers, if they know if they have a deadly disease, they will move back to France because it is a first world country that has healthcare as a human right and provides on that healthcare. That's why they will go back to France, because they can afford that. In fact, they don't have to pay for it, and it will work. They will live sometimes, thanks to that healthcare, because it's first world and it works. Just like getting money out of politics over there, it works. It's a first world example. Cenk Uygur is supposed to be literate, way more than I am. I just know what my mother tells me about these topics when I mention it, and I think on my intuition. Like, I mean, I watched the Humanist Report and Tucker Carlson. That's about all the education I get. Other than school, no, school doesn't educate you. You might as well just be forced to watch porn the entire day. Like, all the information you get, oh, let's make you learn a fucking foreign language, as if people actually fucking traveled, as if the middle class tends to travel to another country to permanently live there, and as if you'd know what that country would be before actually taking a look into it, because, like, you just take a decision from one day to another. Like, yeah, let's just guess what country you might go to and just learn a foreign language. Are they gonna teach you coding languages? You know, things that might actually be relevant, like teach you about the economy, all that stuff. Are they gonna teach you history in the context of the mistakes that we made, why we made them, and what lesson to pull from it, instead of dates, like everything that's not ever gonna match any future thing? All that stuff, like, let me go back,
going back to this idea that, again, I don't like this big government dichotomy any more than you do, in the sense that you say, well, it's big government for the government to get inside people's wombs. And I say that it is the government's job to preserve life, liberty, and property, and one of those things is life.
And I would agree with his points on liberty and property, but life, well, clearly life is a, like, how about life for a self-defense incident? Well, you take priorities in whose life you cover. Like, yeah, you'll protect the life of the person who was committing self-defense because that's not a crime, and it shouldn't be a crime. And it's like, sometimes, like, the freedom, the liberty of the mother over her own body, her freedom over her own body, that liberty is fundamentally incompatible. Like, it's in conflict with this thing of life, which that's so fucking abstract, like almost as much as liberty. Property is not abstract, that's very concrete. Like, what do you own? Well, just define what is property, and that's like what you have your rights to. You can use this in however you like, as long as you don't impede on other people's fucking rights. And their stuff, without at least making them sign a contract that makes you allowed to do that. So maybe by bribing them or whatever. But like, yeah, like life, that's just so fucking abstract. And it's like, these things that you're describing, these three things, some of them come into conflict, and that's the whole thing with being pro-choice, like the rights of the mother. And what about in rape cases? Because in normal cases, you could be like, oh, well, you sort of know that, like, this choice, you sort of already had it, because sex, unless you get raped, is a choice. So, like, you know, you're sort of asking for a confirmation choice, like that it's called a second choice, basically. Like, if you were just fucking not retarded and remembered how babies are made, like, maybe one important thing that your parents probably taught you, because school probably wouldn't even fucking teach you that, fucking retards. Like, I mean, damn, like, I don't know, maybe you aren't fit to have a child anyway, and maybe it's just more reasonable to, I don't know, like, when those two go in conflict, you have to use reason and balance those out. Which one do we prioritize? Set a hierarchy. And on those, I would say the liberty goes before life, because that life isn't even sentient yet. Like, this potential, like, what makes it start at conception? Like, before conception, you clearly had the potential to be conceited, because guess what? You were conceited. So you had that potential. So if potential is a thing that makes life substantive, well, then, like, swallowing would be murder. So you see how preserving life is like, how about force people to reproduce then? They're taking life. Like, you could say that would be a logical extension of you being pro-life. Like, that would be the counter-argument. Cenk probably isn't gonna make that, but...
To protect you from someone else taking it.
I wonder what counter-argument he's gonna have. It's probably gonna be a lot weaker.
Okay, to protect you from someone else taking it. Now, when it comes to the idea that all money in politics is bad, again, I ask you, final question, final point on, we're going through 10 points at a time here, but final point here. When you say money in politics is bad, again, I ask you, Buddy Roemer gave you $4 million to start TYT. What did he expect in return? Should he not have given you money? Was money not speech? It was just money, after all. It was just like a hooker, I assume. So are you the prostitute? How did this work?
That's fucking amazing.
When you take money from Al Jazeera, does that make you a hooker for the Qataris? How does that work?
That was an awesome conflation. Okay,
That's
we were talking
fucking
about money in politics and how money is not speech when you give it as a campaign donation, and you
Dude,
turn
you
it
made
around
the
to a
apology,
business investment.
the analogy.
You know, in a
made.
business
Very
investment, it has nothing to do with speech. Money is money. They gave us an investment, so because they believed in our business.
Good,
that has nothing to do with politics.
That's great, and you think the government is in the business of regulating business.
Hey, you compare that to them just getting hookers.
The government is in the business of regulating business.
You put yourself in that bag.
Problem with the government telling Buddy Roemer he is not allowed to invest in your business.
No, those are two different issues. No problem.
No, like, I get that, and, like, I'm glad Ben made that point. Like, I'm surprised for someone who might really care about the issue of money and politics, who really has a lot of leverage to be able to pull. He could make that a winning argument if he just went to the right arguments. For example, pointed out other first world countries that have it and who don't have a fucking swamp to drain anymore. They aren't even talking about that, as far as I know. I mean, fuck, I don't follow the fucking shit in France because I don't care about that place, but, like, I don't know, let me know if France is constantly talking about drain the swamp, or if they're, like, onto other shit, like talking about Muslims or whatever fucking cancer. It's like, yeah, I'm so surprised that all have taken that to point out, yeah, this is a completely fucking separate thing. This is being put into, like, direct donations to people who are going to give you tax cuts versus, like, let's say Bernie Sanders, is he gonna give you tax cuts? Like, he's actually campaigning for removing money from politics, isn't he? Like, I'm assuming, right? I mean, wouldn't that be counterintuitive? Wouldn't that prove your point? Point that out. Bernie Sanders was a big progressive. Like, he was so popular because he was actually fucking consistent with his socialism ideology, and he was more or less a populist. And, like, he was genuine. He didn't have fake point of views, didn't peddle some fake talking points. He represented people. And it's like, this is like, I can't believe he needed to point that out for Cenk to realize, yeah, I need to digress on this issue, but...
No, one thing is to say, hey, let's set reasonable limitations on what can happen around elections, which is, again, what most developed Western countries do.
Yes.
So, and they have different versions of that rule. There's ads you can run...
and then you can point to direct fucking, like, What do you know? They use our taxpayer money. They have moved mountains. Point to these examples, since you like. This is your point to use history against him, I guess. Point to these examples that are actually relevant to the discussion, because they aren't ancient fucking history. They're recent, relevant history. Point to the current examples of people giving, like, pandering to their fucking donors instead of the people they're actually supposed to represent. Like, again, and like, you can be against populism and say, well, they shouldn't represent, they should represent, like, the fucking ideology that they fucking have, which would be the ideology that their donors would have if they're backing them. And that might not be in the favor of, like, in the middle class's best interest. Like, their donors' interest might just happen to be their own best interest, and they just want to thank them for, like, but yeah, like, that's a different thing when they're, like, thanking them for, like, having brought them to the top. That's not what you do at the American people's stolen taxpayer money's expense. That's just not appropriate. Like, you thank them with your own money. Like, yeah, you just don't do that. So that's a whole separate issue, and when you can point out different examples of presidents appealing, literally like, paying off more or less their donors, like, you can point out this is a factor, and this is a massive amount, like, these tax cuts, they make a massive decrease in the social reforms we can hope to pay for, such as, well, healthcare for all. If these people didn't fuck up, corrupt the budget, the economy that we have so far, the system that we have so much, with putting money into politics to pay off politicians who are going to get to make these policies that affect everybody. Like, all of these things, you can point them out individually and add them up, and, like, yeah, all this adds up to money that is being, like, just completely biased fucking takes from the average person to the donors, pretty much. And yeah, this is money that is being stolen from taxpayers, and that just corrupts the fucking system. You could just use it on healthcare, other social things that represent more what your people the people who elected you actually might have elected you for.
You can't run ads within a certain
and might want.
time. Public financing versus private financing. Those are rules around an election.
Like, I must trust whether or not someone voted for you, you still represent them.
That is a completely different issue than the government.
So, like, the majority vote, the popular vote still shouldn't matter to anybody, even if it comes from the opposite side, because you still represent these fucking people. Like, even if you ideologically disagree with them, you still represent them.
You can and can't invest in businesses.
Why?
So you're conflating those two issues.
And by the way, there'd be a whole different argument to, like, forcing like, the animal agricultures to stop committing a Holocaust, but yeah, I'm not gonna get into that right here. Dude, let's fucking go. I just gained 1 sub. I feel like I'm back to the rule, I guess. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's epic. At least it's working. I'm putting hard work, dude. I'm blowing up firecrackers. I'm doing all that. It's pretty good, dude. I'm a good tap dancer. Except I'm sort of not. I just smoke weed and fucking say dumb shit and ramble. Like, I just let my fucking autism go off. It's pretty good. You know what? I think it's pretty good, bro. I'm so fucking high. Like, this is content, you know what? It's content. One word to describe it, okay? It's not made. It is perfect word. Hi, dude, I need to shut up, but dude, content, bro, hell yeah.
Nothing to do with one another.
Why? So let's just
Wait. What does why mean?
Because it's
hey, you know, you believe in education, so why don't you believe in healthcare?
Because it's a free country, and I get to spend my money wherever I damn well please.
So, as we're coming to the close here, we're going to do one more.
I gotta ask him. All
right, very quick,
so you damn well please. Okay, so when the
the people damn well please healthcare. Apparently, it's like the vote for it, as he mentioned earlier, like an astonishing, like, what did he say, like 75 or something % in favor of Medicare, like 65 or whatever in favor of Medicaid. I don't even know what the fucking difference is, because I wasn't taught that in school. One analogy that I pointed that out to one, like a person who would, like in 11th grade, I was on the swim team, or 10th grade. It was like, yeah, what the fuck's a mortgage, by the way? I don't know what that is. Yeah, that's a word I hear. I don't know what the fuck a mortgage is. We didn't hear that in school either. So, yeah, whenever it turns out that I might look dumb for being uneducated, well, since this is sort of a classical, again, and this is, the middle class will tend to make this, like, oh yeah, false dichotomy is the word I was looking for earlier, but that's not at all what I'm looking for here. I don't know why I just said that, but like, yeah, when the middle class will make this a fucking, like, generalization all the time of, that's really to, like, oh yeah, if you're uneducated, you're just stupid. Like, yeah, whenever I might look stupid for not knowing things, which, big difference between not knowing things and being stupid. That's just like associating poverty, which comes with lack of education, with stupidity. That's just false. That's two separate things. But yeah, I'll just go back to blaming it on the fucking system that we have. It's a socialist system in a corporate fucking world, like, what's that, like, he said that's the mix between capitalism and socialism, like, yeah, it doesn't exactly fucking work now, does it?
Brothers or Bloomberg or Soros puts in hundreds of millions of dollars into elections.
That's such a good
you
point.
Think, well,
yeah, good. Thank you for pointing that out. Like, I've seen Tucker Carlson go out on George Soros. Like, I don't know, he talked about George Soros, he talked about, what's the guy, Ray Ebbs, and, like, I looked up, like, all the, like, left-wingers, and, like, none of them talked about these people, like, how come? And it's like, good thing you're pointing that out here. I forgot what his counterpoint was. Like, I'm genuinely that fucking high. I'm curious to what that's gonna be. By the way, I'm guessing I have 0 views now. Ah, yeah, that's me. Probably. Alright, yeah, anyway.
Just, they damn well please buying all those politicians. Or you
Ben
think,
Shapiro got
no,
more
the
likes.
politicians would never be affected by hundreds of millions of dollars in legalized bribes.
Okay.
And you can't just spend your money anywhere you want. Of course there are rules. You can't bribe people.
Right.
There's many things you can't do with your money. And one of those should be bribing politicians, but we made it legal.
Cenk.
So I'm curious what your opinion on that is. Do you think that they're just golly shucks, they just mean well? And
Cenk, you're a lawyer.
And point out the countries that aren't third world that actually don't make it legal, and it actually fucking works for them. They don't have a...
So you know that bribery requires 2 parties to the bribe.
Hey.
That's a good counterpoint, I forgot,
You're a bigot. Why can't you just let people love who they want to love, huh? Do you realize that it's your beliefs that are causing people so much pain? You're a fool. I mean, show me your God. Where did he come from? Who made him? Ever heard of something called science? And if he's so good, why all the evil, the rape, the murder, the genocide?
Hilarious.
Oh, you don't know, do you?
This is so amazing.
There you go. You're going to quote me some old English from a book that you don't even understand. Do you know how many contradictions are in the Bible? Do you really think it hasn't changed over the years? It's a man-made book. Explain to me.
Dude, this is all the talking points I fucking ever use. This has to be a targeted ad. Like, some of these are like talking points I often fucking use. Again, This is a fucking targeted ad. This is, and by the way, I don't get what it. People like my dad are like so against cookies. Like so many people are so against NSA spying. Or, like people spying on you. Like Google collecting information and like that type of shit is actually used in your favor. Like I wouldn't be seeing this ad if it wasn't for like these targeted ads sort of invading your privacy. It's not really an invasion of privacy if no one actually like these corporations they don't use that to try to like go on and spy on the middle class. Again, middle class, you're not that fucking special. The government in doing that, they're actually just using that in your own favor to benefit you by like making the ads say like be things that might appeal more to you, be things that would like fit you more, to actually adapt all that to you, to make it more fucking like to make it just like it's in your own best fucking interest. These people aren't gonna use that against you. You're not that special. Who the fuck do you think you are? It's like I don't get why people are against that, by the way, since I'm going on tangents.
Cavemen, dinosaurs, evolution. Explain to me how all the races of the world came from just two people. And, oh yeah, there you go. You're telling me that you figured out the meaning of life at your age. Come on, give me one good reason why I should believe what you believe.
What is their political ideology? I don't get it. What in the fuck is this? This is just... What is... Dude, is this gonna be the new Alex Ambrose, like, Insta-millionaire, which, I have literally fucking tweeted about? Oh, fuck, I'm gonna have to look back on that. Oh, never mind. Like, dude, dude, I have to look into this. What is this? Fuck, I don't know if this might be copyrighted. I don't know, like let me just actually remove the desktop audio on that. And like, oh, I don't know what that is, to be honest. What? I don't know. By the way, let me just make sure. It's just music right here. Okay. I know, this is sort of boring. What are their positions? Dude, I might look at this later. Let me put the desktop audio back on because this is fucking boring, honestly. So, yeah. New view, what is up? I appreciate you fucking being here for a while. Hell fucking yeah, dude. But yeah.
If I give money to a politician, there must be something in return. If there is no quid pro quo, there is no bribery.
You think there's nothing in return?
Well,
you think the politicians don't do those favors?
No, he's just asking for burden of proof, which is like in certain cases this is sort of hard because you could see causal relationships. It's also the burden of proof tends to get into conflict with like rape, for instance, where it's a really hard thing, but like that's a different story. Like yeah, this is actually way easier because you could point out the cases and point out how they would overall like add up to, well, we could have this, which would be a really good social like thing from that would really represent what the middle class wants. Say maybe we could house a homeless with that money that was instead gone to bribes. You could see a direct, this president gave like passed this legislation that directly gave back, redistributed back to their donors. just add up all of that and see how much money was corrupted out of the system back to just donors, back to the people who were therefore bribing. Maybe you can't say for sure, oh, well, maybe they just had good intentions. Maybe the president thought that was the right thing, and it had nothing to do with them receiving money. They just liked these people and thought they should receive money for other reasons. Then, well, they gave me money for that. Like, they just don't believe in these people having money stolen from them, for instance. So, like, it's hard to prove a causal relationship, but, like, you can add up the link, like, the fucking correlation, all the times where these people get paid off, not all the money that it would pump out of the system, and once you have enough to accumulate it, and, parallax, not parallax, like, yeah, just, what, I keep forgetting that word, like, yeah, put it to the spot against an issue that is very popular, that the average middle class really wants, that is cheap enough, that, like, that would hit home. Yeah, we could have had that instead, so clearly this is impacting, like, this money is being corrupted out of the system, and it could have been used to fund an idea that is vastly fucking supported, that has overwhelming majority public support in our country. So the government isn't working right, and I just fucking proved it. Like, he could go on.
Very often there is something in return, but I want you to point me to the things that are in return, not just say that all spending on politics ought to be forbidden except for the
Is he gonna do that?
No, that is of course not what we say. If you want to get money out of politics and then you say the young Turks cannot donate money to politicians, I'd say, of course, that's the whole point of getting money out of politics.
Wait, so
this idea that you, well,
No,
hey, what?
Come on.
It's so disingenuous. Even if you're a Republican and you're a conservative, you think there isn't crony
I just started, dude, last video, I wasn't at all watching Ben's facial expressions as he was reacting. It's like, I just realized his facial expressions might be, sorta worth fucking looking at.
You think that $4.4 trillion that went in subsidies
He's
is
trying
it
to get
because they got campaign donations? You know it's because they got campaign donations.
Cenk, okay, final question.
This is going to be the last word on
Final
this.
thing here
Last
on this,
word.
okay? Final question on this. So, Young Turks is super
I hope
successful.
he's
We have 80
gonna
million
get to
uniques.
respond.
It's wonderful. Do you think
Thank
Bernie
you.
Sanders would care more if you gave him $10,000 or if you dedicated your entire network to kissing his ass for an election cycle?
That's fucking hilarious, that last question, this guy.
All right, so two things about this. First of all, I think you and I will agree. That what we did in praising some of Bernie's programs, a lot of Bernie's programs,
like,
but not all.
Ben Shapiro really just hit the nail in the coffin with that, like, fucking lit final question. Just went fucking Poggers Maverick XD mode. Like, let's fucking go. Like, Ben Shapiro won that debate for the most part. That was more of a debate than with Tucker Carlson. That was more of an of an interaction of ideas, but, like, yeah, more things got through. They agreed on a lot more things, which let them, like, I don't know, go a lot further.
For example, I disagreed with him on guns, and I thought Hillary's education program was slightly
like, Ben
better than
just
Bernie's.
crushed him.
And by the way, I
On a
agree
lot
with
of
Republicans on that
issues.
export-import bank. So it's not blind allegiance. That is not what we do, not remotely, okay? Second of all, I think you'll agree with me that the mainstream media kissing Hillary Clinton's ass for 2 straight years was a much bigger problem.
Would you outlaw
Now,
that?
the distinction that you're asking for,
Would you outlaw that?
you're asking for, and now I've answered, I think, 4 times is, one is speech, and by the way, protected, you said life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I think we all agree to that. I got a big applause line. I also
Life, liberty, and property, that's what he
agree.
said.
And in our Constitution, the First Amendment is right to speech and freedom of the press. So that is that rubric. Money is not in the First Amendment. There is no right to spend money on politicians. Money is money, speech is speech.
All right, so let's do rapid fire now as we come to the close here. I think, by the way, there's wide
It's a
agreement
good
about
way
the
to
corruption
end
in
that.
politics.
I agree.
Deal with it, but this has been a very good conversation. So I'll go first to Ben. As we look at 2020, what will be a winning message and who will be a winning candidate on the Republican side in 2020?
So,
introducing the Ungun, the non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight and simple to—
I love how if a YouTuber like promoted that, like vegan gains, chances are his video would be instantly demonetized.
It utilizes
like any of that type of
easy-to-load
stuff.
I think that the greatest ally that the Republicans have
Oh, it's
is
probably
the
not
incompetence and stupidity of
lethal.
the Democratic Party.
But then
The 26th.
wait, could you just like repeat that? I wasn't paying attention.
So, I think that the greatest ally that the Republicans have is the incompetence and stupidity of the Democratic Party. The 2016. In fact, I have a feeling that Cenk actually might agree with me.
Is he writing
The
shit
2016
down?
election,
Like taking notes?
Donald Trump became president of the United States. Right? Hillary Clinton was the worst candidate in the history of mankind. And
apparently she wanted to go to war with Russia when like back then. I think what? I don't know if that was her being strawmanned or if that was accurate, but like yeah, she did some shady stuff. Like
the
defend
Republican
the
message I never
sex
thought was a particularly losing message.
offender.
I just think that what we have right now is such a polarized politics that
That's
it's going to be
all
very
rapist.
difficult for
Who
anybody to
she
pass
knew was
anything
guilty.
in this climate. I also think that what we have almost a reactionary feel on both sides. Like what I like about this debate is that we're actually talking about ideas, which is actually pretty rare in this sphere.
Good.
What's become more common
No, and
is
it
that on
was.
the left there's this retreat to intersectionality as an identity politics. This idea that if we can cobble together a group of people who are feeling victimized by American society, you know, we have black people, and we have Hispanic people, and we have women, and we have gays and lesbians.
And we have homeless people who actually are more oppressed than all of those middle class people who are all of these minorities. When are we gonna talk about them? How much worse would you feel if you had to be homeless and know that if you get a disease, you definitely are not gonna get to survive that? You like how much worse would you feel about being homeless than about being black and potentially what if there's a cop who's just fucking super racist and you're just like wandering around the street and they just shoot you because like that happened to George Floyd when like he was committing a crime. Now that crime was apparently all I know about it. I don't know about like money was in like I don't know the specifics. What I know for sure is like apparently he had fentanyl in his system and it's like he could do whatever he wants with his fucking body. Isn't liberty one of the things that the government is supposed to preserve? So yeah, like if he wanted to have that, and again, if it was cut into him, you could argue he was poisoned. That's what people say about fentanyl. That's Greg Gutfeld's position, which like he actually made my position on fentanyl. I got that from him. Like great guy. He has a great fucking position on drugs, by the way. I should watch that clip at some point on my channel. It's a great clip. I think Secular Talk covered it.
And transgenders, and they all feel really bad about how American politics is going. And if we push that notion, we can create a coalition. There'll be a brand new coalition never before seen in American politics, and that requires a woman to run, or that requires a black woman to run, or that requires a minority to run. If they do that...
Yeah, these are oppressed groups. Or that might require a homeless person to run, who might not be familiar with the struggles and injustices posed on the middle class, but might actually represent, you know, the third class, the people who are oppressed the most. Let's make this true socialist. Those who are oppressed the most and really need it the most. Let's concentrate on their issues first, because they're the most oppressed. Let's make this everyone at least gets middle class standards. Then let's make it everyone gets even higher than middle class standards. But maybe let's firstly concentrate on the third class, because we're just a middle class. And we're sort of getting this like cocky thing of just entitlement. No, bitch, you're still just the middle class. I'm still just the middle class. We aren't that fucking special for being the middle class. We shouldn't be entitled to other people's property, such as their taxpayer money. And just say, well, you owe us more. Yeah, okay,
And
dipshit.
what you're going to
Like,
see
nah.
from, and I think an equally
That's
nasty way,
theft.
from the right
You
is
can
a
look it
response
up.
that says, okay, well, if you're going to do identity politics, you will see some white identity politics from the right, which I think is really negative.
And you don't really see a lot of it. Again, like, white supremacy versus flat earth. How many do you know who, how many people do you know, of all the people you might know, you went to school, how many people do you know who are subscribed to either issue? Probably zero, ever in your life. Yeah, so that sort of tells you where they are in comparison on. But then CNN's gonna try to revive that topic.
I don't want to see either of those things. What I would like to see is the Democrats campaign on the bigger, on the stronger involvement of government in your life and higher taxes program that Cenk wants them to campaign on. The Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren program. And I would like to see the Republicans campaign on my program.
Wait, what?
Before seen in American politics, and that requires a woman to run, or that requires a black woman to run, or that requires a minority to run. If they do that, then what you're going to see from, and I think an equally nasty way, from the right is a response that says, okay, well, if you're going to do identity politics, you will see some white identity politics from the right, which I think is really
And
negative.
CNN just did identity politics with the death of George Floyd. Just use that as ammunition to start a new race war.
I don't want to see either of those things. What I would like to see is the Democrats campaign on the bigger, on the stronger involvement of government in your life and higher taxes program that Cenk wants them to campaign on. The Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren program. And I would like to see the Republicans campaign on my program, a smaller government, libertarian program that says the government should get out of our lives as much as humanly possible.
All right, and for
Cenk sort of debunked your thing on that. Big government, what do y'all want? Like, like he sort of told you that he says it depends. Like for the things that I'm in favor of, like yeah, I just remembered he sort of did refute that point with like healthcare, but like other countries have it again, and they, yeah, I guess, but Cenk didn't make that point, so fucking retard.
For Cenk, what will be a winning message, and who will be a winning candidate for Democrats in 2020?
Yep. So I.
Wouldn't it be weird if this ended up being the stage?
That's what I told you guys backstage. This is a presidential debate.
Okay, so look, Ben, you said earlier that you didn't set up the big government, small government paradigm, but you just said you want them to run on a small government.
Yeah, that's actually
platform.
A less involvement in
so
American
again,
lives, yes.
small government doesn't make any sense. So let's break it down. You asked me about particular issues, so I'll give you one. So you were in favor of the Iraq War. That cost us at least $1.5 trillion. Then people turn around and say to Bernie Sanders, well, I mean, college for your kids,
I forgot
kids
about
middle
that.
class, that's unaffordable. That's way too much money. You can't do that. That costs $75 billion a year. First of all, college for your kids, you know what that's called? That's called the American Dream. And for one Iraq war...
No, actually, the American dream would look more like meritocracy. You can earn your way to the top, and then actually get to be proud of what you will have earned. The American dream isn't communism. It's not free college for all who actually did and didn't work for it. It's the current system we have, which we already have free college, except you actually have to fucking earn it. So, yeah, you know what the American dream is called? It's actually called what we already have in terms of free college. Or, like, yeah, we have that.
For the cost of one Iraq war...
Dude, it's called TOPS. Like, look it up again.
20 years of free college for all those kids and the American...
We could have had communism, or maybe we could have housed the homeless, or given free college, like, 1 year after... Actually letting these people who don't care, instead of just removing the meritocracy system and just adding the people who probably didn't deserve. Yeah, maybe give them a chance to learn from their mistakes and then not make the same mistakes, instead of, yeah, let's give them a chance to continue, like, not meriting and not giving a shit before they actually get a chance to learn how important that type of shit can be and why they should start taking it seriously. Yeah, let's actually just go ahead and just give them give them that it's not really a second chance. Like, they don't really get a second chance until their chance is over. Let's just continue that chance that there's already like, proving the test to be negative for, they're already failing. Let's just give them fucking free college for everyone. And then, like, they could just fill it that too, and then they could learn their lesson, and then they could not have a second chance because they already got their free college and they fucking failed. And now they can stay fucking homeless because, well, they already got the American dream, and, well, the American dream might look more like second chances. How about you express that in terms of, after 4 to 5 years, like, yeah, you get a 1 year free college paid for you if you failed in high school and you couldn't be admitted to colleges because your GPA wasn't high enough and you couldn't get scholarships for that reason. It's like, we'll give you 1 fucking year every 5 years. We'll give you like 4 to 5 years to think about it, to actually learn from your mistakes, and to have a chance to actually have a second chance be worth something now that you've, like, sort of had to struggle and see what it's like, see what the value of this education might be, see what you're actually running up against, see everything, maybe learn a thing or two from that, get some perspective here and there. Yeah, then allow you another chance, and every 5 years, I think that's, I know, that's flexible, but, like, I think that's a reasonable, cool down time. So, yeah, instead of just running what the actual American dream is for communism. How about house the homeless? How about turn the college system into more of a meritocracy? Because yeah, I get people can have been bad people and they can have changed within 10 years of being homeless and not getting the choice to stop being homeless, because anyone would make that fucking choice if it was a fucking choice. Like, imagine living on the street. You'd know it better than fucking anyone, and you could probably imagine that as a non-homeless person. You could probably empathize with that as a middle-class person. It's like, damn right, this isn't a fucking choice. Like, they changed, they probably learned, like, they got way more than enough of a chance to have learned from their mistake. Then give them a fucking second chance. Like, that's just, and to conclude the debate off too, like, that's just such a pathetic end, in my opinion. Like, it really resonates with a lot of people, I'm sure, because, like, he is putting things into perspective. One issue that we're really for is, like, yeah, this, I guess, like, it is a winning end for him, I guess, because it does resonate with a lot of people. A lot of people are into free college, and I would say, what I would propose is a lot more meritocracy type, and way more American
dream.
In, like,
So, it isn't about big government or small government, it's about what do we do with the money. So that $1.5 trillion could have gone to us, could have gone to the middle class, could have gone to a better economy.
It could have gone to the people who, like, the bulk of the people who actually contributed, paid into this fucking wealth that the government has. All this money that's being spent. Yeah, it's stolen money that was stolen from, like, all these people who aren't getting a say in all this. Who, these things that they want, such as healthcare, over 50% approval for healthcare and Medicare. Where's that? That's a right we demanded, and Ben even said, life, one of those 3 things, and one of those things is life. That's the first thing, in fact. Well, where's life when it comes to healthcare versus the Iraq war? Where's, oh, we should be saving lives instead of taking lives. Where's that gone all of a sudden?
Because when you go to college, you come out, you start businesses, you engage in this market, and you make things better, and you employ.
That's honestly a better, like, faster point to a few than, like, going down this college tangent. Like, housing the homeless. I'm sure that also appeals to a lot of people, and put the middle class out of their little bubble for once. And, like, don't appeal to the audience. Appeal to, hey, I care about more than just the middle class. I care about all these people. Free it up. You've been talking about the middle class, dude. I'm sure they've heard your take on you care about them. Appeal to the homeless. The people who are also voting, let them know you care about them.
We could have used that for us. Instead, we wasted it in Iraq. And by the way, I believe, Ben, you want to get tough on Iran. You want to, rip up the deal, etc. If you thought the Iraq war was a waste of blood,
yeah, I saw Secular Talks video on like Biden and I saw what that deal was, and it's like, yeah, I completely agree with him. By the way, let's just reference that video since like I saw this video, I really agreed with him on
God
this. Like,
created the heavens and the earth.
All right,
yeah, like based on that, I saw what the Iran deal is, and I'm very much in favor. Let me.
So this is a story that flew under the radar a little bit, but I wanted to bring it to your attention. Joe Biden caught admitting Iran nuclear deal is dead in video.
Wait, I don't know if this goes.
Here's
over
what
the
they
whole
say in
thing. It was
Newsweek.
pretty deep.
Video that has emerged on social media shows President Joe Biden saying that the nuclear deal with Iran has been the subject of negotiations is dead. The clip was recorded on the sidelines of a November 4th election campaign event in California, according to Damon Magsodi, a software engineer living in the United States who shared it on Twitter. Biden is asked by a member of the public to announce about the future of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA. That's the Iran nuclear agreement. Quote, President Biden, would you please announce that the JCPOA is dead? A woman is heard asking. Biden responded, no, adding that he could not say exactly why, quote, for a lot of reasons, quote, it is dead, but we're not going to announce it, he said, before adding, long story. The woman then said, we just don't want any deals with the mullahs, referring to the ruling regime in Iran, which has clamped down on protests throughout the country. Newsweek has contacted the White House for comment, and that's all we got here. So Joe Biden was getting pressure at this event to not do the nuclear deal, but he basically admitted, yeah, man, the thing is dead. Look, this is one of Joe's biggest failings, in my opinion. This was a layup issue. So you had Obama and Biden. They originally got the nuclear agreement with Iran. And just to sum that up for you guys, the way that worked is, okay, we will lift sanctions on you. We will give you back the money that is yours, Iran. And in return for that, you need to allow in the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is a branch of the UN, to...
Let me make sure. Just make sure I did allow audio back into this.
To basically regulate your nuclear program and monitor your nuclear program, and they'll be able to figure out how much you've enriched and to what percentage, and if you're on the way to a weapon. And of course, under the deal, you're not supposed to get enriched to a certain point. You can enrich for like power for your power grid and for research, but you cannot enrich to make a nuclear weapon. And so that was the gist of the deal. We'll give you back your own money, we'll lift some sanctions, and you guys just don't build a nuke and prove it. Okay, that was the deal. The deal was working. Then Donald Trump comes in with his band of bloodthirsty neocon lunatics like John Bolton and Mike Pompeo, and they ripped the deal up.
I don't know anything about any of that.
Now, what I always found out...
This is the only thing I've ever heard about this whole story. I didn't know about the Iran deal. That's all I've ever heard from it, and I would completely agree with Secretary.
Ironic and hilarious is that they ripped up the Iran deal at the same time they were trying to do an Iran-like deal with North Korea.
Yeah, he hit them
Trump
up with
wanted
everything.
an Iran-like deal with North Korea.
And in like 7 minutes, like, what an outstanding video. That's like the type of reasons why I love this guy.
Yeah, we'll lift some sanctions and you guys don't make a nuke and we'll, monitor it and then we're good. So basically there was no like coherent philosophy to Trump's foreign policy. With Iran, he wanted to be more hawkish. With North Korea, he wanted to be less hawkish. It was just like, let me just do the opposite of everything Obama did. That was basically, seemingly, the driving force. And now I'm consistent. I like the Iran nuclear agreement. I would have liked it if there was some sort of, agreement made with North Korea. I would have supported that, even if it was negotiated by Trump, because I don't care about the individual actors involved. I care about the policy and the end result. But Trump ripped up that deal, pulled out of it. And then you put Iran in a weird position because now they're like, okay, should we keep building a nuke? I guess we should build a nuke.
Yeah.
Because clearly the U.S. has proven itself to not abide by agreements, number one. Number two, if we don't build a nuke, we have no deterrent to a U.S. invasion or an Israeli invasion. That's the other part of this, is look what happened with Muammar Gaddafi. So Libya gave up their nuclear weapons and their weapons of mass destruction, and then in response to that, the U.S. helped topple him anyway. So the lesson from that is you better have a nuclear weapon to protect yourself from the West. That's the lesson from that. And so Biden campaigned on, hey, I'm going to get back in it. And then he got in there, and he didn't get back in it. And he dragged his feet, and he said, oh, well, we're going to renegotiate parts of it. Renegotiate what parts of it? Dude, the deal was fine as it was, and they were abiding by it. And in fact, here, look at this article. This is from 2017. Trump pulled out of it in 2018. This is in 2017 in the Washington Post. Look at this. IAEA confirms Iran is meeting its commitments under nuclear agreement. Iran is adhering to the restrictions imposed on its nuclear program under a 2015 agreement. The United Nations agency charged with monitoring the country's facilities has said in its first report since President Trump refused to certify the Islamic Republic's compliance. The IAEA said in a confidential report viewed by Reuters and several other news outlets Monday that Iran's stockpiles of enriched uranium have not exceeded the agreed limit of 300 kilograms. It also reported that IAEA inspectors were able to gain access to any sites they tried to visit. The quarterly report marks the ninth successive time the IAEA has attested that Iran is meeting its commitments since the nuclear deal between Iran and 6 major powers, including the United States, was implemented early last year. It was proven they were following the agreement to a T 9 times. And then the U.S., by the way, Congress was a perpetrator here too, because they passed something which imposed new sanctions on Iran when one of the terms of the deal was you can't do any new sanctions on Iran. Congress did that. Trump ripped up the deal. Joe Biden said, I'm going to get right back in it if I become president. He got back as president, and he didn't get back in it. And for what? Why? Because you're getting pressure from, like, Netanyahu and Israeli neocons behind the scene because they want to topple the Iranian government, so they're forcing you to go along with that bullshit? Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Shame on Joe Biden for this. Now, look, I get it. I support the protesters in Iran who are trying to make Iran more fair, more equal, more just. No more, like, you know, fucking morality police telling you what you can and can't wear. No more murdering people over fucking nothing. I'm 100% with the protesters, but I'm also 100% for a nuclear agreement because I don't want a war. I don't want a war, and I want to help the citizens of Iran, the civilians in Iran. And the way to do that is to lift the economic sanctions. So, fucking unbelievable. I think that had a lot to do with it, to be honest. I think the protests had a lot to do with it. The Iran nuclear deal being dead.
Yeah, he hit the mark on everything for that. So, like, I don't get how Ben Shapiro could be against that nuclear agreement. At least from this. Yeah, it's mind-boggling. I don't know the whole context, but from that sort of gives a good bit of perspective. I wonder what the response would be to
Story is
that.
complicated. But either way, look, yet again, he's a cuck. He doesn't want to piss off Saudi Arabia. He doesn't want to piss off Israel. He doesn't want to give the Republicans an easy talking point because, oh, Biden is helping the government as in Iran as they crack down on innocent people. That's the narrative they would go with. Fuck all that noise, man. You do the right thing. But he's not going to do the right thing. Even though he said on the campaign trail, I'll get right back in that deal, he did not get back in that deal. Pathetic, pathetic L from Biden on this one. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
I definitely agree with Carl. I think he really has some great points that need to be shared more.
And treasure, wait till you get a load of what happens in Iran. So we're not going to make that mistake again. We're not going to make that mistake again. So what would I want to look? This idea of the identity that Democrats want to identity.
I wonder what Ben Shapiro's take on.
But let's not forget that Republicans do the same and worse. Who was the one who came up with the Southern strategy?
What the fuck is
something bit you? What are you worried about? We've never killed anything before.
That was the Republican Party. And the Southern strategy was, let's go get racist white voters in the South. That's a fact.
How many racist white voters might, if you... I know, I live in the South. I've met a lot of people. I go to public school. I know a lot of people. Then I live in Louisiana. That's a southern state. It's known to be Republican. A lot of the people who I'm around, who I know, they're Republicans. None of them are racist. None. Zero. It's like, other than somebody who I met online, zero of them are racist. So unless you go and like deliberately find people online who are like most people around you, no, that doesn't make up any portion of the population. And if people in the South, as I can see, and I know thousands of people, none of them are racist here. I wonder what it's like in the North. Like, yeah, their white supremacy, there must be like one per every like 100,000 square kilometers. Like, it's fucking insane.
So,
like, flat Earth is probably more prevalent in the North than white supremacy.
And it's this wonderful capitalist
Wouldn't
invention
be
called Google.
surprised.
Google it. So, two Republican chairmen have said, yes, we did do that strategy, and we apologize. So that's a fact. They're the ones who invented identity politics. So when you
yeah, that's sort of like when I saw an ad of someone saying, hey, the Democratic Party actually, like, Lincoln was a Republican. He freed the slaves, and it's like, if who the fuck cares? It doesn't represent now, like, how people are now. Like, who cares who invented identity politics? Did CNN legit fucking make a career after that based on clickbaiting identity politics and just hating all white people and police officers?
who like identity politics,
did they do
when
that?
it serves your
Yeah,
interests. But all of a sudden, when we say, hey, can black people have the same rights as white people? Oh, identity politics.
They do. The Jim Crow is no longer allowed. But how about, I don't know, Jim Crow in 2023, how would that legally express? I don't know, affirmative action, who does that help your American dream? Is that going to help, black people or white people? Like, who's that Jim Crow, affecting, And I get, again, good intentions is to redistribute that wealth, but you're still allowing or not allowing people who, like, there would already be a merit-based system that's already set up in terms of that, like, to forcefully add to the equality of it. You are making certain people based on race specifically not qualify just because of their race. What are examples of legal action, like legal examples of like people because of their race being denied any fucking thing other than like being in someone's house?
Can gay people have the same rights as straight people?
Explain a case of legal Jim Crow other than affirmative action in 2023, since that's a year in. Since from whenever this debate happened to now, in the last 10 years, let's say, give us a case of legal Jim Crow other than affirmative action. Tell us, who does affirmative action hurt more, white people or black
people? Identity politics. It's called equality. Look into it. It's called America.
Okay. Yeah, say that about trans people, not about black people. Like, we're not black people. This guy's an extreme disingenuous populist.
Okay.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Alright, well, I think...
And again, I don't think he realizes it. I think he's caught up in his bubble. And I think he's probably a corporate Democrat.
I don't know.
USA! USA! USA!
All right.
Equality for all of us!
Okay.
All right.
I want to respond to it. This is a
Ben,
point.
just very quickly, and then we'll have to
This
wrap
is
it
very
up.
quick, okay?
Very quick.
Okay, I want to respond to a point. This is a point.
The audience sort of, like, a little bit at the end tried to, like, catch on to the USA thing. Like, a little bit of it. That was so
Cenk
sad.
made last year in his debate with tonight.
Like, Cenk Uygur's fans didn't really show up to this. He goes all
repeatedly for about an hour. Was the Southern strategy with regard to the Republicans. Okay, I'd like to point out the idea that the entire South solidly moved into the Republican category because of the Civil Rights Act is historically false and has been debunked multiple times by people ranging from Sean Trent at Real Clear Politics to professors at the University of Pennsylvania. And there's a bunch of ways to debunk it, including the fact that the Congress did not switch Republican in the South until 1994. Okay, did it take 30 years for the racists to realize what was going on? 21 senators from the South were Democrats. How many of them became Republicans after the Civil Rights Act? The answer, 1. The other 20 stayed Democrats. In 1952, Eisenhower did not win a ton of the South. Eisenhower did win, however, 7 states in the South in 1956, after he sent federal troops down south. The reason that the Republican Party started to win in the South, it began in the 1950s, not after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and it was largely due to the movement of industry down...
And he could have just said, yeah, we want equal rights for trans people, and, like, there wouldn't really have been a great talking point other than, well, actually, they're groomers, and that would have ended him off sort of on a negative scale. With this, he gets to point out, yeah, all this, so good luck, buddy. You made this mess.
Fringe members of the Republican Party, younger members of the Republican Party, who switched over to the Republican Party in the South, not old Democrats, who remained old Democrats and are still old Democrats today.
So I'm going to jump in here.
Okay, I got it real quick. You're right.
Very quick.
By the way, final note, sorry, Jimmy Carter launched his 1980 campaign at the headquarters, that town in Alabama that was the headquarters for the KKK. So to pretend that it was only Republicans playing the bad and evil race strategy is just a lie.
All right.
Okay.
Last word.
So,
let's fucking go.
That was him responding to his own thing. Okay.
Hey girl, I want to get my car washed.
Okay, let me check your power. Your power is 5 with only 1.
These ads of that, this is fucking amazing.
So,
if I get a new poll, ask me what's my current ad experience, I'll say epic.
Real quick, because you're right, we had a whole hour-long, almost an hour-long debate on the Southern strategy. You guys always cherry-pick certain windows of time. In this very narrow window of time, this people change to that.
I just went from 1952 to 1994.
Hold on.
It's a fair point.
Ben, if you're so right,
that's why history isn't always the best thing to go back to, instead of making an causational point. This is why it might have caused this in history, and this is why it's still relevant now. Like, at least point out why.
2 heads of the RNC come out and say, yes, we did the Southern strategy, and we apologize. Why did Pat Buchanan say to me on MSNBC, yes, we did the Southern strategy, yes, we got whites to vote for us in the South, and we had a good run, okay? It wasn't me saying it, was Republican leaders, and Buchanan, who did it at the Nixon campaign, admitting that that was exactly the strategy.
There were some members of the
such a pathetic reply to this.
Council who were doing evil things. That doesn't mean all the people who voted for the Republicans were voting for them because of those things. And
yeah, exactly. Not all white police officers are Derek Chauvin. Look at the statistics. Black police officers are twice as likely to commit police brutality against black people as opposed to white people.
To impute that motive to tens of millions of people down south is to ignore not only every public opinion poll done, but also to fail to recognize history.
All right, I'm going to cut right in here.
Who cares? History,
so, first of all, I think we figured out
I'm trying not to say that.
Who this crowd wants to run for president in 2020.
Yeah, we sort of did a while ago. Well, fucking yeah. Jesus, both cats wanted to go outside. Fuck. Dude, my other cat usually just, like the stray cat that just came when we got one cat, is attracted by the other cat. Like, dude, that cat always wants to be inside. I don't know, it just went outside. Why am I mentioning this? Dude, I'm fucking high, bro. Hell yeah, let's go.
Ben Shapiro and Cenk Uygur. Second of all, this is exactly the type of debates we need to be having from between the left and the right all across the country. And I want to thank Politicon. Because this is exactly what we need in America. If we're not listening to each other, then our democracy won't succeed. And that's why I think this has been a very constructive debate. I'm not going to appoint a winner, but the real winner is the audience, because I think you've hopefully learned something new. So please join me in thanking our debater tonight, Ben Shapiro and Cenk Uygur. And give a round of applause for Politicon. Give a round of applause for you. My name's Stephen Olicaro with the Millennial Action Project. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
TYT. They're actually chanting TYT, not Ben Shapiro.
Hello. Hey, you guys, we have a comedy show coming up right now, actually, so we're hoping that everybody could just keep it, taking their seats. I know we're not going to debate each other, but...
Oh, this is gonna be like Trump. It's... No, I'm just kidding. Like, apparently he, like, made people stay at his beach. Yeah. Dude, I got 1 new sub. Hopefully that's gonna add up and eventually my channel's gonna be alive. I should probably, like... Dude, do I have 2? That's moronic and gay. Yeah, I should probably make a Discord server for my YouTube channel. Like, that could probably help me. I actually have to... Yeah, like, I should definitely make a Discord server for my YouTube channel. That could actually help me get live viewers more.
Basically, just copying what the Democrats...
I don't know, I'm back to that. Alright, so that's the end of that. I think that, let's see, how long has this been, actually? Dude, like, this went on for a fucking while. Think I got everything in there. I think I made some great points. That was sort of a shitty stream at the beginning, but, like, yeah, I think I made some pretty decent points. I think they both made, especially Ben Shapiro, he made good points. Like, Cenk Uygur could have gone a lot further, but, yeah, overall, I think this is definitely a good debate. I liked seeing it. It was entertaining. But, yeah, that's... What was the maximum? Yeah, 3. Okay, well... I'm gonna see y'all next time.